Hey guys, welcome back. So what I'm going to do now is something we probably should have done a while ago, but we just haven't needed yet. And that is to store the username of the user logged in a JavaScript variable. So the reason we want to do that is because when we eventually go to other pages, we want to pass this user logged in variable to those pages. So in header.php, right up here, where we check if they're logged in or not, we have the user logged in as a PHP variable here, but we want to have it as a JavaScript variable too. So all we need to do is echo some JavaScript that sets the user logged in variable. So first what we need to do though is go to script.php, and at the top here just create a variable called var user logged in, like that. You don't have to set it to anything, that's fine. And then in header.php we basically need to just set the user logged in JavaScript variable to be this user logged in PHP variable. And the way we do that is by echoing a script block and setting the JavaScript inside there. So all we do is echo script and then put your closing script tag in there too. So script with the closing tag, and then inside here is our JavaScript. And in there we just say user logged in, like that, equals, and this needs to be the value of this PHP variable. So we can just say user logged in, like that. Let's try that out. So refresh the page, and you inspect element, go to the console. So we have an error here, Reese is not defined. And I already know the reason that's happening is because we need to put this inside quotes. So put single quotes around that, like that, and before the semicolon. So refresh the page now, and we don't have any errors. And if I type user logged in, like that, we get the user logged in that way. So now we have access to the user logged in as a JavaScript variable. And we need to do that because when we go to change page, we'll need to pass it in using JavaScript, and you'll see why soon. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is address something that you may have noticed, and it's the fact that when we go to another page, we actually stop the song playing. So this song's playing. If I go to this page, the index page, the song's going to stop, and we get an all new song. That's because in order for us to seamlessly transition pages without stopping the song, we can't use anchor tags to change the page. There are a number of solutions we could use. One of them would be to maybe store the current time of the song. So if they're here, when we store that in a variable, and then when we go to this page, when the new page loads, we carry on playing from here, but there'd still be a slight gap. It wouldn't be completely seamless. So what we're actually going to do is use JavaScript or jQuery I should say, to replace the contents of this. So it looks like you're changing page, but you're actually not. You're actually staying on the same page. So if you look at this right here, when I click on one of these, it looks like you're changing page, and the browser URL will change too, but we're actually staying on the same page. So all it's done is the middle content has been replaced. And what we're going to do is use an AJAX call to retrieve that content and then swap the content of this div using jQuery. So let's go and write this function. So in the script.js, we're going to write a function open page, and this is going to take a URL, which is the URL we want to open. And inside here, we're going to say var encoded URL equals encode URI, which is a built-in JavaScript function, encode URI, and then we're going to pass in URL plus user logged in. Remember the ampersand, the and sign in the front of that. User logged in, and then plus user logged in, our JavaScript variable that we created before. And what this is doing is we're encoding the URL, right? So encode URI, not URL, URI. So we're encoding it, and that replaces any characters with their URL equivalent. For example, if I go to index.php Reese and do space Kenny, you'll see it puts a %20 in there. It encodes the URL. So it changes all the characters that aren't known to their URL equivalent. So we're putting in %20, which is a space. Okay, so basically this just translates your URL and converts any characters it doesn't like into characters that it does like. So the next thing to do is just swap this content out with this content here. And if you look in header.php, scroll down, this div right here, main content, surrounds all of this part. So let me just show you that. So inspect, and I'll go and find the main content part. You'll see main content is this part in the middle there, this section. So that's the main content. We're just going to swap that out. So just to show you, if I delete that main content part, you'll see this middle part goes away. That's the main content div. So I'll refresh that page. So that's the part we're going to swap out. So all we do, let me pause that song, is in this function, say $, parentheses, main content, ID, main content, dot load, encoded URL, like that. Encoded URL. And that should be it. So we're not completely done yet, but let me just show you. So we'll go and hook this open page button up to something else. So in our header.php, we'll do our logo. So it's actually in the navbar container part. So go and find the navbar container page. So navbar container, and go and find our logo, which at the moment is an anchor tag, an A link, which remember we said we can't use. So instead of using this, we're going to change the anchor tags, the A's, to a span like that. So it's a span. Get rid of this URL part there, this href. Keep the class, and then we can just say onClick equals, inside there just put open page, which is that JavaScript function we just made, and then do index.php like that. So let's go and try that out. So now, and I'll go onto an album, so this one here, and if I press this now, the song that's playing should continue playing. Okay, let's try it out. So I'll click here, and nothing's happening yet. So let me just inspect element. I'll pause the song and go to console. So failed to load resource, service wanted with 404 not found. So this is the URL it's trying to load. Index.php and use logged in. The reason for that is we're using index.php and we're passing in the use logged in parameter, right? We're using an ampersand to specify a parameter. And the reason that's not good is because when you have a URL like this, for example, the question mark needs to come before the first parameter, right? So we could have ID equals 5 or something. Any other parameters after that need to come with an ampersand, and we can't start with an ampersand like this. So that wouldn't work. The first one needs to have a question mark. So the way we fix that is go back to script.js, go back to our open page function, and I also realize we don't have an equals sign after this, so just put an equals sign after the use logged in equals. So before we do this part, we can just say if url.index of, and then just put question mark in there, equals -1. And what this means is if the URL doesn't have a question mark, because index of looks through it to find this character, and if it does find it, it gives you the position of it, but if it doesn't find it, it returns -1. So if there's no question mark in the URL, we'll say URL equals URL plus question mark. So sometimes we'll be passing in a URL that already does have a question mark in there because the link we've clicked on already has parameters. But if the link we click on doesn't have any question marks, we can add one ourselves, and which would mean if we add the ampersand afterwards, it'll be fine. Okay, so I refresh the page. We're on album still. If I click on this now, it would hopefully refresh this content, which it does. So we've got a problem with the songs playing automatically, so I'm going to go and disable that. In the now playing bar at the top here, set track. Okay, this already is false, so why is it playing automatically? Let's go see our set track function. So set track play. We don't want to do play song there, so get rid of that play song part that's in this post Ajax call. Now refresh the page and hopefully no song will play when we start out. It doesn't, so if I go back to here, you see it loads the content, but there's a problem with the styling slightly. And what's going on with that? Let's see, top container, maybe main content. Okay, so main content has a big margin there, but that's okay, we'll fix that in the next video. Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to continue with what we were working on last time, which was to make it change pages without actually changing page. So when you click on this, it loads a new page, but without this page actually loading again, which means that the song can continue playing. And the problem we're having at the moment is it's not looking too good. We've got a weird margin, and the reason is in our open page function, when we load this URL, if I just log this URL for you, so console.log encoded URL, you'll see that, let me refresh this, and I'll inspect element as well, and you can go to the console. You'll see that the URL is actually, okay, did I save it? I saved it, but maybe it's cached. The script.js file seems to be cached a lot. Let me just refresh, hard reload that, I mean, empty cache, hard reload. And yeah, so when I click on this, you'll hopefully see a URL there, right? And the problem with that is if I just go to this URL real quick, I'll open a new tab, right? So I'll go to localhost / Spotify, and then just put this URL on the end, like that. You see that it contains the nav bar, it contains the now playing bar as well. So it's actually adding this nav bar twice and this now playing bar twice. So we basically only want to load the middle content. We don't want to load the header twice or the now playing bar twice, okay? So a way around that is to do it like this. We want a way to find out whether it was sent with Ajax or whether they entered the URL manually. Because if they enter the URL manually and press it from here, like go like that, we do want to include the header and the now playing bar. But if they do it through Ajax, so they click on a button and it changes it, we only want to pull this part through. We don't want to pull through the header bar or the now playing bar. And there's actually a fairly simple way of doing that. We're going to make a file called included files. So make a new file and save this in the includes folder. So includes, and then this is going to be called included files.php. So included files.php, and that's saved in the includes folder. And this included files.php is going to check whether the request has been sent by Ajax or whether the users manually went to that URL. So open a PHP block and then close it off as well, so you don't forget to do that. And inside here we're going to say if is set, like that, is set, and we're going to say $_server in uppercase, and square brackets, single quotes, and inside there do HTTP, this is all uppercase, _x requested _with. It doesn't look very nice, but don't worry, that's it. That's all we need to do. And what that means is if it was sent with Ajax, this code is going to be executed. Otherwise, this is going to be executed. And the reason is because Ajax requests send this with it. So every Ajax request will contain this. So we know that if that's there, it came from an Ajax request. And basically what we're going to do is if it didn't come from an Ajax request, we're going to include the includes / header.php, because we do want the header and footer to be there. So you put the header and footer. So once again, if it didn't come from an Ajax request, they've obviously typed it in manually and pressed enter or something. So do load the header and footer files. But then what we're also going to do is load the contents of the page into that main section. But before we do that, let me just echo came from Ajax, like that. And you'll see what I mean with this. So last thing before we try this out, go to your index.php file. And then in here, underneath where you have include header.php, we're going to just put includes included files.php, which is that new file we created, okay? I'll bring that down there, just make it look a little bit neater. So save that and refresh the page on the album, and I'll click on this now, and you'll see it came from Ajax. That means it did come from Ajax, we can see that. But if I enter index.php manually, so just go to index.php, we don't have that. We do have this error, but I know why, that's expected, but we don't have the that came from Ajax part. So the reason we're getting this error is because in index.php we're including this header.php right here, but then in included files, this part was being executed because it wasn't sent from an AJAX request, and header.php was getting included twice, and that includes all these files that come with it. So we're getting errors saying that we can't redeclare these. So what we're going to do is remove from index.php, remove this include header.php like that. And now you should see, if I refresh that page, we don't get an error, which is fine, that's what we want. So the problem is our content's not there now, and that's because that in our included files.php, we include the header and then we include the footer, right? Which means that the order of our document's all wrong. So the main content is there, it's just in the wrong place. So what we need to do is after this, we need to call that function we made in script.js that opens the page, and all that's going to do is append our URL content onto this container here. So because we're in PHP, we have to echo this JavaScript in order to execute it. So echo script like that, and then do your closing tag to script like that, and then we'll just say open page, which is the name of that function we made, and the page to open is going to be like this. Put a single quotes in there, alright, and inside there we need to put our URL, and we can just say URL equals $_ server like that, square brackets, single quotes, and inside there just do in uppercase request _ URI like that. So, and then put the URL in there like that. So that will execute this open page function now. So let's save that and execute this page. So you can see it's now including the navigation bar and the now playing bar, and then it's using AJAX to request this page. So this part, our open page function, uses AJAX to go and get the page, right? The issue we're having is that none of our items that we went to include with the page are there anymore. And that's because when we load a page from AJAX, it hits this and it doesn't include the header and the footer, and the header's where we included our files. So we need to copy this, don't cut it, just copy it, and then put it in included files like this. I'll get rid of that came from AJAX part and paste it in there like that. Now save and refresh the page. And there we go. But we're getting 2 right there because it's loaded the rest of the page. So what we can actually do is stick an exit on the bottom of that like that, and it will prevent it from loading the rest of the page. Okay, so now when we do it, you'll see it's like that. But also if I click on an album, right, and then click back to here, we don't have a problem anymore. It's right, it's all in the right place, the styling's right, and if I play a song, it'll continue playing through, and I'll still maintain control of the now playing bar. So go to there, and we do have a problem with that. So I'll figure out what the issue is with that, and I'll go back to here. So I can see that the extreme action is on the now playing bar, and it changes. So I remember we didn't take the includes footer out of the index.php, so get rid of that, because the footer file is including the now playing bar again, right? So I got rid of the includes footer part, and now when I refresh the page, hopefully it's all fixed. So I've gone back to here, I'm playing Moose, and now if I go to this page, I should still maintain control of this navigation bar, and the song should continue playing. The song's still playing, and I can still pause and play it. So that works. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got the links working so that we can go to the index page without actually refreshing the page. And we're just going to put the finishing touches on that, and we've done the hard part, don't worry. Now we just have to go and replace all the links on our site with this new open page function call we've used. So let's do that now. So go back to where we made the link for our logo button. So this link here, and that's in the navbar container part right here. You see this on-click open page one. So this is what we're going to copy and paste around our site. And just before we do that, we're just going to put 2 things in here. We're going to say role equals link like that, and then finally tab index equals 0. And what they do is it's an accessibility thing. So accessibility is when you put the steps in place for people with impairments, such as vision impairments, or maybe they have hearing impairments, so they need screen readers, things like that. So by doing that, tab index equals 0 and role equals link. Well, the role equals link tells any like technology they might be using to help them. It lets them know that this is actually a link to be clicked on, because spans aren't always links, they're not usually links. And tab index 0 means that this is an item that can be tabbed onto, which means that they can tab through to this and press enter on the link. Okay, so if I press tab now, you can see it goes to there, and we have this outline. Okay, and if I press tab, it goes through to these, because these are actually links at the moment, so they have it by default, but spans don't. So if we didn't put that on there, it wouldn't work. So that's okay, right? That's fine. So we just want to copy and paste this across to everywhere we've used, everywhere that we've used links, these anchor tags. Okay. So what we'll do to make it easier, watch this. We'll copy and paste this onto the end like that. Okay. So class is now at the end, right? And then we can just copy this front part right here, right before we get to class. So just this part, copy that, then go down to this, and then we can just paste, and then we keep the class on the end. So all we're doing is just replacing this anchor tag and the link with this part here. That's it. And we're keeping the classes they have. We don't want to change the classes. So this link had a URL of browse. We're going to do the same again. This is yourmusic.php. So replace that, and then change the link to yourmusic.php, and then finally do it here as well. And this will be profile.php. But we need to also do the closing tags too. So we have these closing tags on the end, so replace those with span. And that's it. So these are no longer anchor tags anymore, they're span elements. Let's just refresh the page, make sure there's no styling issues with that. That's fine. So now we just have to go and find all the other places we've used anchor tags. And there's a very simple way of doing that. Sublime Text has a find in files option. We can click find in the tab menu up there, and then do find in files right here. So Shift Command F if you're going to use a Mac. So we can just search for that, which is an anchor tag, and then just press find, and this will search through all the files. If you double click on this, it will take you to it. So double click on that. So we want to replace this anchor tag here, and we have to change these double quotes to single quotes because you're already inside of double quotes there. So change that back, change that to single quote, change it to single quote, and the same for these parts as well, these ones. But that means that since we're already using single quotes and we've already used double quotes, we have to escape these. So put a backslash in there like that, and get rid of the href. We don't want that, but we do want to take this with us. So we want to use this URL here. So actually we can copy that, or even from the single quotes, go from the single quotes, take that, get rid of the href part, and just replace single quotes here, and just stick that that backslash on. So we've done a little bit, we've done quite a lot there. So just take a look and make sure you got all this right. So on click there. Yeah, so just pause the video, take a look over this, and then also change this span part, the closing tag right there. Let me just check that I've got that right. I may have messed up some of that. So we'll go back to index.php, and let's just refresh the page. Oh, index.php, and then what link is it? It's to go to the album. So if we click on these, so we have it. It's not right at the moment. So let me go inspect element, because I just clicked and it didn't do anything. So let's go back and make sure this is correct. So album.php. So this isn't right. Go back to here. And what if we replace these single quotes with double quotes? So the cancelled out single quotes, replace them with double quotes. See if that does anything. Go back to here. And yeah, that worked. So I went and replaced the cancelled single quotes we had with cancelled double quotes. So now if I press that, it takes us to the right page. We're still having the same problem we had before, because our album.php page includes the header and the footer at the bottom. So the solution to that is just do exactly what we did with index.php, and only include this included files one. So I can copy that from the index.php, go back to album.php and replace this includes header one with that, and then remember to remove the footer part from the bottom like that. And now if I go back to here and click on one of these again, you'll see it's all back to normal. Okay, so let's continue with swapping the links over. So I'm going to copy this again, copy all of that, the span part, and then go back to my find results, which is what we searched for a minute ago, and these are results it found, and it found an anchor tag on the navbar container page. So I'll go click on that, it'll take me to it, and then you want to replace this anchor tag part with your span element. So I'll paste that above, and I'll copy search.php into here, and we don't actually need all these quotes and cancelling out and stuff, so get rid of all that, change it to that, and then put search.php in there. And then make sure you remember to copy this class across as well. So copy the class from there, stick it in there, and then delete the anchor tag. We don't want that anymore. And then remember to change this closing anchor tag to a span element too. And that was the search icon. So let's just check this works. So this will return an error because we haven't created this page yet, but it should still work. And it doesn't. So let's see what we've done. It might be a caching issue. Probably more likely I just messed it up. So unclick open page. Let's see. We want quotes in there. That's my mistake. Yeah, we want to make sure we include quotes in there. So save that. Refresh the page, and that should work now. We're obviously getting an error because the page can't be found, but that's fine. It's firing the event, and that's what we want. So that's fine. I just added the double quotes in there because we were using single quotes for this one, so I had to use double. All right, and that's it. I think that's all of the anchor tags we have in this site. Let me just do another search, and there's no results this time. So that's it. We've replaced all these links with this, and from now on, this is what we'll use when we want to create a link on our site. So I just found a little bug, a very small one, where if you go to an album and you try and click play, it sets the track but it doesn't play it. And there's a really simple fix for that. Go back to now playing bar.php and just move this into the Ajax block like that, because this was this Ajax call was asynchronous and it was trying to play the song before the track had even been set. So that's fine now. So we'll try and play that song again. So I'll refresh the page now, go back to the index page, click on an album, and then I'll click here, and it now plays. But you see here the play button hasn't updated yet. So the play button didn't move with it, so it didn't say pause when the song was playing. That's because we played it without using this play song function. So replace this with play song, and then you should now see the play button change when we play a song. So I'll go to here, click on one of these, and the play button has changed too, which means you can pause it and play it again. It's fine. Okay. Hey guys, welcome back. So what I'm going to do now is address a little issue I found with our open page function that we've wrote that changes pages without reloading the page, and it's a very small thing. Just go to the function in script.js, so it's near the top, open page, and then just underneath that at the bottom we'll just say $ parentheses body. So we've created a jQuery object around the body element, so the body of the page, and we're just going to say scroll top like that 0. And what this does is when we change page, we'll automatically scroll to the top. The problems we might face is if we have a page that, let's pretend this page with a really long scroll. If we scroll to the bottom and click on a link, it will change the page for us. So this middle content will be replaced, but the scroll will stay the same because the scroll is attached to the whole window. So if we scroll to the bottom in this window, changing the page here will still reflect that scroll and will still be at the bottom of this div. So by adding this body scroll top, it means that we'll scroll to the top of this content when it's changed. And the very last thing is kind of a nice to have thing. We'll just say history.push state and then null URL. Alright, null URL. And what that's doing, it's probably easy if I just show you. Refresh the page now. If I click on this, you see it puts the album URL into the URL for you. So the user thinks they've actually changed page because the URL's changing, right? So I click on that, index is put there. So this just puts the URL into the address bar, or the history I should say. So it's gone to index.php. If I press the back button right now, you'll see it changes to album.php, but it doesn't actually load back in the page. That's because this has just been put into the URL bar. This isn't. What we need to do is listen for the action when they press the back button, and then take the URL and actually go to that page. But we're not going to do that now. We'll come back and do that at a later date. But this is just a nice to have thing. So at the moment, if you press a link, it will take you. It will show you, the URL inside the address bar. So like I said, we'll come back at a later date and do the feature where if we press back, you'll be taken back. So at the moment, it won't do that, but at least you can see the URL in the address bar now. Okay. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do in this video is get our browse page set up, and this isn't going to take long because all our browse page is going to be is our index page. So our index page at the moment, index.php, just gets some albums at random. So if you go back to here, you'll see our index.php page has select all from albums, and it randomizes them and selects the maximum of 10. Okay, so what we're going to do for our browse page is essentially just this. This is what we want our browse page to look like. You are of course free to do whatever you want for your browse page, like maybe you'd want to do new songs, or maybe you'd want to do featured artists or something like that. But to save time, all we're going to do is make our index page, this one right here, our browse page. So when they go to the site for the first time and they hit the index page, they'll see this browse section. So go back to your text editor and create a new file, and we'll save this as browse.php. So in the root of your folder, browse.php, just like that. Browse.php, and we're going to take all of this index.php code and copy it across and paste it in the browse.php like that, and that's it. So that's done. That's because, like I said, this is what we want our browse page to look like. So going back to our index page, we're now going to get rid of all of this. Like I said before, you can do whatever you want with this page. So you might want to do the most played songs or something. You don't have to do select all from albums, but we're just going to keep the browse index page the same. So get rid of this part. So keep this part at the top where we include the included files.php. So all we're going to do under here is just add one line of code, and it's going to be script. Okay, we can get rid of that. Like I said before, you don't need that part in the script tag anymore. And all we're going to put in this part is open page, which is that function we wrote, and then browse.php, like that. And that's it. That's all we're going to have in this index page. And now you'll see, if I go to the index page now, so I'll just refresh this page, and you should see exactly the same thing, which you do. But now if I go to this browse one, and tell you what, I'll click on an album so you can see the page is different. Now I'll click on the browse.php, and you'll see the exact same page. And I'll click on the index page now, and you won't see any difference except from the new set of random albums. So what we've just done is we've made the browse page link to an actual page, because at the moment this link here didn't actually link to anything because we didn't have a browse page. But to keep things short, we've just made the browse page and the index page the same. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do in this video is get our artist page set up, so that when we click on the name of an artist anywhere in our site, like on the now playing bar for example, down here, if we click on that name, we want it to take us to the page for that artist. So if I go back to my finished version of the site, you'll see that we have this page here, where we have a play button as well as their name, and the play button starts playing their songs. And then we also have an album section which will list all of their albums. This artist of course only has one album, but if there were more they will all appear alongside. So this is the kind of thing we're going to do, a real simple setup of an artist page. So go back to our text editor and let's create a new page. I'm going to call it artist.php. So save this file and save it in the root of your folder right here. I'm going to call it artist.php, and artist with a lowercase a because we would have an uppercase A for the class, remember? So this is artist.php. Save that. And all we're going to do in here is open a PHP block and close it off so we don't forget. And in there we'll just say includes / included files.php. So this is that file we created before, which includes all of our classes. And then our artist page is going to take the artist ID in the URL, so we need to retrieve that. If you look at what we did for album.php, you'll see at the top here we did the same thing. We passed the ID in through the URL. So we can just take this if you want, copy that, or write it out again if you want to, that's fine too, and paste it in there. So what we're saying now is if the ID in the URL has been provided, if it's been set, then we want artist ID, so change album ID to artist ID to equal the ID from the URL. And if it hasn't been set, we're going to just redirect them to the index page, okay? Of course, eventually, rather than redirect them to the index page, you might want to go down the route of showing an error page saying that the ID or the artist couldn't be found. So that might be something to think about, but for now, we're just going to redirect them to the index page, okay? And then finally, we're just going to create an artist object using our artist class. So artist equals new artist, and in there we're going to pass our connection variable, which comes from our config file, which again is included in our included files file, just to remind you guys. And then we're going to pass in the ID of the artist, which we just created here, which we can just copy and paste into there. So now we have our artist object. So now we can go ahead and start creating our actual HTML part of this. We're going to start with this top section. So just below that PHP section right there, we're going to create a div, and then it's going to have the class entity info like that. And if I save that, you'll see if I go to artist.php, I need to provide an ID, otherwise it will redirect us to the index page. So ID equals 1. You'll see if I just inspect element right now, our entity info class right here already has style applied from it because it's the same entity info class we used on the album page. So we're reusing classes here that we've already styled. So entity info for that div, and then create another div inside there, and it's going to have the class center section like that, class center section, and then we're going to create one more div underneath there. This is going to have the class artist info like that. Okay, and just so we can see what we've done, we're going to create an h1. This will contain the artist name, so let's give it the class artist name. Class equals artist name like that, and then inside there we should echo the artist name, which we're going to get from this artist object. So create our PHP block right there, and we can close it off as well if we want to. And inside there, put echo artist, which is our object, arrow get name like that. And then if I refresh this page now, we should hopefully see the name of the artist. So I've done an ID of 1, so the artist with that ID of 1 is Mickey Mouse. If I change that to 2, we should see a different name, so Goofy. Okay, so there's one last thing we're going to do in this section, and that is to add the button which plays all the songs. Alright, so just 2 more lines. We're just going to add a div underneath here. It's going to have the class header buttons, and then finally in here just put a button tag, and this is going to have the class button like that, and then just write play, and then refresh the page and you'll see your button on the page now. So the button doesn't look good, but you can see the play is right there. Obviously when we style this, it's going to look a whole lot better. So it's a good start. We've created our artist page, which can distinguish which artist this page belongs to, and we also have a play button as well. Next thing we need to do is to add some CSS to this. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is style this top section that we created last time. So right click and inspect element, and then find our artist info div right here, artist info. And the only line of code we're going to give this is just a text align center. Text align center like that, and that's it. So copy that, go across to your CSS file, and scroll down to the bottom, and let's give this artist info like that, and text align center. And that's it. Save that, and refresh the page, and it's still there. Great. So the only thing left to do in this is just to style the button, and then we're ready to move on with the rest of our page. So find the button, and we're going to create a default style for the whole button. So let's start by giving this a text color of white. So color FFF, which is the hex code for white. So obviously you won't see that because the background itself is white, so that you won't see white text on it. But just do that for now. And then cursor, we want to be pointer, so that when we hover over it, we can see the mouse pointer like that. Next, we're going to do margin bottom, and then that's going to be 10 pixels. So we've added a margin to the bottom. You can, if I hover over the button, you can see the orange part underneath. That's the margin. Let's go ahead and fix the background color so that we can actually see the text. So background color, let's say transparent. We want a transparent background. Then let's say font weight, so the thickness of the font. Let's do 500, so 500 thickness. Let's spacing 2px, so we're spreading the letters out a bit more. Let's say border 2px solid, and then FFF for white. So here we have the thickness of the border, the style, so it's a solid line, and then finally the color, which you want to be white. Let's now add a border radius, which is the roundness of the corners, and that we can just say we want them to be completely round, so let's just put a big number. Let's just say 500 pixels. And then padding 15 pixels all around. And then we want to give it a min width because this is a bit short at the moment, so min width, let's just say 150 pixels. That's a bit too big, let's say maybe 130. 130 is good. So a minimum width of 130 pixels. So this is our default style of the button right here. So copy and paste those. So those lines right there. And go back to our CSS file. And let's just say button, like that. Because we want this style to be applied to all buttons across our website. So this is like the default style now for our buttons. So paste that code in there and save it. And refresh the page. And you should still see the style that we just added for the button, which we do. So we want to do one more thing now, and that's real simple. All it is to make this color green, like this. So I said this is our default button style. Now, just by adding one class to this, we want to be able to change the color of our button, okay? So we want our button to have a background color of that green Spotify color. So the hex color of this I have written down here is 2EBD59, which is green like that. And then the last thing to do is to say border color. So border color is the same color. So 2EBD59 like that. So this is the difference in style we want to use when we want to make it a green button. So we're going to do this by adding a class called green. So we're going to say button, so all the button elements with the class green like that. So green, and paste that code in there. And then if I go back to our artist.php page now and just give this button a class of green, like that, you'll see it stays green. So just by adding that class, it overrides the background color we set here and makes it green. So it's quite a clean way of doing it. We've set a default button style, and then we've also made it slightly different just by specifying one extra class. So we can do the same thing with white or blue or whatever colors you want. And now we can continue with the rest of the page. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this top section of our artist page done, it's time to continue with the rest of the page. So all we're going to do on this page is have a song section and an album section. And we've already done the code for these two sections. On our album page, we have the code which retrieves the songs from that album. And that's the exact same code we're going to use here. And on our browse page, we have the code for this part at the bottom here, which retrieves the albums. You see, it's very similar to this part. So let's get to it. Let's go to our artist.php page, and underneath this entity info div is where we're going to have the song section. And like I said, we're going to take that from the album.php page. So go to the album.php page, and we're going to take this track list container section right here. Track list container. So actually, get this container and copy and paste it all the way to the bottom. So copy that and go back to artist.php page and paste it in there. Scroll up to the top of track list container, and we have this song ID array right here, and we're using the album to get it, which just of course retrieves the list of song IDs for that album. Obviously we don't want to do that for an album because we're on an artist page, not an album page. So we want to just return the song IDs of all that artist's songs across any album. So all we need to do differently is create this getSongIDs function for our artist class, because at the moment we only have it for our album class. So go to our classes and open up the artist.php class, and then create a new public function underneath, and this is going to be called getSongIDs, like that. And this function is going to be exactly the same as the getSongIDs function we have in our album class. So go back to our album.php class and copy this getSongIDs function, and we're going to paste that into our artist.php class. I suppose we didn't really need to type this out because we were going to copy and paste over it anyway. So all we're going to do differently, instead of selecting ID from songs where album equals this ID, we're going to say where artist equals this ID. And we don't need this order by album order, we want to do order by plays. So we want the most played song to appear at the top of the list. So if I click on this artist, the most played song, second most played, third most played. Okay, so all we've done here is just change the query to select all from songs where artist equals this ID, and then order by plays. And that's it, that's all we need to do. The rest of it can stay exactly the same. And that's actually it, that's all we need to do. We don't have to do anything else. So refresh the page now of your artist.php, undefined variable album on line 37. So let's go to line 37. Album, we forgot to change this, so this should be artist, like that. It shouldn't be album. So refresh the page now, and you'll see all the songs like this. Exactly the same style as we had before. That's great, that's what we want. But if they had 30 songs, it would show all 30. So what we actually want to do is only show 5 before we stop. So you'll see right here we only have 5 songs. Okay, so that's real simple to do. We have this I variable right here which we use to create the number down the side, and we just want to, at the top, very first thing in the for loop is say if I is greater than 5, we can just break. And what break does, it's like a return command, although return leaves the function, break leaves the loop. So if you want a for loop or a while loop and you hit a break command, it will leave the loop. So we're saying when I is greater than 5, we're going to break the loop and don't load any more HTML for those songs. Okay. So now if I refresh the page, you'll see it only goes up to 5. There we go. And there's one more thing we're going to do, and that's just add a border underneath these. You'll see here I've got the borders to section them off, and that's real simple to do. We're just going to go back to our artist.php page, and then we're going to add a border bottom class to our entity info class. So border bottom there, copy that, I'm going to add it in one more place. So I've copied border bottom, and I'm also going to add it to this tracklist container div right there. So now these have 2 classes. Tracklist container has border bottom class as well, and entity info also has a border bottom class. And then in style.css, we're just going to give this 2 lines of style. It's real simple, just border bottom like that, and this is just going to say, and this is just going to have a border bottom 1px solid, and I know the code, I've got it here, 939393, and then finally margin bottom, I'm going to give it a little bit of space on the bottom as well, 20 pixels. Now I'll save that and refresh the page now, and you'll see we have this line underneath. And that's it. So we've sectioned them off, and this is looking good. But also, if I click play on this, it plays the songs. If I press next, you'll see it goes to Epic, then to Energy, so it's going in order. Energy, dubstep, funky element, and although we only have 5 songs displayed, the playlist will continue. Okay? And the reason it's done that is because we have this code which creates our temporary playlist. Hey guys, welcome back. So now on our artist page we have our songs showing, so the songs for that artist. Now last thing to do is just to create the albums section. And like I said before, the albums section is really easy for us because we've done all the code already. We don't have to do anything different except from just modify the query. So go back to our browse page, so browse.php, and copy and paste this grid view container section. So grid view container, copy and paste that whole div. So copied that, go back to our artist.php page, scroll right to the bottom, and then paste it in there. And then all we need to do is change this query, instead of select all from albums, order by rand, this part here we want to change. So this last part is going to be where artist equals, and then in there we're just going to put the artist ID, which we got at the top here, so artist ID. So I'll copy that, and then where artist equals artist ID, like that. And I've just noticed I actually spelled that artist ID wrong when I did it, so that's probably annoyed a lot of you at the time who spotted that mistake, but I'm going to change that. So artist, I need to change it here as well. I can't sleep if I leave that how it is, so let's change it here as well. Okay, I can sleep soundly at night again. So let's refresh the page now, and we should see the albums for that artist, just like that. So that's done already. If I click on one of those, it takes me to the album, just like it did before. So that's it. Our artist page is pretty much done. The only thing left to do at the moment is to put some headings in there that specify what section is what. So in our grid view container part, just before we do this PHP block, we're just going to say H2 and just put albums like that. And then at the top, underneath track list container, just put H2, and this is going to be songs. And then I'll refresh the page, and you'll see the headings. And then to center those, all we need to do is add one little bit of CSS style, and we're going to tag the track list container H2, and then also the grid view container H2. So in style.css at the bottom, just do track view container H2, so the H2 that's inside of the track view container class, and then also do grid view container H2 as well. And inside there, we'll just put text align center. And did we call it track view container? I think we might call it track list container. Let me just check. So grid view container is fine, and this is track list container. So it's not track view container, it's track list container. So track list container H2, and then finally grid view container H2, text align center. And now when I refresh this page, you should see those headings in the center of the page, like that. And that's it, our artist page is done. It's a good start. Eventually what we might want to do is add another column to our artist table that has an image right there, so we can put like header images. But at the moment we don't have any images to show for the artist, so this is how we'll leave it. Just a real simple implementation of an artist page with their songs and also the albums that we can interact with too. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is get this play button hooked up so that it starts playing the songs when we click it. And all we need to do is write one small function. In the script.js file, create a new function. It doesn't really matter where. So function play first song. So we're going to write a play first song function, and all this is going to do is say set track. So we're calling this set track function, and we're passing in the song ID, which comes from this temp playlist array. And I'll explain this in a minute, by the way. So temp playlist array at position 0, so the first song ID in that array, and then also just pass in temp playlist as the new array, and then finally true to start playing immediately. And why this works is because temp playlist, if I go back to artist.php, is created here. So when we finish loading these songs outside this for each loop, we set temp playlist to be the song ID array that we created up here, song ID array. So when they press play, it accesses this variable here, this array. So that function is done. All we need to do is hook that up to an onClick event on the artist.php page's button. So in artist.php, find the play button and add this to a onClick event like this. OnClick, play first song, and that's it. So go back to here now, refresh the page, and this play button should start playing from funny song. And then if I move to the next song, it should go in order. So epic next, then energy, then dubstep, and then finally funky element. But of course it will keep going if there are more songs. Okay, good job guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've done our artist page, what we need to do is make it so that our artist names link to that page. So for example, on our now playing bar we have the artist name. We're going to make it so that when we click on this, it will take us to this artist page. So go back to our now playing bar.php. So now playing bar.php and scroll down to the bottom where we have our HTML elements. So now playing bar container. And then this part here is what we want to change. This span right here inside of the track name element, alright? And what we're going to do is convert it to this span that we've used for our links here. So if I inspect element, you'll see this browse button has the span role equals link tab index 0, and then on click it opens the page. Okay, so all we need to do on this span is just put role equals link tab index equals 0, like that. And like I said before, all this does is just add some accessibility. It makes it a bit easier for people with screen readers or people that need to tab through the page who don't click. So that's the purpose of adding role link and tab index 0. So copy those two and paste it again below on this artist name one right here. So we've added it to the span underneath track name and also the span underneath artist name. And we're going to add it in one more place, and that's on this image right here. So we're adding it to the image like that. And the reason we've added it to all these three is because we want the image to link to the album, we want the song name to link to the album, and then the artist name to link to the actual artist, okay? So we haven't added the on-click part here yet because we don't know what it is. At the time of loading this, we don't know what song's playing. We need to make it so that it adds the on-click part when we load a new track. So in our set track function, scroll down to this part right here, this Ajax call where we get the song JSON data. And then inside this get artist JSON part, we take the name that was passed back from the Ajax call and we add it to the now playing bar. So what we're going to do as well as that is add the link too. So we can just use the exact same selector as we used above. So $, parentheses, double quotes, and inside there do the class artist name like that, and then span. So the span underneath the artist name element, all right? And instead of doing .text, we're going to do .attr attribute. So we're adding an attribute to this. And attributes are these things right here. The class is an attribute, role is an attribute, tab index is an attribute. We're going to add this on-click attribute. So this attr takes two parameters. The first one is the name of the attribute, so on-click like that. And then comma, and the second attribute is the attribute value, which for us is going to be open page, parentheses, and close it off as well. So open page, and then this is going to link to artist.php id equals, and then in there we just need to put the artist ID. But to do that we need to break this string up first. So I've put double quotes, so I've split this string up now. We have two strings, we have this one here and then we have this one, and in between those two strings I'm going to put plus album.id like that, and then another plus to join the strings back up. Alright, and that's it. So let's just test that out. So go back to our page and refresh it. So on my album page, it doesn't really matter as long as the now playing bar is showing. So if we click on the artist name, which in this case is Homer, it should take us to the page, which it doesn't. So let me just double check that that was actually added. So we can see that on-click has not been added to this element. So I'm going to do a hard reload. So right click on the refresh button, empty cache, hard reload, and hopefully we'll see the on-click attribute added now, which we still do not. So I'm going to go to my console and see if there's any errors, which there is. Album is not defined. So we can see album here is not defined. So let's go back to here. So it shouldn't be album, it should be artist. And a lot of you might have spotted that. So it's not album.id, it's artist ID. So we're adding the artist name. So when I click on this now, it should take us to, in this case, Bart Simpson's page. Click on that, and it does, takes it to Bart Simpson's page. So we know that kind of logic works. Let's go ahead and add it for the other two, the album artwork and the song name. So real simple, just copy and paste that line, and I realised I forgot to add a semicolon at the end of that. I'll add one now. It doesn't matter too much because JavaScript is a very forgiving language and you don't actually need to add the semicolons, but it's good to do it anyway. So I'll copy that, and then I'm going to paste it underneath here inside the get album one, and this one is going to be album.id. Okay, and then we also need to change this link to album.php, and then finally change artist name to album link. So copy album link and paste it in there. And then that's fine. So the album artwork now, the image itself should link to the page. So I'll click on this, it should take me to the actual album for that. So I'll click on that, and it doesn't. Do I see any errors? Or do I see it in there? So I'll go to my album link part, and then we don't see the on-click there. So I'll do a hard reload. And we still don't see it. Did I make another mistake? Probably. It shouldn't be span, it should be img. So I'm making a lot of mistakes at the moment, but we know that's fine now. So I've saved the page and then refresh it, and now when I click it, it should take me to the album itself, which it does. Okay. So last thing to do is just do the same thing for the song name. We want the song name to link to the album itself. So we can do that under here as well. But instead of using this part, we're going to use this selector right here. So track name span, I'm going to copy that because this is where we do the title of the song. So track name span, and then copy this part up here because it's going to link to exactly the same thing. So attribute, and keep this all the same. Okay, so track name span is linking to that too. So save that, and now when I refresh the page and click on the song name, it should take me to the album as well. But I'm already on the album page, so what I'm going to do is get off the album page, and I'll click on that, and it takes me back. So one last thing we're going to do is make it so that when we hover over one of these links, the mouse pointer changes to let the user know it's actually a clickable link, because at the moment it doesn't. And that's real simple, just one little bit of CSS. Go to your style.css, and just do square brackets, role equals link, like that, role equals link, and then do cursor pointer. Refresh the page, and now when I hover over these, you hopefully see a pointer, which you do. So this has added the cursor pointer attribute to anything with a role of link, you see right there, which also counts for these items on the navigation bar too. Alright, so that's good. We now link to the artist and the album pages. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do in this video is get our artist page set up so that when we click on the name of an artist anywhere in our site, like on the now playing bar for example, down here, if we click on that name, we want it to take us to the page for that artist. So if I go back to my finished version of the site, you'll see that we have this page here, where we have a play button as well as their name, and the play button starts playing their songs. And then we also have an album section which will list all of their albums. This artist, of course, only has one album, but if there were more, they will all appear alongside. So this is the kind of thing we're going to do, a real simple setup of an artist page. So go back to our text editor and let's create a new page. I'm going to call it artist.php. So save this file and save it in the root of your folder right here. I'm going to call it artist.php, and artist with the lowercase a because we would have an uppercase A for the class, remember? So this is artist.php. Save that. And all we're going to do in here is open a PHP block and close it off so we don't forget. And in there we'll just say includes / included files.php. So this is that file we created before, which includes all of our classes. And then our artist page is going to take the artist ID in the URL, so we need to retrieve that. If you look at what we did for album.php, you'll see at the top here we did the same thing. We passed the ID in through the URL. So we can just take this if you want, copy that, or write it out again if you want to, that's fine too, and paste it in there. So what we're saying now is if the ID in the URL has been provided, if it's been set, then we want artist ID, so change album ID to artist ID to equal the ID from the URL. And if it hasn't been set, we're going to just redirect them to the index page, okay? Of course, eventually, rather than redirect them to the index page, you might want to go down the route of showing an error page saying that the ID or the artist couldn't be found. So that might be something to think about, but for now, we're just going to redirect them to the index page, okay? And then finally, we're just going to create an artist object using our artist class. So artist equals new artist, and in there we're going to pass our connection variable, which comes from our config file, which again is included in our included files file, just to remind you guys. And then we're going to pass in the ID of the artist, which we just created here, which we can just copy and paste into there. So now we have our artist object. So now we can go ahead and start creating our actual HTML part of this. We're going to start with this top section. So just below that PHP section right there, we're going to create a div, and then it's going to have the class entity info like that. And if I save that, you'll see if I go to artist.php, I need to provide an ID, otherwise it will redirect us to the index page. So ID equals 1. You'll see if I just inspect element right now, our entity info class right here already has style applied from it because it's the same entity info class we used on the album page. So we're reusing classes here that we've already styled. So entity info for that div, and then create another div inside there, and it's going to have the class center section like that. Class center section, and then we're going to create one more div underneath there. This is going to have the class artist info like that. Okay, and just so we can see what we've done, we're going to create an h1. This will contain the artist name, so let's give it the class artist name. Class equals artist name like that, and then inside there we should echo the artist name, which we're going to get from this artist object. So create our PHP block right there, and we can close it off as well if we want to. And inside there, put echo artist, which is our object, arrow get name like that. And then if I refresh this page now, we should hopefully see the name of the artist. So I've done an ID of 1, so the artist with that ID of 1 is Mickey Mouse. If I change that to 2, we should see a different name, so Goofy. Okay, so there's one last thing we're going to do in this section, and that is to add the button which plays all the songs. Alright, so just 2 more lines. We're just going to add a div underneath here. It's going to have the class header buttons, and then finally in here just put a button tag, and this is going to have the class button like that, and then just write play, and then refresh the page and you'll see your button on the page now. So the button doesn't look good, but you can see the play is right there. Obviously when we style this, it's going to look a whole lot better. So it's a good start. We've created our artist page, which can distinguish which artist this page belongs to, and we also have a play button as well. Next thing we need to do is to add some CSS to this. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is style this top section that we created last time. So right click and inspect element, and then find our artist info div right here, artist info. And the only line of code we're going to give this is just a text align center. Text align center like that, and that's it. So copy that, go across to your CSS file, and scroll down to the bottom, and let's give this artist info like that, and text align center, and that's it. Save that, now refresh the page, and it's still there. Great. So the only thing left to do in this is just to style the button, and then we're ready to move on with the rest of our page. So find the button, and we're going to create a default style for the whole button. So let's start by giving this a text color of white. So color FFF, which is the hex code for white. So obviously you won't see that because the background itself is white, so that you won't see white text on it, but just do that for now. And then cursor, we want to be pointer, so that when we hover over it, we can see the mouse pointer like that. Next we're going to do margin bottom, and then that's going to be 10 pixels. So we've added a margin to the bottom. You can, if I hover over the button, you can see the orange part underneath. That's the margin. Let's go ahead and fix the background color so that we can actually see the text. So background color, let's say transparent. We want a transparent background. Then let's say font weight, so the thickness of the font. Let's do 500, so 500 thickness. Let's spacing 2px, so we're spreading the letters out a bit more. Let's say border 2px solid, and then FFF for white. So here we have the thickness of the border, the style, so it's a solid line, and then finally the color, which you want to be white. Let's now add a border radius, which is the roundness of the corners, and that we can just say we want them to be completely round, so let's just put a big number. Let's just say 500 pixels, and then padding 15 pixels all around, and then we want to give it a min width because this is a bit short at the moment, so min width, let's just say 150 pixels. That's a bit too big, let's say maybe 130. 130 is good. So a minimum width of 130 pixels. So this is our default style of the button right here. So copy and paste those, so those lines right there, and go back to our CSS file. and let's just say button, like that, because we want this style to be applied to all buttons across our website. So this is like the default style now for our buttons. So I paste that code in there and save it, and refresh the page, and you should still see the style that we just added for the button, which we do. So we want to do one more thing now, and that's real simple. All it is to make this color green, like this. So I said this is our default button style. Now, just by adding one class to this, we want to be able to change the color of our button, okay? So we want our button to have a background color of that green Spotify color. So the hex color of this I have written down here is 2EBD59, which is green like that. And then the last thing to do is to say border color. So border color is the same color. So 2EBD59, like that. So this is the difference in style we want to use when we want to make it a green button. So we're going to do this by adding a class called green. So we're going to say button, so all the button elements with the class green, like that. So green, and paste that code in there. And then if I go back to our artist.php page now and just give this button a class of green, like that, you'll see it stays green. So just by adding that class, it overrides the background color we set here and makes it green. So it's quite a clean way of doing it. We've set a default button style, and then we've also made it slightly different just by specifying one extra class. So we can do the same thing with white or blue or whatever colors you want. And now we can continue with the rest of the page. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this top section of our artist page done, it's time to continue with the rest of the page. So all we're going to do on this page is have a song section and an album section. And we've already done the code for these two sections. On our album page, we have the code which retrieves the songs from the album. And that's the exact same code we're going to use here. And on our browse page, we have the code for this part at the bottom here, which retrieves the albums. You see, it's very similar to this part. So let's get to it. Let's go to our artist.php page, and underneath this entity info div is where we're going to have the song section. And like I said, we're going to take that from the album.php page. So go to the album.php page, and we're going to take this track list container section right here. Track list container. So actually, get this container and copy and paste it all the way to the bottom. So copy that and go back to artist.php page and paste it in there. Scroll up to the top of track list container, and we have this song ID array right here, and we're using the album to get it, which just of course retrieves the list of song IDs for that album. Obviously we don't want to do that for an album because we're on an artist page, not an album page. So we want to just return the song IDs of all that artist's songs across any album. So all we need to do differently is create this getSongIDs function for our artist class, because at the moment we only have it for our album class. So go to our classes and open up the artist.php class, and then create a new public function underneath, and this is going to be called getSongIDs, like that. And this function is going to be exactly the same as the getSongIDs function we have in our album class. So go back to our album.php class and copy this getSongIDs function, and we're going to paste that into our artist.php class. I suppose we didn't really need to type this out because we're going to copy and paste over it anyway. So all we're going to do differently, instead of selecting ID from songs where album equals this ID, we're going to say where artist equals this ID. And we don't need this order by album order, we want to do order by plays. So we want the most played song to appear at the top of the list. So I click on this artist, the most played song, second most played, third most played. Okay, so all we've done here is just change the query to select all from songs where artist equals this ID, and then order by plays. And that's it, that's all we need to do. The rest of it can stay exactly the same. And that's actually it, that's all we need to do. We don't have to do anything else. So refresh the page now of your artist.php, undefined variable album on line 37. So let's go to line 37. Album, we forgot to change this. So this should be artist, like that. It shouldn't be album. So refresh the page now, and you'll see all the songs like this. Exactly the same style as we had before. That's great, that's what we want. But if they had 30 songs, it would show all 30. So what we actually want to do is only show 5 before we stop. So you'll see right here we only have 5 songs. Okay, so that's real simple to do. we have this I variable right here, which we use to create the number down the side, and we just want to, at the top, very first thing in the for loop is say if I is greater than 5, we can just break. And what break does, it's like a return command, although return leaves the function, break leaves the loop. So if you want a for loop or a while loop and you hit a break command, it will leave the loop. So we're saying when I is greater than 5, we're going to break the loop and don't load any more HTML for those songs. Okay. So now if I refresh the page, you'll see it only goes up to 5. There we go. And there's one more thing we're going to do, and that's just add a border underneath these. You'll see here I've got the borders to section them off, and that's real simple to do. We're just going to go back to our artist.php page, and then we're going to add a border bottom class to our entity info class. So border bottom there, copy that, I'm going to add it in one more place. So I've copied border bottom, and I'm also going to add it to this track list container div right there. So now these have two classes. Track list container has border bottom class as well, and entity info also has a border bottom class. And then in style.css, we're just going to give this 2 lines of style. It's real simple, just border bottom like that, and this is just going to say, and this is just going to have a border bottom 1px solid, and I know the code, I've got it here, 939393, and then finally margin bottom, I'm going to give it a little bit of space on the bottom as well, 20 pixels. Now I'll save that and refresh the page now, and you'll see we have this line underneath. And that's it. So we've sectioned them off, and this is looking good. But also, if I click play on this, it plays the songs. If I press next, you'll see it goes to Epic, then to Energy, so it's going in order. Energy, dubstep, funky element, and although we only have 5 songs displayed, the playlist will continue. Okay? And the reason it's done that is because we have this code which creates our temporary playlist. Hey guys, welcome back. So now on our artist page we have our songs showing, so the songs for that artist. Now last thing to do is just to create the albums section. And like I said before, the albums section is really easy for us because we've done all the code already. We don't have to do anything different except from just modify the query. So go back to our browse page, so browse.php, and copy and paste this grid view container section. So grid view container, copy and paste that whole div. So copied that, go back to our artist.php page, scroll right to the bottom, and then paste it in there. And then all we need to do is change this query, instead of select all from albums, order by rand, this part here we're going to change. So this last part is going to be where artist equals, and then in there we're just going to put the artist ID, which we got at the top here, so artist ID. So I'll copy that, and then where artist equals artist ID, like that. And I've just noticed I actually spelled that artist ID wrong when I did it, so that's probably annoyed a lot of you at the time who spotted that mistake, but I'm going to change that. So artist, I need to change it here as well. I can't sleep if I leave that how it is, so let's change it here as well. Okay, I can sleep soundly at night again. So let's refresh the page now. And we should see the albums for that artist, just like that. So that's done already. If I click on one of those, it takes me to the album, just like it did before. So that's it. Our artist page is pretty much done. The only thing left to do at the moment is to put some headings in there that specify what section is what. So in our grid view container part, just before we do this PHP block, we're just going to say H2 and just put albums like that. And then at the top, underneath track list container, just put H2, and this is going to be songs. And then I'll refresh the page, and you'll see the headings. And then to center those, all we need to do is add one little bit of CSS style, and we're going to tag the track list container H2, and then also the grid view container H2. So in style.css at the bottom, just do track view container H2, so the H2 that's inside of the track view container class, and then also do grid view container h2 as well. And inside there, we'll just put text align center. And did we call it track view container? I think we might call it track list container. Let me just check. So grid view container is fine, and this is track list container. So it's not track view container, it's track list container. So track list container h2, and then finally grid view container h2, text align center. And now when I refresh this page, you should see those headings in the center of the page like that. And that's it. Our artist page is done. It's a good start. Eventually, what we might want to do is add another column to our artist table that has an image right there, so we can put like header images. But at the moment, we don't have any images to show for the artist, so this is how we'll leave it. Just a real simple implementation of an artist page with their songs and also the albums that we can interact with too. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is get this play button hooked up so that it starts playing the songs when we click it. And all we need to do is write one small function. In the script.js file, create a new function. It doesn't really matter where. So function play first song. So we're going to write a play first song function, and all this is going to do is say set track. So we're calling this set track function, and we're passing in the song ID, which comes from this temp playlist array. And I'll explain this in a minute, by the way. So temp playlist array at position 0, so the first song ID in that array, and then also just pass in temp playlist as a new array, and then finally true to start playing immediately. And why this works is because temp playlist, if I go back to artist.php, is created here. So when we finish loading these songs outside this for each loop, we set temp playlist to be the song ID array that we created up here, song ID array. So when they press play, it accesses this variable here, this array. So that function is done. All we need to do is hook that up to an onClick event on the artist.php page's button. So in artist.php, find the play button and add this to a onClick event like this. OnClick, play first song, and that's it. So go back to here now, refresh the page, and this play button should start playing from Funny Song. And then if I move to the next song, it should go in order. So Epic next, then Energy, then Dubstep, and then finally Funky Element. But of course it will keep going if there are more songs. Okay, good job guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've done our artist page, what we need to do is make it so that our artist names link to that page. So for example, on our now playing bar, we have the artist name. We're going to make it so that when we click on this, it will take us to this artist page. So go back to our now playing bar.php. So now playing bar.php and scroll down to the bottom where we have our HTML elements. So now playing bar container. And then this part here is what we want to change. This span right here inside of the track name element. Alright. And what we're going to do is convert it to this span that we've used for our links here. So if I inspect element, you'll see this browse button has the span role equals link tab index 0, and then on click it opens the page. Okay, so all we need to do on this span is just put role equals link tab index equals 0 like that. And like I said before, all this does is just add some accessibility. It makes it a bit easier for people with screen readers or people that need to tab through the page who don't click. So that's the purpose of adding role link and tab index 0. So copy those two and paste it again below on this artist name one right here. So we've added it to the span underneath track name and also the span underneath artist name. And we're going to add it in one more place, and that's on this image right here. So we're adding it to the image like that. And the reason we've added it to all these three is because we want the image to link to the album, we want the song name to link to the album, and then the artist name to link to the actual artist. Okay? So we haven't added the on-click part here yet because we don't know what it is. At the time of loading this, we don't know what song's playing. We need to make it so that it adds the on-click part when we load a new track. So in our set track function, scroll down to this part right here, this Ajax call where we get the song JSON data. And then inside this get artist JSON part, we take the name that was passed back from the Ajax call and we add it to the now playing bar. So what we're going to do as well as that is add the link too. So we can just use the exact same selector as we used above, so $, parentheses, double quotes, and inside there do the class artist name like that, and then span. So the span underneath the artist name element, all right? And instead of doing .text, we're going to do .attr, attribute. So we're adding an attribute to this, and attributes are these things right here. The class is an attribute, role is an attribute, tab index is an attribute. We're going to add this onClick attribute. So this attr takes two parameters. The first one is the name of the attribute, so onClick, like that, and then comma, and the second attribute is the attribute value, which for us is going to be open page, parentheses, and close it off as well. So open page, and then this is going to link to artist.php id equals, and then in there we just need to put the artist ID. But to do that, we need to break this string up first. So I've put double quotes. So I've split this string up now. We have two strings. We have this one here, and then we have this one. And in between those two strings, I'm going to put plus album.id like that, and then another plus to join the strings back up. All right, and that's it. So let's just test that out. So go back to our page and refresh it. So on my album page, it doesn't really matter as long as the now playing bar is showing. So if we click on the artist name, which in this case is Homer, it should take us to the page, which it doesn't. So let me just double check that that was actually added. So we can see that onClick has not been added to this element. So I'm going to do a hard reload. So right click on the refresh button, empty cache, hard reload, and hopefully we'll see the onClick attribute added now, which we still do not. So I'm going to go to my console and see if there's any errors, which there is. Album is not defined. So we can see album here is not defined. So let's go back to here. So it shouldn't be album, it should be artist. And a lot of you might have spotted that. So it's not album.id, it's artist ID, because we're adding the artist name. So when I click on this now, it should take us to, in this case, Bart Simpson's page. Click on that, and it does, takes it to Bart Simpson's page. So we know that kind of logic works. Let's go ahead and add it for the other two, the album artwork and the song name. So real simple, just copy and paste that line, and I realised I forgot to add a semicolon at the end of that. I'll add one now. It doesn't matter too much because JavaScript is a very forgiving language and you don't actually need to add the semicolons, but it's good to do it anyway. So I'll copy that, and then I'm going to paste it underneath here inside the get album one, and this one is going to be album.id. Okay, and then we also need to change this link to album.php, and then finally change artist name to album link. So copy album link and paste it in there. And then that's fine. So the album artwork now, the image itself should link to the page. So I'll click on this, it should take me to the actual album for that. So I'll click on that, and it doesn't. Do I see any errors? Or do I see it in there? So I'll go to my album link part, and then we don't see the onClick there. So I'll do a hard reload. And we still don't see it. Did I make another mistake? Probably. It shouldn't be span, it should be img. So I'm making a lot of mistakes at the moment, but we know that's fine now. So I've saved the page and then refresh it, and now when I click it, it should take me to the album itself, which it does. Okay. So last thing to do is just do the same thing for the song name. We want the song name to link to the album itself. So we can do that under here as well, but instead of using this part, we're going to use this selector right here. So track name span, I'm going to copy that because this is where we do the title of the song. So track name span, and then copy this part up here because it's going to link to exactly the same thing. So attribute, and keep this all the same. Okay, so track name span is linking to that too. So save that, and now when I refresh the page and click on the song name, it should take me to the album as well. But I'm already on the album page, so what I'm going to do is get off the album page, and I'll click on that, and it takes me back. So one last thing we're going to do is make it so that when we hover over one of these links, the mouse pointer changes to let the user know it's actually a clickable link, because at the moment it doesn't. And that's real simple, just one little bit of CSS. Go to your style.css and just do square brackets, role equals link, like that, role equals link, and then do cursor pointer. Refresh the page. And now when I hover over these, you hopefully see a pointer, which you do. So this has added the cursor pointer attribute to anything with a role of link. You see right there, which also counts for these items on the navigation bar too. Alright, so that's good. We now link to the artist and the album pages. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is get this search page set up. And I'll show you what it actually looks like. So from any other page, when you click on the search bar, it actually takes you to the search page. It looks like a search bar that you can type into here, but it's actually not. You click on that and it will take you to the search page. And what happens is, when you start typing, as soon as you stop typing, it will do the search for you. So I'm going to search for Ben, and I'll leave it, and I can see that it comes up with an artist right here. So it searches songs, it searches artists, and it searches albums. And if I type something that appears in all of them, so I've typed C, and you can see it comes up with all the songs there, all the artists it's found, and then all the albums it finds too. And as I type, it will continue to perform the search, right? But it waits 2 seconds from when I finish typing. If I'm typing like this, it hasn't started the search yet, but as soon as I stop typing, that's when it performs the search. So that's how it goes. So let's get started with this. Let's go create our search page. So go back to your text editor and create a new file, and let's save this as search.php. I'm saving it in the root of the website, so not in assets or includes, just in the root here. Search.php, like that. And I'll close these down. We don't need those anymore. I can also close the album.php page and the browse.php page, and also the now playing bar. So we have search.php, and all we're going to do in here is start with our PHP block and close that off as well. Then I'm going to write include, and double quotes, it's going to be include/included files.php, like that. And that's it. So now we have our header and everything like that. It's include a navigation bar. Next, we're going to get the actual search term, and the search term is going to come from the URL. So you see term equals, if I type max, you'll see that the term becomes max. So we're going to grab this from the URL, and we've done that a bunch of times already, so you know how to do it. Just if is set, inside there we can do $_get, because get is how we retrieve from the URL. So $_get, square brackets, single quotes, and then the name of the parameter, which in our case is term, like that. So if is set term, then term equals $_get term, like that. And then I can actually just show you something, so I'll echo term for you to see. So if I type something in here, I'll go to search.php, and term equals hello. Alright, so we have an error message. So I can see what the mistake is. It's not include, it's includes, plural. So I refresh the page, and you see the term is hello, and it's echoed it here. Now, the issue is, if you type something with a space, you'll see if I type Ben Sound, like that, it finds this artist, but you'll see the search term, because it's in the URL, has this %20, which is how you encode a space in the URL. That means that if I enter it up here, if I enter Ben Sounds, like that, you'll see it uses Ben Sounds with the %20. If I try and use that and search the database with that, nothing's going to be returned, because there's no artist with that name with the %20 there. So what we need to do is use something called URL decode. So we can say URL decode, all lowercase, parentheses, and just put that function around the get term, like that. So save that now, and now you'll see it converts it back from this URL encoded string to a regular string we want to use. So that's good. I'll get rid of this echo term, that was just to show you that works. And now we'll just say else term equals an empty string, and I'll explain why we're doing that a little bit later on, but for now I'll just put that there. And then outside the PHP block, let's just create our actual search container. So create a div, it's going to have the class equals search container, like that. Great. And now I'll just put in there h4, so a heading tag, and in there just put search for an artist, album, or song. And then all you need to do is just put our input field in there. So this is our text box, and this is just going to have type equals text, like that, and then class equals search input, like that. Okay, and the value can actually be the term. So at the moment this will just be a blank text box, So there's your text box. We want to put their search term in there. The reason we want to do that is because when they search for something, right, then you'll see it refreshes the page. And we want to continue with this search term in there. So the user doesn't really know that it's refreshing the page. So let's say value equals, and in there we just want to do a PHP block, echo term, like that. And that's it. So let's refresh the page. Oh, that's the wrong page, that's my actual one. So I'll refresh the page and you should see Ben Sounds in there, which you don't. Let me just go check this out. So that hasn't worked for some reason. Why hasn't that got the value? Oh, it does have the value. It's white text though, so that's okay. That's okay. We want it to be white, you see. So that's actually fine. So it is there, you just can't see it. Okay, so the next thing to do, or one of the last things to do on this input, is just to say placeholder equals start typing ... And that placeholder is for when they don't have any text in there. So I'll get rid of all this, and you'll see start typing up here, and I've spelled that wrong. So start typing. Okay. So now we have a placeholder. Then when we start typing, it disappears. Although, like I said, white text for now. So that's it. Good start. Now we just need to style this. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got started on this search page, and now we're going to go ahead and style what we've done so far. So I'm going to right click and then click inspect to open up the developer tools, and then I'm going to go find the search container div. So search container right there, and this is going to have the style background color of 242424. So it's a kind of light black grayish color, and the last thing in here is just put some padding. So padding is going to be 20 pixels top and bottom, and then we're going to say 28 pixels left and right. And the reason I'm using these values is because these are the values I have written down from my actual version, so that's why I know these work. Obviously, as usual, feel free to play around with these as you like. But that's it for those two, so copy and paste those two lines, and let's go back and add this to the CSS file under search container, right there, so search container class. So CSS, scroll to the bottom, and this is going to be search container, like that. Paste it in there, and then save it. And refresh the page just to make sure that worked. And we still see it, great. Next thing we're going to do is this H4 part right here, this heading. And this is only going to have 3 lines of code, just a margin 0. So we're getting rid of the default margin that comes with H4 tags, or any H tag for that matter. So margin 0, and then font weight, let's just say 300 pixels. And that's actually it, just those 2 lines for now. So copy and paste those two, go back to our CSS file. At the bottom, just do search container space H4 and paste those 2 lines in there. And that's it for those two. Refresh the page and make sure that style still applies. And the last thing to do is to style this input box. So the input right here, let's say width 100%, so it goes across the whole page. We can then say background color is going to be transparent, so we don't want any background color on that. And then border can be none. Let's get rid of that. And if you haven't realized, we're trying to make this whole thing look like its own text box, so the whole thing kind of looks like a text box itself, so that's fine. Border none. Let's say color FFF. I know it already is white, but the white color is coming from this all CSS selector, so just in case we ever change that, we want to explicitly specify the color here. So color white, and then we can say font weight, let's say 700 pixels, quite a thick font. And then we want a large font size, so font size, let's say 60 pixels, 61, 62, it doesn't matter, 62 is fine, let's go with that. And then we can just say letter spacing 2 pixels. So spreading the letters out a bit more, you can see if I disable that, the letters get a little bit closer together. So large font size, we're spreading the letters out a bit more, and a thick font weight. And that's it. So copy and paste those and go back to our CSS, and this is the search input class. And then finally just say search container dot search input, like that. Paste them in there. And that's it now. So refresh the page and you'll see a nicer looking search bar. So you can get rid of that there. And at the moment it's got this focus here, which is actually for accessibility. But if you did want to disable that, it's real simple to do. Just go to your CSS file, and at the bottom you can just put input : focus, like that. So when the input is focused, just say outline none, like that. And that will remove the focus around the input. So you see when I type now, there's no focus around that. But like I said before, that's for accessibility. So for people that need to tab through, you can see this highlight here, that it's for people that maybe their eyes aren't so good, so they'll need something clear to be able to see what they're actually on and what they're going over, okay? But a lot of people want to remove it, so if you want to remove it, that's how to do it. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is make it so that when they type in the input field, it will essentially refresh the page for them, and that gives the impression that it's loading as they type. For example, if I go back to here and type B, it refreshes the page and searches, okay? But the user doesn't know that it's refreshed the page. It kind of happens without them really knowing. So that's kind of what we're going for here. So a similar sort of thing could be done with Ajax, where we go off and retrieve the search results and then change the page. And that way we would be able to do it truly without reloading the page, but this works fine too. As they type, we just kind of refresh the page and you'll see the search term changes and it performs a new search. Okay, that just makes things a little bit simpler for us too. So this is really easy to do. All we need is one script. So at the bottom there, underneath this div, just write script, press tab, and then get rid of this part. As I say every single time, we don't really need that, but you can leave it in if you want to. And then in there, we're going to just say, $, parentheses, and then function, like that. And this is just going to execute a piece of code for us. And then we can just say var timer, so just declare a variable, just like that, var timer. And then we're going to perform an event every time the user types a letter. So we can just say search input, which is our text box. So we've created a jQuery object of our search input field right here. And then we can just do key up, like that. Key up, all lowercase, parentheses. And then when they do the key up, we're going to do this. So we're going to do function, which just executes a piece of code for us. And then the first thing we're going to do is clear timeout, and then put timer in there. And I'll explain what this does in a minute. Just type it out for now, or watch me first and then copy it out afterwards. But I will come back and explain this. It's just easier to explain it when the code's all there. Next thing is timer equals set timeout, like that. And what this does is execute something after a certain time. So you specify the code to run as well as the time in which it will wait before executing this. So function, so again, executing some code, and in there we can just say console.log hi. So we'll do that for now. We'll come back and finish this later on. And then the second parameter of this, right here, is comma, and then just the number of milliseconds to wait before executing this. So we'll just say 2000 milliseconds, which is 2 seconds. So what it's going to do is after 2 seconds, it's going to execute all the code within this block, which happens to be just one line, console.log. Okay, and that's it for now. So I'm going to save that. I'm going to go back to our search page, refresh the page, and then I'm going to open the console, and you'll hopefully see something when I type. So I'm going to type something. I'll actually go to console first. I'm going to type, and after 2 seconds you see hi. As soon as I type another thing, you'll see something else in there. Hi, it's right there again, type something else, it waits 2 seconds and then logs hi. So we can tell that code is being executed after 2 seconds when they type something, alright? So what we want to do, instead of doing this console.log, we want to reload the page 2 seconds, so 2000 milliseconds, after they finish typing. It's important, that part. We need to wait until they finish typing, because if we don't wait until they finish typing, it will do it from 2 seconds from when they've started typing. That's what this clear timeout does. So what's actually happening here is when you type something, it cancels the timer and then resets a new one. Okay, so think about that. I start typing, and as soon as I start typing, it cancels the existing timer. So maybe there was only 1 second left of this 1000 milliseconds. It cancels it and then creates a brand new timer with a new 2000 milliseconds before executing the code. The reason we have this clear timeout is because that means that every time we type, it starts the timer again, essentially. and then when we finish typing, the 2000 milliseconds will expire, and then it will execute this code. So that's what we need the clear timeout for, okay? So all we're going to do in here is just refresh the page essentially. So let's just say var val equals, and this is where we're going to get the value of our input field. So $, parentheses, double quotes, in there just put dot search input for the search input class, and then say val like that. And this now contains the value of the input field itself. And then the last thing to do is just call our open page function that we wrote, and then just put search.php term. It has to be term because that's what we're looking for up here, okay? So term equals, and then outside the double quotes just put and val. So plus val here appends that to the string, okay? And that's it. Now you'll see when I stop typing something, so when I stop typing, it will wait 2 seconds and then essentially refresh the page with the new term. So I write hello, and you see it hasn't started doing that yet, so it's 2 seconds have passed because I'm still typing. Every time I type a letter, it invalidates the timer. Okay, but as soon as I stop typing something, it will wait 2 seconds and it refreshes the page with this term equals hello. If I write there, it still hasn't done it yet, even though it's been 2 seconds, but when I stop typing, it then uses hello there, okay? Now there's a small problem with this. I've started typing, when it refreshes the page, I'm no longer focused on the input field, which means if I'm typing now, nothing's happening. So we need the focus to be re-added to this input, because if I was just a really slow typer, or maybe I took a break, if I'm writing the name of an artist, let's say B-E-N, and then I stop to think about something or whatever, and then I come back to my screen to start typing again, you'll see nothing happens because the focus is lost. So all we need to do at the top there, you just give this search input a focus. So copy that selector there, and then the very first thing in this script is just to do dot focus, and that just means it will give the input field focus as soon as the page loads. So I'll refresh the page now, and then if I type something, it'll wait 2 seconds, call this page again, and I'm still on there and I can start typing. The only problem is it's now at the start of it. So if I type and then wait, it refreshes the page, gives the input focus, but the caret right there is at the front of the word, and we want it to be at the end so we can carry on where we left off. So that's fairly simple to do as well. All we need to do is go to our input container right here, and then inside there just do one more attribute on focus, like that. On focus equals, and then we just say this dot value equals this dot value, like that. So this dot value equals this dot value, and what that's doing is making it so that when the input's focused, it sets the value to be whatever value it currently has. And that's just a little trick, a little workaround that puts the caret right here at the end of the word. So you'll see if I start typing again, so hello, it'll wait 2 seconds, refresh the page, and my focus is still at the front of the word, so I can continue typing from there. So that's just a nice little workaround to get this done. So that's it. The page refreshed now. The only thing left to do is to perform a search now on whatever their term is. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is make it so that our search page shows us items from our search term. Okay, and that's real simple for us to do because we're going to use the same code that we've used before. For example, if I search for C in my finished site, you'll see the results. This section here uses the exact same code we used on our album.php page as well as our artist.php page. The same thing for the albums part. We've wrote the code for this already, so we're going to just copy and paste that. The only things we're going to change is how we get the results for these. So go back to search.php, and at the bottom, right underneath the script, create some space. So we're going to copy and paste the code from any file that we know has used that code before. So we know that artist.php has used it. So let's go to artist.php and scroll down to tracklist container part right here. So tracklist container, and then copy that whole div, the whole tracklist container div. Copy that, go back to search.php and paste it in there. And then the only thing we need to change is how we actually get the song array. So at the top here, right at the start of the PHP block, we're just going to say songs query, like that, equals MySQL underscore query. And then the first parameter is our connection variable, which in our case is con. And then the query itself is going to be select ID from songs where title, like, and then single quotes, and in here put term. Okay, so this is going to select all the songs where the title matches what we've searched for. Now we don't want to do just that though. This query as it is would search for, so in this case Extreme Action is a song that's here at the moment. If I typed in Extreme, this search would not return this song. So we have an error at the moment, but just ignore that. But anyway, so my search term was Extreme. This would not be returned by our query because Extreme Action is not the same as the extreme that I entered as my term. So what I need to do is put a percent afterwards like that. And what the percent means is anything after that. So if I type extreme in here, the percent means it will return anything that starts with extreme and ends with any number of characters after that. So if the song was just called Extreme on its own, just like that, just Extreme, it would be returned. Extreme Action would also be returned because that percent sign means and anything after it. Okay? If you put a percent on the front of it like that, it would search for anything that starts with some letters and just contains the word extreme. So when you see a percent, it means any number of characters. A percent at the end means any characters after it. A percent at the start means any characters before it. So if we had the percent at the start and at the end, we could search for just EME, just EAM right here, and this would be returned because any number of letters before and then any letters afterwards. But we only want it at the end, so get rid of the one at the start, just have term with percent at the end like that. And let's put a semicolon on that just to make that error be quiet. That's what the error is about. So refresh the page and you'll see the error goes away. So we have undefined variable artist, but that's fine because we haven't actually finished what we were doing yet, so ignore that for now. And if you want to, we can limit the number of results that are returned, so we can just say limit 10 like that. Okay, so there's our song query, great. And then all we need to do is just do a quick check to see if there are no results returned. So we can just say if MySQL underscore num underscore rows like that, MySQL num underscore rows songs query equals 0, so double equals 0. And it's saying if there are no results returned from this, if number of rows returned is 0, we can just echo a message saying there's no results returned. So we can just say no songs found matching, and then after that string put a dot. We're going to append the search term, so term. And what we should also do is put that in its own span so that we can style it. So span class equals, put single quotes, and the class name is just going to be no results like that, and then stick the closing span on the end after that term, so dot, and put your string in there, and then close the span off like that. Alright, so now we have it inside of a span that we can actually style. Okay, and then just a slight change to do to this part, and that's to change the way we have the songs. So song ID array is just going to equal array like that, just a blank array. And then instead of having a for loop, what we want to do is while loop, because what this for loop is doing at the moment is looping over every element in the song ID array. And we don't have any items in that, so we don't want to do that. What we actually want to do is do a while, and then we want to loop over all the rows returned by this query. So we can just say row equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array, and then stick your songs query in there. And then we want to change the number of results before we break. So we want to change this to maybe 15 results, and that means we'll show 15 results here, or up to 15 I should say, before we leave the loop. Alright, so after we've done 15, don't show anymore. And then last thing to do is say array underscore push like that, and just put song ID array as the first parameter, and then the value you want to push onto the array, which in our case is going to be the ID of the song. So row square bracket single quotes, and just put ID in there, which is the ID column from this songs table. So we've pushed the ID onto the array, and then all that's left to do is just, instead of getting song ID like this, we can just copy and paste this part, this row ID, into the album song part for here. So album song con, and then row ID like that. And that should be it, I think. Let's just refresh the page and let's see if there are any errors. So My search term is extreme. It should return the extreme action song, I think it was called. So refresh the page, and we have this extreme action part. If I change my search to be just E on its own, we have 3 songs returned, and the playlist works exactly from here as well. So I'll press play here, and if I press next, the next song should be epic, and the one after that should be energy. So next song, epic, and the next song, energy, and then back to extreme action again. Okay, so the playlist continues from here as well. So that's it for songs. Now we can move on to the artist part. Hey guys, welcome back. We're going to move on to the artist section now, so that our search page can actually search for artists. And out of the 3 sections we're going to have, the songs, the artist, and the album section, the artist part is going to be the most work because we haven't done the code before, but it's still not a whole lot. There's not much to it. So go back to your search.php page and scroll down to the bottom of this div, which belongs to the tracklist container. So right at the bottom, we're going to create a new div underneath that. And this div is going to have the class artists container, like that. And we're also going to give it the border bottom class as well. And if you remember, the border bottom class is what we used when we did the artist page to create the underline, like that. Okay? So artist container and then border bottom. And then in there, let's just put h2, and this is going to say artists, like that. Artists. And then in there is where our PHP block's going to go. So PHP, and I'll close it off too so I don't forget. We're going to say artists query, like that. Artists query equals MySQL underscore query, and our connection variable con, and then the query itself is going to be select ID from artists where name, like, and I'm going to do the same sort of thing we did up here for our query, the term part. So where name, like, single quotes, and inside the single quotes just put $term, our search term variable, and then put a % on the end so that it matches anything after that as well. And we can also limit this to 10 too. Limit 10, just like we did above. Okay, great, and don't forget your semicolon on the end of that too. And then scroll up, we're going to do exactly the same sort of thing we did here. Just copy and paste this if block here, which checks if there are no results returned. So paste that inside the PHP block, so here. And then I'm going to highlight these two and press Shift Tab to move them over to the left, just so it's a bit neater. And then we're going to change this from songs query to artists query. So MySQL num rows artist query equals 0. Then this isn't going to be no songs matching, it's going to be no artists matching. Okay, no artists found matching the search term. And that's it for that part. Now all we have to do is loop over the results. And it's just really, really simple. We're nearly done with this. So while row equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array, like that. Inside there, put your artist query. So this will loop over every row returned by this query. And all we're going to do is create an artist object. So artist found equals a new artist, and then connection variable con, and then just pass the ID of this artist, which we can get with this row, square brackets, single quotes, ID. And that's it. We have our artist object for the artist that's been found. All that's left to do is just output it now. That's it. So we can just say echo, and then we're going to put a div here, div, and I'll also close that off so I don't forget. So div, and inside those divs, let's actually create some space, so I'll press return, and there. So inside those divs, we're going to create a span, and again I'll close it off right now while I'm here, and inside there I'll create some space, and this span is going to have the class artist name, like that, and inside there's going to be one more span, and this is going to be the actual artist name itself, and I'll close that span off while I'm here again. And thinking about it, this should probably be a div. This shouldn't be a span, this should be a div. So we have div there, we have a div here, and a div there. And actually I forgot to give the first div a class. So the first div is going to have a class of search result row. Search result row, that's it. So the first div has a class search result row, the second div has a class artist name, and the last one is a span. And this can be a link to this artist page. So we want role equals link, like that. and then tab index equals 0. Remember I told you before, this is just for accessibility, this does nothing for the actual functionality. And then all that's left to do is just put our onClick event in here. So onClick equals single quotes, and inside there we're going to say open page, which is that function we wrote that loads a new page using Ajax. And this open page function takes a URL parameter, which is the URL to open. So we need to pass in a string of the URL, which means we need to put quotes around this. But because we've already used double quotes here, and we've also used single quotes here, we need to cancel out the double quotes. So double quote there, cancelled it out using the backslash, and then artist.php ID equals, and then we need to pass in the actual artist ID. So we need to split this string up. Okay, put a dots to append a string, and inside there I'm going to use this artist found object. So artist found, and then arrow, just write get ID like that. And I don't know if we actually wrote this artist get ID function. So go back to our artist class, and no, we actually don't. We don't have this get ID function yet, but it's a really short function. All we have to do is say public function get ID like that, and then all it does is just return this ID like that. That's it. So there's our get ID function. So we can close that artist.php class now, and that function is done. All we have to do is remember to close this double quote off. So we've got this first cancelled double quote, we need one more cancelled double quote, so backslash and then double quote like that. And then in between this span here, we're going to put our actual artist name, but I'm going to create some space. I'm going to press return, move on to the line below, and inside there we just want to put our artist name. So we actually need to close this string off, so we need to say double quotes, and I'll put the opening ones there. So I'm reopening this string here, and then I've closed it off here. Okay, and inside there just put our artist name, so dot to append the strings, and then artist found, which is our artist object here, arrow get name like that, and that's it. We're done. Remember the dot there to append it back to the string, and that's actually it. That's all we need to do. So save that, and we'll refresh the page, and of course this won't be styled yet, but we'll see if anything happens. So we get this error, so unexpected curly brace on line 133. So that probably means you've forgotten a semicolon, and yes, it does. So whenever the unexpected something happens, unexpected if, unexpected curly brace, it means that it's waiting for something on the line before. So if you got this error, you'd probably think the error was here on line 133, but you should actually go to the line before, which in our case didn't have a semicolon. The reason it's saying unexpected curly brace is because it's expecting a semicolon. It shouldn't be finding this yet, so that's why. But I just forgot my semicolon. So save that, and now I'll refresh the page. And we'll see no artist found matching E, but we have Goofy here, so I'm going to search for Goof. And then we have Goofy returned. And what other artists do we have? Let me go to the artists page. We have two beginning with B, so I'll search for B, and it should return two artists, which it does, Bart Simpson and Bruce Lee. So that's it, that's done. Obviously we just need to style this now. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is style these artists that were found from our search. So I'll open up the inspector, I'll right click, inspect, and then I'll find my search result row part right here. And the search result row is just going to have one line of style. It's just going to have padding, 15 pixels top and bottom, and then we can just say 10 pixels on left and right. So if I hover over that, you'll see the green area is the padding. So that's fine. So just a one line really. So copy that, go back to our CSS file, scroll to the bottom, and this is search result row like that. Paste it in there and save it. Great, refresh the page just to make sure it's stayed. So we still have the style, great. And we have an issue there, I can see it right now, that our search term isn't returning the correct results, but we'll address that in the next video. So at the moment we'll stick to just styling it. I know there's a problem there, and we'll come back and fix that in the next video, okay? So continue with the style. We're going to make it so that when we hover over these rows, it will go grey like that. And that's really simple. Just go back to your CSS file and just say search result row : hover like that. and just put background color, and then should just 282828. So now when I refresh the page and I'll hover over the results, you'll see it goes grey. And actually that's it. That's all the style we need. What we should probably do is just specify the font color, because although it's white at the moment, it's taking it from this part right here, which was specified to all items. And if we ever change that, it will change it here. So we may as well be explicit with our font. So we can just, under artist name, so in your CSS, just do search results row space artist name and then span like that, and just say color FFF that way, and save that, and it will still be white. It won't change at all, but you'll notice that the font is coming from this instead, which means even if we change it in this part, which applies to all of them, then this will stay white. Okay, so that's it. That's all. That's the only style we're going to do for this. Let's just make sure when I click on these, it takes me to the page. So I'll click on that and it takes me to Bart Simpson's page. Great. Hey guys, welcome back. So what I'm going to do in this video is just address a problem I spotted last time, which was that the artist names that were returned aren't correct. So Mickey Mouse should not be returned by the search term B. And the reason this is happening is because it's taking it from the now playing bar. And it's doing that because both of these have the same container class names. If I inspect element, you'll see that these, or the one here for example, has the class artist name and a span underneath that. And then if you look at the one on the now playing bar, it also has artist name and a span underneath that. And then in our now playing bar file, if you scroll down to the set track function, you'll see that we are setting the artist name span to be the name of the artist, right? Which is fine. The problem is there are multiple items on our page with this artist name span selector. So the only problem here is that we weren't specific enough. This is a perfect example of why you should specify things in more detail. So if you look at our CSS file, we have been often using more than one selector to target an element. That's because of situations like this. So like here we've used 3. It's always better to go into as much detail as possible when specifying so that things like this don't happen. All we need to do is just be a bit more specific with our selector in our set track function. Okay, so go back to our inspector and you can see that the artist name element falls under the track info part. So we can just take this track info name and then go back to here, and this can just be track info artist name, and the same for this one too. Track info artist name, like that. And now if I refresh the page, you'll see that these two are fine, and it's completely separate from this. So we can also do it for the other elements here as well if you want to. So instead of just having an album link right here, we can find the album link and then find its parent, which in this case is content, and we can just say dot content, and the same for this album link, dot content. And then if I refresh the page, you should still see the same thing. It should have affected it. So we still load the album artwork fine. And then last one, we can just do this track name one as well. So the track name, where is it? Right here in track info. Track name, we can just put it in with track info like that. So I'll save that and you should see exactly the same thing. It shouldn't change really. All still works, and those two are separate. So just to reiterate, the more detail you can go into, the better. The problem we had was that I didn't specify this, so it was targeting any items that match this selector, which in our case matched these two as well. Okay, so that's it. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is get the albums section done so that we can search for albums. And like I said before, we've already done the code for this. So open up artist.php and scroll down to the bottom. We have this grid view container part right here. So take all of that. So I'm taking this whole div, copy that, and paste it at the bottom of your search.php class. And then all we need to do is modify this query. So we don't want to select all from albums where artist is artist ID. We'll get rid of this last part. And we're going to make this where title, like, and then single quotes in there, put your term variable, and then the % sign too. We'll also put a limit of 10 in there, just like we did with the other queries. So it will only return a maximum of 10 results. And last thing to do is just to do that if statement, which will produce a message saying there are no results found if it doesn't find any results. So outside the while loop, I've copied and pasted this part into there. So MySQL num rows, this isn't going to be artist query, it's going to be album query. So if MySQL num rows album query is 0, then this span is output with the class no results, and it's not no artists found, it's going to be no albums found, and that's it. Save that, and we're done. So I can get rid of that space, just clean it up a little bit. And let's give it a save and refresh the page. So we have our search term as B in this case. Let's see if we have any albums beginning with B, and it's returned 3 albums. If I search for something, it shouldn't return anything. Do we see the error message? Well, not really error message, but no albums found, which is great. And that's it. We don't even have to style anything. So if I go back to this, you'll notice that everything's already styled. And when I click on these, it also takes me to the album. So it's all good. The only problem we have at the moment is that when there's an empty search, so nothing in there, it just searches for everything and returns it all. So we don't want that. What we want to do is prevent it from doing a search if there's no search term. And that's really simple, just one line of code. Underneath this script part here, so underneath that, we're going to put just one line of PHP. So open your PHP block up and we'll close it off so I don't forget. And then we'll just say if term equals an empty string. So if term equals empty string, we can just exit like that, which prevents the page from loading anymore. So what this is doing is, what this is saying that if the search term is empty, because if you look above here, if the search term is not set, we set it to an empty string. So if the search term is an empty string, don't do anything else on this page. Exit, stop loading. So we need this here so that we still load the search bar itself. So the input field itself will always be loaded because it won't quit loading until it gets to this point. Alright, so let me just save that and I'll refresh the page with an empty search string, so there's nothing here. And you'll see it didn't load anything else, it's waiting for us to type. So I can write something. It shows this, right? And if I get rid of the search term, it will go back to nothing. And that's it. But I did see one more thing. The artist header is not in the center, it's to the left. So let's just go and fix that. So if I right click on this and I inspect it, we can see that the artist container is the class name. So all we have to do is add artist container h2 to our style. So if I search for h2, you'll see we have this part here which aligns these. Put comma dot artist container h2, and now if I refresh that, you'll see that they're all in the center. So there we go, artists have been centered too now. But what we're also going to do is style this no results part right here. This message that says there are no results found. And all we're going to do is add a little margin to that. So no results in your CSS file, put no results, and then just margin, and then we can just say 15 pixels. And I'll save that and refresh the page. And you should see the margin, which you're not. And I think I need to add display block to that. Let me just go and check. So underneath no results, margin, display block, and that works. Now we see a space underneath. So go back to no results and add display block, just so it treats it like a block level element, and then refresh the page again. And you see the space. Let me just do a search term that gets the message on the albums as well. And the same thing. There we go. Hey guys, welcome back. So our search page is pretty much complete. The only issue is, if I start typing something and then move to another page, after 2 seconds, the search is performed still. And the reason that happens is because when I start typing, when we set a timer, the timer started and it's counted 2 seconds already. If I move away, so I've typed now, I'll move away, the timer's still going. As soon as it hits 2 seconds, it will try and do a search. So what we need to do is when we move away from the page, we have to invalidate the timer so that it won't perform a search. That's actually really easy to do. Go back to your search page And the first thing we need to do is move this timer declaration into our script.js file. So take this code here, cut it. So I'm taking it to the script.js, so I'm saving that page. In script.js, paste it in there. So var timer, like that. And the reason I've declared it here is so that it can be accessed in this open page function. All right. And all we need to do in here is just do one if statement. If timer is not equal to null, we just simply need to take this code here, clear timeout, copy that, don't cut it, we'll keep it here as well, so copy that, and then paste it in this if statement. So what this is saying that every time we try and go to a new page, if the timer is not null, which means it has a value and the timer is going, then we just want to clear the timeout. So I'll refresh the page now, and you'll see the search functionality still works the same, so I can still search here. So after 2 seconds, you still get your results. But now if I type something and then move to another page, it doesn't pull me back after 2 seconds. So the timer was invalidated when we moved away from the page. And that's what we want. So a small issue, but an important one to fix. Hey guys, welcome back. What we're going to do now is make a start on our playlists function, where we'll be able to create playlists and also add songs to our playlists. So what we need to do to begin with is to create our tables. And we're going to have two tables. We're going to have one table for the playlists themselves, and then one table for the playlist songs. And then when we select a playlist, we'll then go and select all the songs for that playlist. So let's go back to our PHP admin, and let's create a new table. And this is going to be called playlists. So playlists. And it's only going to have 4 columns. It's going to have an ID column, which will be type int, and then scroll along to AI, auto increment, just like we do with all our other tables, and set the primary key right there in the index column. Okay, so that said this ID column is the primary key. Okay, so AI and primary key. Then we're going to have a name column, and this is going to be of type varchar of size 50, so 50 characters or less. So this will be the name of the playlist. Then we have owner, and this is also going to be of type varchar 50. And this will be the username for the person that owns this playlist. And then finally, we'll just have date created like that. And this will be of type date time. So scroll down, not date, we want date time. So right here, date time. Date just includes the date itself, whereas date time includes the time also. So date would be fine too, but it doesn't really matter. So date time's good. And that's it. So save that. And now we have our playlist table. Then we're going to create one more table, and that's the playlist songs table. And this only has 4 columns as well. So let's name this playlist songs, like that. Playlist songs. And let's give this first column the name ID. And scroll along as usual, AI, auto increment, and set the primary key on this column. And then we're going to have a song ID. So this column will contain the ID of the song, and it'll be of type int, so leave that as is. The next one will be playlist ID, which will be an integer as well, because this will link to the ID of the playlists table we just created. So this will be the playlist that this song belongs to. And then finally, we'll just have playlist order, and this will be the order that the songs appear in the playlist. So when you create a playlist, you're going to want your songs in a certain order, and this playlist order will be how we output these songs to the user. Okay? So, and they're all of type int, so we don't have to change any of that. So all of type int, and press save. And that's our 2 tables done. We have a playlist table and a playlist songs table. Hey guys, welcome back. So we've created our playlist tables. Now we want to go ahead and create the page for our playlists. And this is what it's going to look like. So I'll go ahead and click Your Music. This is my actual site, my finished version. And you'll see I have my list of playlists here, and I can create a new playlist, and I can enter the name, hello, click OK. And then we see a playlist there. And if I click on a playlist, I can see the songs I've added to it. I can play it, I can click delete. And then also, eventually what we'll be able to do is we'll be able to click on one of these option buttons, and I can click add to playlist, and I'll see the list of playlists there, and I can add it to this new one I created. And then I can go back to my playlist, and you'll see the song there. So this is the kind of thing we're going to be implementing. So let's go back to our text editor and create a new page. So new file. And let's name it yourmusic.php. We're not going to name it playlist.php because eventually we might want to have other things on this page instead of just playlists. It might be music they've just saved or something like that, or favorited. So by calling it your music, it can just be their personal area where they can save songs or create playlists. But if you'd rather call it playlist.php, you can go ahead. But I'm going to call it your music.php. Your music.php. Click save. And the very first thing we're going to do is open a PHP block and include that included files.php. So include, parentheses, put your double quotes in. Let's say includes / included files.php, like that. Included files.php. Now let's get straight into it and create a div. And this is going to have the class playlist container. So class equals playlists container, like that. Great. Next we're going to actually create another div, and this is going to have the class of grid view container. Class equals grid view container. Make sure I spell that right, container. And we've actually used this class before. When we did this div here, this container has the class grid view container. Because if you look at the playlist page on my actual site, it's a very similar sort of thing in the sense you have these squares and the titles underneath. Okay, so we're going to go for the same sort of thing, which means a lot of our work will be done. So grid view container for that class, and in there just put a heading tag, so h2, and let's just say playlists, like that. And then we're going to create a button underneath that, which will be the button we use to create a new playlist, and we'll put that in its own div as well. So div, and this can have the class button items. And the reason we're going to put this in its own container is because we might choose to have other buttons in there that do other things than just create a playlist. For now we are only going to have one button, but eventually we may want more. So button, and this will have the class button and green. So two classes, one button and one green. And the reason we're using these classes is because we've already styled these. So this will be a very familiar button for us. So new playlist as the text, and save that and just go and see what it looks like. So I'll go to yourmusic.php and you'll see this button that we've already styled. So we get to reuse that same style. Now we only have to apply one little bit of style to this, so let's go ahead and do that now. So I'll inspect element on that button, and we're going to say display block, so it's treating it like a block level element, and then we'll just give it a margin which will put it in the center of the page. So margin, let's just say 0 auto, like that. And this right now gives it a margin on the top and bottom of 0 and left and right of auto, and that means it will center this. So if I resize this, you'll see that it stays in the center. Okay, but we're actually going to give it some margin on the bottom as well, actually. So if I hover over that, you'll see there's nothing on the bottom, which means any text we put underneath will be right up against the button. So let's give it a bottom margin too. So we have top as 0, we'll go right of auto, and then the bottom is going to be 20 pixels, and then we can also specify the left margin just to be explicit. So that's the style we're going to use for this button. So copy that, go back to our page, and this is button items and the button itself. So button items class button. Let's go back to style.css, scroll down to the bottom, and I'll just make some space here, and let's create button items button, just like that. Oops, spell it right, and paste that in there. And now save this and refresh the page, and you should see the same style applied. So what we're also going to do is give this playlist container div a little bit of padding. So we just want to give it some padding on the top and bottom. So we can just say padding, let's say 10 pixels, like that. 10 pixel padding, and then it just makes it a little bit better. So I was going to give it a 0 on left and right. In fact, I will do that. So I'll do 10 pixels and then just 0, like that. So no padding on the left and right, because we already have the spacing from the side of the page like that. We don't need any more padding, and that will do. So just that one line of code, and this is playlist container. Go down to here and just playlists container, like that, and paste that in there, and then refresh the page, make sure that still applies. The reason I always refresh the page after I've done style is because if I don't refresh the page and there's something wrong with it, it means that later on I might have applied a whole bunch more CSS, and then I need to figure out which part of it hasn't been applied. Whereas this way I know if it doesn't work, it's obviously this part I've just added that's not working. So that's it. We have a good start. We have the playlist title, we have the button for creating a new playlist, and what we're going to do now is make this button actually do something. It'll allow us to create a new playlist. Hey guys, welcome back. So we've created this button here, which is going to be used to create a new playlist. Obviously it doesn't do anything at the moment, but that's what we're going to do in this video. Let's get this set up. So go across to your script.js file. I'm going to create a new function here, and this is going to be the function that creates a playlist for us. So let's say function create playlist, like that. And then this is going to take one parameter, that's going to be a username like that. And then we're going to use something called an alert for this, just to keep things simple. And an alert, if I show you what it looks like now on my finished version, if I click this button here, you'll see it pops up with this. This is the web browser built-in alert. All web browsers have them. And we're going to use this because it keeps things simple, they're really easy to work with, and it doesn't depend on any other library. Of course, if you want to do something like this on your own, you can create your own custom alert, or you can use some plugin or something, that's fine too. But to keep things simple, we're going to use this because it's a built-in thing with web browsers, and we don't have to install any of the plugins or anything like that. So they're really easy to use. All we're going to do is say var alert, and let's set this to prompt, and this is the built-in function which shows that prompt for you. So prompt, and the parameter it takes is the string that will be shown. So please enter the name of your playlist, like that. And I'll save it and just show you what that looks like. So in order to see what it looks like, we have to hook this up to something first. So I'm going to take this create playlist function and go back to yourmusic.php, and on the button, let's hook it up with an onClick. So onClick equals, and put create playlist in there. And then remember, we give it one parameter, which is a username, but for now you can just put anything in there. So just put something in there just to keep any error messages away. So go back to our page, and now when you press this button, you should see a prompt show up, which we don't. Let me just inspect element. It could be that the file is cached. So I'm going to clear the cache anyway, just to make sure. So empty cache, hard reload, and let's hit the playlist button. And we see the prompt appear. So that was the problem. It cached the JavaScript file. Anyway, so this is our prompt. And you can type the name of the playlist in here and press OK, and eventually that will create the playlist for you. So go back to here and script.js. And all we need to do to handle this, like I said, they're really simple to work with. All we have to do is say if alert is not equal to null, it means this was filled in and the button was pressed. Okay. So just to make sure it worked, we can even do console.log, and in there we can just put alerts, and we should see the value they entered. So let's refresh the page now. And I'll go ahead and click new playlist, and I'll just type something there. Hello, and click OK, and you'll see it there. So alert contains the value that was entered in that text box, which in our case is the name of our playlist. So all we're going to do now is use that name and create a playlist with that name. So essentially all we need to do is execute and insert MySQL query, which will create our playlist for us. Now because we're using JavaScript, we need to do this using Ajax. We can't execute MySQL from here. So we're going to go ahead and make an Ajax call. So $post, exactly how we've done Ajax calls before, and the first parameter is the name of the file, which we haven't created yet, so I'll leave that blank. The second parameter is going to be the data you're going to pass in, and that goes inside curly brackets, and we can pass in the name of the playlist, which can be alert, and we also want to pass in the username, because when we insert this into the database, we insert this new playlist, we need to assign it to a username, so we know who this playlist actually belongs to. So username, and then we can just put colon, and then username, which comes from this parameter here. All right, and that's it. Often we would use a function which would be the return code that would be executed with the return value, but we're not going to do that. So what we're going to do, instead of using a success code block like we've done with our other Ajax calls, I'm just going to show you a different way you can do it, and that way is through something called done. So we can say .done, and this code will be executed when the Ajax call is done. And inside that parentheses is just going to be the code to execute. So we're going to say function, and then your curly braces like that. And if you want to, you can move this done onto the line below like that. It still counts. It still will attach it to that. So if you wanted to keep things cleaner and for a new line, you can do that. Or you can keep it up there. That's fine too. But I'm going to move it down there. Anyway, this done right here is different from our usual success handler for some very subtle reasons. There's nothing much that you need to be concerned with, But just know that done is kind of more recently the preferred way to handle Ajax responses. The reason is because of something called deferreds, and the word is deferreds, like that, in case you want to look it up for yourself. But I won't explain deferreds now because they kind of extend past the bounds of this course, and they're a little bit more advanced, not overly advanced, but just know that done is kind of the preferred way to execute Ajax responses. But as far as you're concerned, there's not a whole lot of difference in our cases, okay? So for what we're doing, there's not a whole lot of difference, and you can use either the success handler we usually do, where we just pass a function in here, or the done block. They'll both be fine, okay? So this is just do something when Ajax returns. All right, great. So all that's left to do is specify the name of the file we want to send this Ajax request to, and that will be includes/handlers/Ajax/ and then we can just call it create playlist.php. And we obviously haven't created this file yet, so let's go and do that now. I'm going to copy that name, create playlist.php, create a new file, and save this in the includes handlers Ajax, and then this is going to be create playlist.php, just like that. Save that, and then this is where the code to create our playlist is going to go. So this create playlist function is pretty much done now. The only thing left to do is just to take care of this, and all we're going to do when we've created the playlist is just open the Your Music page. So open page, and we can just specify the name of the page to open, which will just be yourmusic.php, like that. That means that when we create the playlist and click go, it will just essentially open the Your Music page, which is in this case the page we're already on, which is basically just a page refresh. Okay, so let's save that, and that's actually it. This function is done now. So all that's left to do is get this create playlist.php file done, and all it's going to do is one insert query. That's it. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this create playlist function set up, it's time to implement this create playlist file that we're submitting the Ajax request to. But just before we do that, we have this username parameter, which will be the username of the person we want to create the playlist for. And it just dawned on me that we actually have this username parameter available in the header file. So if I go to header.php, you'll see that we created this user logged in JavaScript variable in order for us to be able to pass in the username into the pages. So in our open page function, which we wrote, we have the user logged in value passed into the page. So we can actually access the user logged in variable without having to pass it into the function. So we can actually get rid of that. So this create playlist function now takes no parameters, and we can access it by using user logged in, like that, user logged in. And that means we can go back to yourmusic.php and remove this parameter that we passed into it there. So save that. And then if I just show you we actually have it, console.log user logged in. So this is coming from the global variable. I'll save that and I'll refresh the page. And you can see when I press this, you'll see the username right there. Okay, so we actually have that variable there. So just a slight change. And let's go ahead and create this create playlist.php file now. So open a PHP block, so PHP, and the first thing we're going to do is include our config file so that we can actually submit Ajax requests. So include like that, and then the path to the config file is .. We need to go back one file, which puts us into the handlers folder, back one more, which then puts us into the includes folder, and then we just want config.php. Okay, so .. config.php. And this is a real simple page. All we're going to do is one query which inserts the data into the database. But before we do that, we need to do an if statement just to make sure the parameters are set. So if is set, and let's just say $_post, square brackets, single quotes, right, name, and then outside that we'll do the same thing again. So and is set $_post, square brackets, single quotes, and this will be username, like that. So name and username, these two strings match up with how we named it here. Name there and username there. So you have to match whatever you call them in this script.js file. Okay. So create username, and if we get to this point in the code inside this if statement, it means both of those have a value. So we can say name equals $_post, square brackets, single quote, name, like that. And then username is going to be the same thing again, just $_post, square brackets, single quote, and then username like that. Then date is going to be just simply date like this, the date function, and then inside there we pass in the format of the date we want to use. So this needs to be uppercase Y dash lowercase m dash lowercase d like this, year, month, day. So whether the letter is upper or lowercase depends on how it will be outputted. So we can just keep it like that. That's a good one. And then all we have to do now is just one more line, just query equals MySQL underscore query. And inside there, just put con, our connection variable to the database. And then finally, the query itself is just going to be insert into playlists, that new table we created, values, and parentheses right there. Inside there, first parameter is the ID. We can leave that as it is because we set that to auto increment, remember. The second one is going to be the name. So in single quotes, put name. Make sure you remember your single quotes around your variables. Comma, next one is going to be the username. So single quotes, username, like that. And then the last one is the date. Or make sure that comma goes outside of the single quotes. So single quotes, and then comma. And the last one is going to be the date, which we just created, which is date, like that. And you could leave this query assignment off. You don't have to do that. That would work too. But we're going to leave it. But we can use query like that because if we want to, we can return the status. And what we can also do is just put an else block on there, which will just echo name or username parameters not passed into file. And that will just help us if we get something wrong with this. That will just help us to find the error. The reason we're going to do that is because back in our script.js, we can just put something in this function here. So error like that, and we can just say if error is not equal to null, then simply alert error like that, and then just return. We don't want to do anything else there. And I'll show you what that would do now. If I change this to names, so it's a different variable, right? And the create playlist file now is searching for name, but because we called it names, this will fail and this will happen. Let me just show you what's going to happen. So in fact, I'll clear the cache just in case the file is cached. So empty cache, hard reload. And when I submit something now, and then put a name in there, click OK, we should get an alert. Put something in there, and it doesn't. Let me just check the console. So what does it say? So alert is not a function. So I know why that's happened. Because we've called this alert here, but alert is already a built-in function which shows an alert. So we should probably change this. We shouldn't use alert for the name here. We can just call this something like pop-up or something. So pop-up, I'll just replace alert there with pop-up, and then also here as well. So call that pop-up, and now alert will just be the usual alert function. So let me just do that again. So create a new playlist, type a name in there, and you'll see we get an alert. And the reason this is good for us is because if there's something wrong or we change something, this just tells us what the problem is. Rather than if we don't do anything, we're going to be struggling to find out what the issue is, and we'll have to do some more investigation. So this just helps us out a little bit. And anyway, that should be fine. I'll go and change this back to name instead of names like that, and then refresh the page, and we'll see if this works. Let's insert a playlist. So click on new playlist, and I'll say my first playlist. Click OK, and we're getting an error, but let's just check if that actually worked. So go to playlists, and you'll see it did actually insert. So that means we're not checking if message is not null. We're going to check if it's equal to empty string, like that. So if it's not equal to empty string, let me just go and test it out again. I'll just even empty the cache and hard reload as well. So let's do another one. Playlist 2. Click OK, and it worked. So let me just check that actually inserted. There. So the error message is sorted. We don't want to check if it's not equal to null. We want to check if it's not equal to an empty string. Alright, and just to make sure the alert still shows, I'll just change that so it's the wrong name, and then do the same thing again, which means you'll see an alert right there. Okay, great. So we can now create playlists. Just don't forget to change this back to the correct name, okay? Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we can create playlists, it's time to actually output the playlists. And all we're going to do on this page is just a query that goes to the database, goes to our playlist table, and selects all the playlists where the owner is the user logged in. To execute that query, it means we need to have access to the user logged in on this page. At the moment, we don't have that, because if you look at the header.php, we create this here, right? So we have the username of the user logged in here, and we use that to create this JavaScript variable. And then what we do, in the included files, we open the page, and in this open page function, you'll see it has this user logged in variable here. So on this page, we have access to this username through JavaScript. So we have a JavaScript variable of user logged in, but we don't have the PHP variable yet, so our PHP can't use it. Because like I said, our header file has it, but then this page in the middle is loaded through Ajax. It's a completely separate page. So this page knows nothing about the header file, which includes these two. This page in the center is completely separate. So we need to pass the username of the user logged in into this Ajax call. And that's really, really simple. Just go to included files.php and we can do it right here. I said that our open page function passes the user logged in into the URL because this open page function loads a URL. Right, so we can just retrieve it from the URL using the get variable. So we can say if is set parentheses $_get, because remember get is how we get variables from the URL, and just put user, is it username? I can't remember what we called it. I think it was username. I just saw user logged in. So change that to user logged in like that, and then we can just say user logged in equals. And rather than just setting it to be the username right here, we're going to go ahead and create a new user object. So new user, and pass in con, which comes from this config file, our connection variable to the database. And then the second parameter is the username, which we know is this value right here. So just pass that into there. And that's great. Our pages can now access this user logged in object. And then all we just have to do as a little precaution is just to say else, which means that this variable wasn't set. We can just echo username variable was not passed into the page. And if you want to, just to help you out, you can even say check the open page JavaScript function. This is just an error message to help you out. So you don't have to do something like this, but it's worth doing, especially when you're setting everything up to start with. In case things go wrong, you know exactly what the issue is there. If you don't output this, it will just mean you have to do a little bit more investigation to find out what the problem is. And I've just realized to put a dot there instead of a semicolon. So when I refresh the page, you should see no difference if we've done this right. And I've just realized we didn't actually create a user class yet. And that's because we haven't actually had to do any operations that depend on the user's username. So we can create that now then, because everything we've done up to this point has just been completely independent from the user logged in. So we can go ahead and create that user class right now then. We can just save it as user.php, but save it in the includes classes, and in here, capital U on user.php like that. Alright, then just open your PHP up, and if you want to, you can just copy any of these. So I'll just copy this account class if you want, and paste it in there. So just paste it all. And if you're going to paste it, don't forget to change this to user. Don't forget to rename the class, okay? And get rid of everything except from the constructor. So get rid of all of that. So we're left with just a constructor. And in this occasion, we have this error array that we don't need, and get rid of it at the top there. So this is our user class. We do want to pass a username into this. So this will just be username like that. And we can just create a private variable at the top for username, which we can set right here in the constructor. This username, which refers to this one up here, equals username like that. Okay, because in our included files, we passed in the username as the second parameter, a connection variable and a username, connection variable and a username. So that's it. There's our user class. And the reason I forgot we included it is because in my other course to do with creating a social media website, we use this user logged in object all the time. So I kind of expected us to have had it, but we didn't actually have it yet. So let's refresh the page. The error should go away, which is, we haven't included it. That's why. And we're going to just copy one of these includes in this included files.php. So copy one of those and stick it up the top here, right underneath config. And the reason we're putting it first, so change that to user.php. And the reason we're putting it at the top is because any of these classes below may want to use this user.php class. And in order for them to use it, it has to have already been declared. So we're just sticking it at the top there. So give that a save, and now the error should go away. And just to show you what I meant with that output in this error message, I'm just going to go to script.js and I'm going to get rid of this part here where the user logged in variable was passed into the URL. So I'm getting rid of that temporarily. You don't have to copy this if you don't want to. You can just watch it happen. And you should see the error message appear, but I'm assuming this is cached. So let me just refresh the cache. The JavaScript file seems to be cached quite a lot. So I'm empty cache, hard reload, and yeah, you see this string up here. And if we saw this, we would know that the issue is because we're not passing the username variable into this page. So we would know to come and check here. And just as another precaution, we can prevent the rest of the page from loading just by sticking exit underneath this. So if the username was not passed in, just exit, and that means just don't do anything else, don't load anything else, which means if I refresh the page now, you'll see the rest of the page doesn't even get loaded. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to script.js and just put the username back in there just so we get rid of that error, and then refresh the page and the error should go away. Just know that it was probably not going to be ever because we don't have this. It might be because we renamed this. Maybe we rename this to username or something, and that would be the same sort of issue. We'd know to come back and check here. All right. So that's it. Just a little precaution for us. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our user class created, we can go ahead and actually start creating our query now, which will retrieve the playlists for that user. Remember I said we needed access to the username in order to do that, because when we go to get the playlists, we go and select all the playlists for that user. So let's go back to our yourmusic.php file and create some space underneath this grid view container part. And create some space underneath this button items part. Okay, so inside the grid view container still, just underneath button items, alright. And this is where we're going to execute the code that just selects the playlist. So remember I said that this playlist page is going to resemble the albums page slightly. So if I go back to the browse page where you view the albums, this is very similar, and we can actually copy a lot of the code. So go to your search.php file and scroll down to the part where we output the albums. And I want you to copy and paste just this PHP block. So this is the album part, right? Albums. Copy and paste the PHP block that outputs this. And paste it into yourmusic.php right there. So I've pasted that there. I'm going to highlight all of that and tab it across because it's not quite in line. So instead of album query, this is going to be playlists query, like that. Playlist query. And it's going to select all from playlists where owner, and get rid of this like right there, where owner equals and single quotes, and this is where the username is going to go. So in order to use the username here, we need access to the username, which we don't actually have yet. That's because we created our user object, right? So in included files, we create an instance of this user object, but we don't have access to this username. So we actually need to create just a real simple function that just returns this username variable. So inside user.php, create a new function, public function get username, like that. And all this is going to do is simply return this arrow username, like that. Remember, this is needed so it can access the variable of this class. And that's it. Now we can get the username. So we can just say, just above that playlist query, username equals user logged in, which is our user object, arrow get username, like that. And it's a function, so put your parentheses in there. And now this username variable should contain the username of the user logged in. So just stick that in the query like that. And then in this if MySQL numRows is equal to 0, change this album query to playlist query. So I'm going to copy that, paste it in there, because we're checking the playlist query to see if it has 0 rows. If it has 0 rows, it means it found no playlists in the database table. So change the text inside this no results part to no playlists found, and get rid of the rest of that. We don't need to put the term in there. So no playlists found, or something a bit more user friendly might be you don't have any playlists yet, just like that. Okay, And then we can simply output this in this while loop. So this while loop needs to change from album query to playlist query. So row equals each row returned from this select playlist query. Now we don't need all of this middle content. We kind of only want this part here, this grid view info one. So take this grid view info part. Okay, I'm gonna cut that. So I've copied it and get rid of this, all this span elements like that. So just left with grid view item. And then I'm just gonna paste that grid view info part in there. All right. And this is just gonna contain the name of our playlist. So if you want, you can just say row and then change that to name. Let's just see if that works. So go back to our page and refresh it. And we have my first playlist and playlist 2. So because if you look on my playlist table, we have my first playlist and playlist 2. They're my ones. And just to make sure it works, I'm going to change the owner username to something that's not mine. So I've added 3 onto that. And now we should see only one of those, which we do, only playlist 2. Okay. So I'm going to just change that back to my username. And that's great. So we've now output the playlist titles. All we want to do now is just add an icon too. So let's just create a new div like that and put a closing one on there too. So I've closed that div off and then give this div a class of, in single quotes, playlist image. And inside there, we're just going to put an image tag, and the src, the source of that image, is just going to be assets / images / icons / playlist.png. And playlist.png, if you took my files, is the following image: images, icons, playlist.php. So this one here. Okay, that's the icon we're going to use. And I'll refresh the page now, and you should see an image for both of those. Okay, not quite styled yet. We'll do something with those, but there you go. The playlists and the images are being output. Hey guys, welcome back. So we have this set up so that it outputs the user's playlists, but at the moment we're taking this name from this row variable which comes from each row of this query. What we want to do is change this slightly so that it uses a playlist class instead. So we're going to create a playlist class just as we've done with our other classes, and then output it using a playlist get name function or something. The reason we want to create a playlist class is because there will be some other things we want to do with the playlist go further down the line. So when we click on a playlist, for example, if I show you, we want to show the number of songs in it, and we need to get all the song IDs for that playlist. So it'd be good to have a class that we can store these functions in. So let's create a new file, and we'll save this in the includes classes, and then in this directory right here. Let's call this playlist.php with a capital P, playlist.php. Save that, and let's copy and paste from the user class, because this is quite a short class at the moment. So let's copy that and paste the contents into that file, and remember to rename this user to playlist. Don't forget that part. So rename that to playlist, and we don't want a username up here. It's going to be an ID. So we're going to pass in an ID variable. So change this to ID, and change this to ID, and then finally change this to ID. So instead of passing a username variable in like we do with the user class, we're passing in an ID, which will be the ID of that playlist, and then we're setting it to this private variable right here. And then this function we can just rename. Instead of get username, we'll just have get name like that. And instead of returning this username, we could just do a query that just returns the name. But if you didn't want to do that, we could just do what we've done in some other classes where we create private variables for each of the column names. So we could create a private and then name like that, and also private owner like that. And then what other columns were there in the playlist table? We have ID, name, owner, and then date created. But we're not going to use date created at the moment, so we won't do that. We can come back and do that when we use it. And that would mean that we would, instead of passing an ID in here, we would actually pass in the data which comes from the table. And then we could say this ID equals data, square brackets, and then ID like that. And copy and paste this. So 1, 2 more times. This can be name, and this can just be name like that. And then we can say owner equals data owner. And then if we want to return the name and the owner, we just create separate functions. So let's do that now. So this can be get owner, because we already have get name, and this would be this owner. That's all it does, just return this owner. And I just realized we didn't actually rename this username to return name like that, okay? So we're going to create one more, that's just for the ID. So paste that below, and this can be get ID like that, and then just return this ID. So this is another way of doing it if you didn't want to do queries in every single one. If you didn't want to do queries, that's fine. You could just pass in the ID like we did before, but that would mean when we did get name, you'd need to do a SQL query to return the name for that playlist with that ID. All right. So the way we have it at the moment means that we create a playlist object like this. We can say playlist equals new playlist, and we pass in con, the connection variable, and then we pass in row, which is our data from the table. And then in here, all we need to do is say playlist arrow get name like that. And then in order to see this work, all we have to do is just add the playlist class to the included files. So go to your included files and then copy and paste one of those include lines and paste it there, and playlist.php, and close that down. We're done with that. And now if I refresh this page, we should still see the name. If we still see the name, we know it worked, and we do, so we know it worked. Alright, so that's our playlist class. Like I said, at the moment you might think we could have just used the row variable as it was and used row at name, but further down the line we are going to want this class because we're going to do other functions in here that do more than just return the data for that playlist. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're pretty much ready to style this playlist section now, but there's one more thing we need to do before we style it, and that's just to make a link out of these, so that when we click on it, it will take us to the playlist page for that playlist. So let's go back to our text editor, go back to yourmusic.php, and all we're going to do is put our link attributes into this grid view item div. So right at the top there, in the grid view item div, just put role equals link like that, tab index equals 0. So this is our accessibility stuff, and then we'll say on click equals open page like that, and then all we need to do is pass the page in there, and the page is going to be playlist.php, which we haven't created yet, but we will. And then we're just going to pass the ID as a parameter in the URL. So in order to put a string in here, we have to put quotation marks around it, and because we've used double quotes here and then single quotes here, we need to cancel out our double quotes. So let's put a backslash double quote like that, and then put the page name, which is playlist.php, and then parameter, so question mark, ID equals, and then we need the ID of our playlist, which we can use our playlist class to output. So we're going to split the string up, so put double quotes in there. Okay, I'll put my other double quotes there. So I've split this string and I'm putting my dots in there to allow it to concatenate. And in there, just put playlist arrow get ID like that. So playlist get ID. So we've split the string up here, and we've also split it here to put it back. All right. And all we have to do is put this last quotation mark on that we've cancelled out. So after this quote mark, backslash, and then one more quotation mark like that. All right. And if you want to stop it going all the way that way, you can just bring this on, click onto a new line if you really want to. Okay, so save that. And then now when we click on this, or we hover over I should say, you'll see the mouse changes to a pointer cursor because it's a link. And if I just inspect element real quick, just to show you the console, we're getting if I click on these, we're going to get an error message because the playlist file doesn't exist. But just so you know it's working, playlist.php ID 1 and this one playlist.php ID 2. So we're getting these errors because we haven't actually created this page yet. But that's fine, the link works. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to add a little bit of style now to these playlist items, and it's only going to be 2 lines of CSS. So right click, inspect element, and find this playlist image div right here. And all we're going to add to this is a border, so border, and then say 3 pixels, which is the thickness of the border, solid, which means it's a solid line, and then the color is just going to be 282828 like that, which is the same color as this icon. And then we can just add a little bit of padding, so padding, just say 10 pixels like that, so 10 pixels all around. And you can see the green part is the padding, and it just creates a bit of space around there, and that's it. That's all we're going to add. So copy those, go back to CSS file and put playlist image. So CSS style.css, scroll to the bottom, and playlist image. Was it playlist or playlists? Playlist image, that's fine, singular. So playlist image, and paste that there and save that. And then when we refresh the page, we should see it on both of them, which we do. There's our style. And that's all we're going to do for the styling of the playlists. So of course, feel free to do whatever you want with these. At the moment, these are our images, but further down the line, you may want to incorporate the user being able to add their own image for these. But for now, this will be a good filler image to use. Hey guys, welcome back. So this page where it displays the user's playlist is done. Now what we're going to do is create the actual playlist page itself. So go back to our text editor and let's create a new file, and we'll save this in the root of our site as playlist.php. Playlist singular, so playlist.php, like that, lowercase p. So click save, and this page is going to be almost identical to our album page. If I show you what it's going to look like, so our album page looks like this, right? So remember this, and our playlist page is going to look like this. Very similar. Obviously we've got some extra things like this that we didn't have, but it's a very similar page. So let's go back to our text editor and let's open up the album.php page. So album.php, and copy all of this and then paste it into the playlist page like that. And close that album.php page down. We don't need that anymore. So this is now what we have for our playlist.php page. So this part can stay the same. This part can stay the same, but album ID is going to be renamed to playlist ID like that, and this part can stay the same too. And instead of creating these, we're going to get rid of this part here and create a playlist object. So playlist equals new playlist. So it's our playlist class, and con is our connection variable to the database. That's the first parameter, and the second parameter is the playlist ID, which we created up top. Playlist ID right here. Okay, so playlist ID. Now we have our playlist object, and we're also going to create one object for the owner of the playlist. So owner equals new user, and again the first parameter is a connection variable, and the second parameter is the user's username, and we can get that from our playlist by calling this playlist arrow get owner function like that. Was it get owner? Let me just double check. So get owner like that. This function we created, which returns the owner. Okay. So playlist get owner, and now we have the user object for the person who created the playlist. We want to do this because it might not be the user logged in all the time. We might be on somebody else's playlist, in which case we want to create their object. All right. So this part can stay the same. This part here will change because it's not going to echo the artwork path from the album anymore. All we're going to do is set the source as assets/images/icons/playlist.png, which is that playlist icon we used here. Alright, that's fine. So right section now, which is the information here. This is going to be, instead of album get title, it's going to be playlist arrow get name, which is the function we created here, get name. Save that. Now this paragraph tag right here we can keep, but we're going to get rid of this link right here because this was linking to the artist, but we're not going to do that anymore because this is going to contain the user's name of the person who created the playlist, and we don't want to link that to anything. So instead of artist get name, we can rename this to playlist arrow get owner like that. And then instead of album get number of songs, we can just rename this to playlist get number of songs. And we haven't wrote that number of songs function yet, but we can do that in a minute. And then finally, just put a button in there, and this can just be delete playlist like that. And the class of this is going to be button, just like that. We already styled that button. So that's fine, keep that. And we'll come back and handle what this actually does when we click it later on. But for now, that's fine. Let's go and create this get number of songs function now in the playlist.php class. So public function get number of songs like that. Get number of songs. And then all we're going to do is do one query and then return MySQLi num rows. So query equals MySQLi underscore query, pass the connection variable in, which is this arrow con, like that, which we get from up here. And then the query itself is just going to be select song ID from playlist songs, which is the table we created for our playlist songs, where playlist ID equals, and it's just going to be the ID of this playlist, which is this arrow ID, which is up here. Okay, and all we need to do is just return MySQLi underscore num underscore rows, and in parentheses just put this query like that. Okay, so that's good now. Go back to playlist.php and then scroll down, and this is eventually going to be playlist get song IDs, but just to make sure there are no errors, I'm just going to comment that out for now and just set it to an empty array, which means none of this will execute because this is looping over every single item in this array, but we've just set it to a blank array right now. And we just want to see that there's no errors. So go back to playlist.php, so click on one of these, and you'll see we do get some errors, so it's good to sort those out now. Illegal string offset. So illegal string offset means we're passing in a string instead of an array. So this data part right here apparently is a string. So let's go back to our playlist.php, and I think I'm probably passing the ID instead of the data. And that's right, yeah, so I'm passing in the ID up here. But if you remember, in the playlist.php, I've shown you that you can pass in the MySQL data instead and use it like this, instead of using queries in each of these functions. So that means that we're supposed to pass in MySQL data in here instead. So we could rewrite this so that it uses an ID instead, and that would mean we have to go through all of these functions and execute queries to get the data. Or it'd be nice to show you another way of doing this, and that would be to make it so that we can pass either an ID or the MySQL data into it. So the real simple way of doing that, we can just say if not is underscore array like this, and inside there just put data. And what this is saying is if the data that was passed in is not an array, that means they've passed in an ID. So you can say data is an ID string like that. We can just execute the query ourselves, so we can say query equals MySQLi underscore query, inside there passing our connection variable, which at this point is here, so just con like that, and the query can just be select all from playlist where ID equals, and in there we can just use data like that in single quotes, and then we can just set data equal to MySQLi underscore fetch underscore array like that, and inside there just put our query. And that will mean by the time it gets to here, we know that data is definitely an array, because if at first data is an ID, we'll convert it into an array that contains the results, and if it already is an array, we know it's already MySQL results, so we can just go ahead and use it. So let's refresh the page, and this error should go away now, which it does. So here we've created our playlist object using an ID, but if I go back to your music page, you'll see that this still works, even though in this instance we're using the MySQL data to create the object. So here we pass in the MySQL data to our playlist object and create an object that way, whereas on the playlist itself we pass in the ID, but we still get the same result. Hey guys, welcome back. So we have this part at the top of the playlist page set up. What we're going to do next is work on getting the actual songs in the playlist output below. So go back to your playlist.php page, and we have this part here that we commented out just so we didn't have to deal with this yet, because there's going to be errors if we let this go. So we're going to get rid of this array now, which means that the for loop will execute. So the first thing we need to do is write the getSongIDs function in the playlist class. So instead of calling it from album, we're going to call it from the playlist class. But this is pretty much going to be the same as it is an album class. So if you open up the album class, you can copy and paste the function from there. So go down to getSongIDs, this one here, copy that whole function, and then paste it in the playlist.php, the playlist class. So I'm pasting it in there, and the only thing we're going to change is we're going to select song ID, because we're going from the playlist songs table and the column is called song ID. So select song ID from playlist songs, where playlist ID, so get rid of album, right, playlist ID equals this ID. Order by playlist order, which is that column at the end that we're going to use to order the playlist songs. And everything else can stay the same. The only thing that we need to change is this ID part in here. So change this part, row ID, change the ID part to song ID. Alright, because we're going to push the song ID column onto the array. And this now will return us all the song IDs for this playlist. So just change, back in playlist.php, just change this album right here to playlist, which is our class we created up the top here. So playlist gets song IDs. This part can stay the same, and so can everything else. All this will work, but because we're on the playlist page, you might want to rename these. Instead of album song, you might just want to rename it to playlist song. So rename all the album song to playlist song, including there as well. Rename that to playlist song, and this one here to playlist song. And this one here is album artist, and this comes from this one up here. So we're going to change this to song artist instead of album artist. So copy that and just paste it there as well. So now we've just renamed all the variables just so that it matches what we have here. So save that, and if we refresh the page now, that should all work. There's not much we have to do there. So I'll refresh the page, and of course we don't have any songs. I've just realized we don't actually have any songs in the playlist, so there's nothing to show. So go back to your PHP MyAdmin and let's insert some songs manually. So go to playlist songs and click insert right here. And let's insert our first song. So the song ID, we have 31 songs in the database. Look, if you look at this songs part, you'll see we have all these songs. Just take one of the IDs from here, any ID, that's fine. So in playlist songs, insert, and song ID, just put any number in there as long as it's a valid song. Playlist ID, well, we know we've only created one playlist. Let me just open this in a new tab for you so you can see. So open a new tab, keep this page open, and you'll see on our playlists table we have ID 1 and ID 2. So just make sure the playlist ID matches one of these. So I'll just use 1, and then playlist order is the order this song's going to be in the playlist. Let's just put 1 as well. And then let's insert another song while we're here. So song ID, like I said, I've got 31 songs in the table, so it doesn't matter which ID I choose as long as it points to a valid song. Playlist ID, let's go 1 as well, just so we have 2 songs in this playlist. And then playlist order, let's put 2. And then go ahead and click go at the bottom. So right here, go. And it's inserted those 2 songs into the playlist song table. Let's refresh the page now, and hopefully we'll see some songs, which we do. And if I click play on this, it plays it, and the next song should be ukulele. And back to this song here, and we know that works. So that's it, real simple. Obviously we've done most of the work for this already, so there's really not much to do there. One thing I'm going to do though is put a border around this. I just realized we hadn't done that. If I go back to here, you'll see that we have a border around this one on my finished version of the site. So I'm going to inspect element on this. And what we should actually do is put this inside of its own div. So this image right here should be in its own div, and we've already styled that div. So go back to playlist.php, and right at the top, just put this image inside of its own div. So div, and then I'm going to copy this image part right here and move it into this div here. And I'm going to give this div a class of playlist image. And if you look at it, the style will be better because we've already styled that. You'll see we styled this playlist image class when we did the your music page. See right here? We gave it this style here. So just by adding that class, it's all better. Hey guys, welcome back. So this playlist page is pretty much finished. All we need to do is hook this delete playlist button up to an action. So go back to script.js, and we're going to write a function fairly similar to what we did with the create playlist function. It's going to be a function called delete playlist. So function delete playlist. And this is going to take a parameter, and it's going to be playlist ID, so the ID of the playlist we want to delete. And we're going to use something similar to this prompt, in the sense that it's a built-in kind of alert dialog. So we're going to say var prompt equals confirm and then just the message to show. And we can just say, are you sure you want to delete this playlist, with a question mark. Are you sure you want to delete this playlist? And underneath that, we can just say if prompt equals true. Obviously this equals true isn't needed. We can have that, that's fine. Again, I explain this every time, but while you learn, you can keep it like that if you want. So if prompt is true, console.log delete playlist. So let's go and hook this up to our button now. So copy the name of that function, and we're going to add it to the button in playlist.php. So scroll up and you'll find the button here which deletes the playlist. Let's add it as an onClick here. So onClick equals, and paste the name in there, and just put any number in there because that's the playlist ID. But we're not using it, so just stick it in there for now and we'll check it works. So refresh the page, and hopefully when we press delete playlist, we see this prompt. If I click cancel, nothing happens. So I'll check the console. And just to show you again, nothing happens. If I click OK, it knows that OK was pressed. So all we need to do in here is just make one AJAX call, which will go to a file which just deletes the playlist. We do something very similar up here in the create playlist function. So we can actually copy this whole AJAX call from the create playlist function if you want. So copy that, and then replace this console.log there and paste it in there. And then instead of create playlist, it's going to be linking to a file called delete playlists. Obviously we haven't created that yet. And then the parameters, we don't need a name or a username, so delete those two. We just need to pass playlist ID, and that's going to be playlist ID right there. And then the done part, we can keep this because remember that lets us know if there are any problems on this page, so keep that there. And then this part can stay the same as well. Just go back to the your music page. So if we delete this playlist, it will take us back to the playlists page, alright? So all that's left to do now is just to create this file which will do the delete for us. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we've hooked our button up to a JavaScript function, we're going to go and create the file that actually deletes the playlist. So go back to your text editor, create a new file. I'm going to save this in the includes, handlers, AJAX, and name it delete playlist.php. And open up your PHP tags. And just like the create playlist.php page, this is going to include // so go back 2 directories and then link to the config.php, which is our database connection variable. So go down, all we're going to do is create an if statement which checks if the playlist ID has been passed to it. So is set, inside the parentheses, $_get, square bracket, single quotes, playlist ID, like that. So if the playlist ID has been set, then we're going to go ahead and delete the playlist. If not, we're going to output an error message. And just like in the create playlist.php, we just echo something like this. So just like we did with create playlist.php, we can just echo playlist ID was not passed into delete playlist.php. This just helps us to know which variable is causing the problem. And then in there, we're just going to write our query that deletes the playlist. So let's just create a variable with our playlist ID first. So playlist ID equals $_get, square bracket, single quote, playlist ID, like that. And then all we need to do is 2 queries. One of them is playlist query equals MySQL underscore query, and then pass con into it for our connection to the database. And the query itself is going to be delete from playlist, so our playlist table, where ID equals, and then pass in your playlist ID. So playlist ID, and remember the single quotes on either side. And that's it for that. Copy and paste that below because we're doing something very similar. And change the name of this to songs query. So songs query. So because we're deleting the playlist, we're going to go ahead and delete all the songs that are in that playlist too. So because if you delete a playlist with 50 songs in it, all the references to those songs in the playlist songs table need to be deleted too. So delete from playlist songs, where playlist ID equals playlist ID, and that's it. We're done with that. So we can go and test it out now. But before we do that, I just realized we didn't actually pass the correct value for the playlist ID into our JavaScript function. So in playlist.php, right where we did delete playlist and just put 1 in there to see if it worked, we can just echo our playlist ID, which can go in between single quotes, and open your PHP tags up, PHP, echo playlist ID, like that, and close your PHP tags off, and that playlist ID variable comes from right here at the top of the page. Okay, and that should do it. So go back to here, refresh the page. So when I delete this, if it all worked, not only should this playlist be gone, so when you look at the playlists table, number 1 will be gone, but also the playlist songs table will be without these 2 songs. And obviously there's no other songs in this table, so when we delete these 2, the table will be completely empty. But let's try it out. So I'll delete playlist. Are you sure? I'm click OK. And we're saying playlist ID was not passed into delete playlist. So this is where this error message is helping us. So let's go back to our JavaScript file and see what's happening. So maybe the name doesn't match up with what we've called it. So in delete playlist, we've called it playlist ID. And I realized what we did. We've used get to get the variable instead of post. So that needs to be underscore post like that. So instead of using get, we need to use post, because in our Ajax call, we're using post to send the data. So that was a silly mistake on my part. Let's refresh the page and we'll try again. So delete playlist, I'll click OK, and it should redirect us to here. It does. Our playlist is gone because it used to appear here. Let's just check the playlist songs. I'm going to refresh this table and we should see no songs in this table. Great. And playlist songs, just to make sure the playlist has been deleted too. So that works. Good job, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. So we've created our playlist page and we can add and delete playlists, but we can't at the moment add any songs to the playlists. And in order to be able to actually add songs to our playlist, we're going to go back and address something which has been here for quite a while, but we haven't done anything about, and that's this option set button right here. We want to make it so that this menu here appears that allows us to actually add songs to a playlist, right? And no matter where we click, the menu appears right next to that button. So that's what we're going to do now. And we're going to start by going back to our album.php page. So head back to our text editor and open up album.php, not the class, the actual page. And scroll right to the bottom, the very last thing, we're going to just add this option menu right here. So right nav, this is going to be a navigation item. Okay, so nav, and then put class equals options menu. So class equals options menu. And this isn't going to have much in there, but what it is going to have is input, and then the type of this is going to be hidden. And the class is going to be song ID, like that. And I'm going to explain why we're doing this a little bit later on, but for now, just leave it there, and I'll come back and explain this later. So let's scroll down a bit. I'll make some space to bring that up there. So the next thing we're going to do is just add a div, and this div is going to have a class of item, like that. And we can just put something in there, like add to playlist, like that. And you can copy that, and if you did want to put any more options in there, you can just rename this to anything else you want to do. Maybe there's some other features in the menu, but for now I can just put item 2, and then if I want I can even do another one for item 3 or something. So these might be other options for you, like share song on Facebook. There's just different options that you can do with these songs. So just for now though, just leave them in there because we don't know what's going to go in there yet. So save that. And we're going to go back and style this now. So I'm going to refresh this album page, and you should see our menu here. Now let's inspect element and apply some style to this. So go to the options menu part. So right there, options menu. And we're going to say position equals fixed. And that's fell down there now, but that's okay. We're also going to say background color is going to be 282828. And in fact, if you want to see what that looks like, we can just disable position fixed, and you can see it's this grey colour, the same one as our now playing bar. So 282828. I'll come back and uncomment that position fixed later, but just leave it like that for now so you can actually see what you're doing. We can say width is going to be 200 pixels, border, we can say 1 pixel, a solid line, and we can put 000, which is a black border. You see, it's got a black border. But if we want to give it some transparency, we can click on that and click on these arrows here, and it will go to an RGB. And then with an RGB, you can specify the opacity, which is how transparent it is. And we can just say something like 0.15, like that. Just give it, see, it's black, but it's like a transparent kind of border. So that just looks pretty cool. We can then say border radius, and the border radius can be 3 pixels, like that. So it's slightly rounded corners. And then also Z index, we can just put a high number like 1000. Okay, and the reason we're putting that is the Z index is what order they appear in front. So the items in front will have the highest Z index. If I have 2 items and one of them's got a lower Z index, it will appear behind the other item. So that's fine for now. And then we also want to do one more thing, that's display none. We're hiding it by default because we don't want the menu to be showing before they've even clicked on it. So display none, and that's it. Uncomment this position fixed one more time and copy that. Then go back to your CSS file and just add something for options menu, like that, and paste the style in there. And that's it. So go back to here and let's style the actual items now. So I'm going to refresh this page and make sure the style's still there first. And we can't see the options menu at the moment, so that's probably good. Find it in here. So I found the options menu element, and I can go and disable the position fixed and the display none, and that will allow it to appear at the bottom, just so we can see what we're doing. So next thing we're going to style is these item parts right here. And then all we're going to say is width 100%, just so the width spans across the whole menu. Padding, we can say 12 pixels on the top, and then 20 pixels left and right. But you see how it's sticking out past the actual menu itself. So we can prevent that by saying box sizing and then border box. And what that does is when it's calculating the 100% width, it will take into account the padding too. Let's say font weight is going to be 400, that's fine. Color, and I actually have the value I used for the color on my actual site, and it was an RGBA color, so RGBA. And in there, put 147, 147, 147, and then the last one is going to be 0.8. So the color codes are 147 for the red, green, and blue values, and then 0.8 for the transparency. So slightly transparent, and that's what it comes out to. Next one is going to be cursor pointer. So when we hover over it, we get this nice pointer. Lets the user know they can click on it. And then height, we can say 40 pixels. And that's actually it. So copy those styles there and go back to your CSS file. And this is options menu and then item, like that. Paste that in there, and then that should be done. Let's refresh the page. We'll go and find our options menu right now, and I'll just remove the position fixed and display none, so we should be able to see it. And there we go. So that's looking slightly better. And there's one more thing to do, and we'll make it so that when we hover over each item, there'll be a background change. So go back to your CSS file, and we can just do it from here because I know the values I used. We can say options menu, item, colon, hover. So when we hover over the elements with the class item. Color, so the text color is going to change to white, so FFF. The background color is going to be 333. And finally, the border color is going to match the background color and just be 333, like that. So save that, and then refresh the page, and we should, when I uncomment those lines of style that show the menu, so uncomment that and uncomment that. When I hover over the item now, you see it changes color like that. Okay, so that's the styling, 90% done. There's a little bit left to do, but that's most of it done. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this options menu styled, what we're going to do now is work on getting it to appear when we click on this option button right here. What we need to do though is keep in mind where the button is being clicked from. Because if let me show you my actual site. If I click the button here, the options menu appears like this. If I click on the one further down, the options menu needs to appear here. So it needs to appear right next to the options button that was pressed. And the way we do that is by passing this element into the function and that allows us to use the position of the element, the top and the left coordinates, to make sure the menu is shown alongside it. So go back to our script.js, and we're going to create a function now that is going to do the showing of the options menu. So anywhere in there, just create a function called show options menu. Alright, so show options menu, and this is going to take a button element, and this button parameter is going to be this button itself. So each one of these, so this button itself. So let's hook the function up to the button press now. So copy the name show options menu and go back to album.php, and up where we have the button, so this image for options button, we're going to put an on click on the image itself. So on click equals, and then inside there just put show options menu, and inside the parentheses just put this, because whenever you use this, it refers to the element on which the event was called. In this case, it's this image, which is the button. So show options menu with this inside like that. So save that, and then back in this function we can just say var menu equals $, parentheses, double quotes, and then options menu. So what this is doing is it's going and retrieving the options menu element, which is, if I go back to album.php, this one we created at the bottom, options menu. So make sure it matches that class. So this is the menu itself, and then we can say var menu width equals menu dot width, and this will be the actual width of the element. I'll make sure you spell it right. So menu dot width. So this is the width of the actual option set itself. So this part. Next thing to do is say var scroll top like that. Var scroll top equals $, parentheses, and put window in there, and then say scroll top like that with the parentheses after that. And what scroll top does is it takes the position from the top of your scrolled window and how far away that is from the top of the actual document. For example, let's say the distance between here and here is 10 pixels, right? This gap here, let's say it's 10 pixels. It's definitely more than that, but just for the sake of me explaining this. So 10 pixels there. At the moment, scroll top is 0 because I'm at the top of the page. If I scroll down a bit, scroll top is now 10 because I've scrolled down 10 pixels from the top of the page. Alright, so just leave a comment alongside distance from top of window to top of document, like that, just so you know when you come back and read it later. And then var element offset equals $, let's put button in there. So we're creating a jQuery object of this element, because in its current state, when it's passed like this, it's just an HTML element, so we can't use jQuery function on it. Whereas when we do this, we create a jQuery object with it, which allows us to use jQuery functions. So element offset equals button dot offset with parentheses, and then just top. And what this does, it gets the position of the button, in our case, from the top of the document. So let's say the distance from the top of this document here all the way down to this button was 400 pixels. The top of this would be 400 pixels. Okay, so offset is how far it is from the top of the document. We can just say distance from top of document, like that. Alright, next thing is just var top equals element offset minus scroll top. So what we're doing is we're calculating the new position of the options menu. And what this is the distance from the button to the top of the document. So in this case, it would be from distance from here to the very top of the document. And then we're subtracting the distance from our current scroll, so the top of our current scroll view from the top of the document. Remember, if I'm from here to here, it's 10 pixels. So we're subtracting distance from the top of my scroll window to the top of the actual document itself. Alright, you'll see how this works soon. This will be a lot clearer. And then var left equals $, parentheses, button, like that, dot position with parentheses, and then dot left, and we're getting the left position of that. So what that is how far from the left this button itself is. Alright, and the very last thing to do is just add these values to the menu CSS. So menu.css, and then this is where we add our CSS, and inside there we can do curly braces like that. And inside the curly braces, we're going to say top colon and the value. So the value of top is going to be top add px, like that. So top add px. The second one is going to be the left position. So left colon and left add px. And the last thing is just going to be display inline, like that. Display inline. And that's it. So this now, if we refresh the page, will hopefully make a menu appear. So let me just refresh the page. Now if I click on this, you see the menu appears. Click on that again, and the menu appears. Now we have a slight issue. We don't want it to appear on the right, we want it to appear on the left. And the reason it's not appearing on the left is because I forgot to take away the menu width. This menu width part we created here, go to the left part and just do minus menu width, like that. So take away the width of the menu. And now when I refresh the page and click on one of these, you'll see it appears alongside it to the left, like that. And as I scroll and click, the menu changes position. And because we added the Z index, you'll see it appears over the top of this now playing bar as well. There's a couple of things we have to do, like we need to make it disappear when we start scrolling and stuff like that, but we can work on that. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got this options menu appearing, but at the moment there's no way to actually dismiss it or get it to go away. So we're going to put that in place now. So go back to our script.js file, and let's create a function above show options menu, function, and let's call it hide options menu. Hide options menu, like that. Okay, hide options menu, and this doesn't take any parameters, and it's going to do something real simple. Let's just say var menu equals $, parentheses, double quotes, and then options menu, which is our menu itself, so the actual menu element. And then we can just say if menu.css, and inside there just put display. So if the display of the CSS is not equal to none, like that, which basically translates to if the options menu is showing, all we're going to do is give it a display none. So just menu.css, and inside there say display, and then comma none, like that. So if it isn't display none, we're going to make it display none. That's it. And then all we need to do is call that whenever we want to hide it. And we want to hide it when they scroll. So if they click on the options menu, when they start scrolling, we want to dismiss it. So I'll show you what that looks like. If I show the options menu on my finished site, as soon as I start scrolling, it goes away. Alright, and that's what we want to do. So all we need to do for that is just put this on a window.scroll. So copy the name of the function, hide options menu, and at the top, we're going to just create a window.scroll event. So $, parentheses, inside there put window.scroll, like that. And then inside there just put function, parentheses, like that. And all we're going to do is call this function we just created, hide options menu, and that's it. And now, as soon as I scroll when the menu is showing, it should disappear, and it does. I'll click it again, and it disappears. Click on it one more time. As soon as I start scrolling, it goes away. And it's that simple. Next thing we want to do is make it disappear when we click away from it. So if I click outside this, we want to make it disappear as well. And that's pretty simple too. Just above that, let's do another event. So $, parentheses, inside there this time put document, and then say .click, like that. Document.click, and then in the parentheses just put function, and put your curly brace in there too. So my curly braces, put my semicolon there, and inside the function there's going to be a parameter, and this is going to be the actual click itself. So the actual click event that's passed through. And all we're going to do is create a variable called target. So this is the target element, and that's going to be $, parentheses, inside there put click.target. Alright, so this is the thing they actually clicked on. And then we're just going to do a real simple if statement. If not target dot has class, like that, and then inside there just put item, and this is saying that if the thing we've clicked on doesn't have the class item, which means it's not one of these things, because these items in here all have the class item. So if we haven't clicked on one of those, and then one more thing, and, so double ampersand, not target dot has class, and inside there just do options menu, and then in there all we're going to do is call the hide options menu function again. So once again, what this is saying is if the thing you clicked on doesn't have the class item and the thing you clicked on doesn't have the class options menu, then hide it. That means you obviously didn't click on anything inside this menu. So refresh the page, and I'll click on this, and it's not showing still. Let me just check if it has class item and options menu. I realised what I'd done. This shouldn't be options menu, it should be options button, like that. Because what was happening is I was clicking on the button here, and it was calling the hide options menu function. So we've just said as long as if they're not clicking on the menu and they're not clicking on the button itself, then hide the menu. So I've saved that, I refresh the page, and you should see the options menu appear, and if I click away from it, it disappears, and if I click anywhere on it, it doesn't disappear, okay? But if I click away from it, it's gone. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this options menu showing and hiding correctly, we're going to work on getting this add to playlist button here to show a list of playlists when you click on it. So this is what it's actually going to look like. You'll click on the options menu button right there, and you click on add to playlist, and it will show this menu here, this select menu, and then you can click on one and you'll add it to the playlist. So that's what we're going to do. So the way we're going to do this is with a select element. So go back to album.php, and inside here we're going to have a select element. So we can get rid of this div here with the add to playlist, and we can just write select and add that there. So an opening and closing select tag. And this select is going to have the class of item, just so it gets all the previous styles that they get. And then also it's going to have the class playlist. So two classes. One of them is playlist, because this is going to show the list of playlists. And inside a select, this is the drop down menu, that's what selects are. You have options. So type option like that. And the first one can have the text add to playlist like that. And then every option after that is going to be the name of the playlist. But we won't add all those, I just want to show you what it looks like. So I'll save that, and you'll see that when I refresh this now and show the menu, we have this right here which shows you the list we've done. So each one of those is one of the options we did. Okay, so go back to here, get rid of all of them except from the first one. So we just have this add to playlist one now, and we're going to put value equals just a blank string like that, and that just means it has an empty value. So when you selected this, it has no value. But then what we want to do is do a query and get all the playlists, and we want to add one of these options for each playlist the user has. So we could just put the query here, but it's going to be quite a bit of text here, and this isn't really the place to do it. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this whole select element, so take all of that, cut it, go to your playlist class, and we're going to create a function at the bottom called public static function, and the name of the function is get playlist drop down, and then parentheses, and then the curly braces like that. Alright, so there's our function, and it has to be static because we want to be able to call this without creating an instance of this class. And this is going to take two parameters. One of them is a connection variable, so con, and the reason we're passing connection variable into this is because it's a static function, which means we'll be calling this without creating an instance of this class. It means we won't have access to this stuff up here, right? So we don't have this con variable here. So we have to pass it in ourselves. And then the other parameter we're going to use is just username, which is the username of the person we're retrieving the playlist for. And then we can say drop down equals, and then put your select in there that you did. So I did single quotes because I know we use double quotes here. So single quotes, and put all of this string there. Alright, I'm going to tab it across. Now put your semicolon there, and then we can actually just return this drop down like that. And I'm going to show you what this does. In our album.php, all we're going to do is in this gap here, call this function. So PHP echo playlist, remember the playlist class, so uppercase P, colon, colon, because if you remember in the previous videos, quite a while ago, when we use static variables, I explained that we need to use colon, colon to access them if we haven't created an instance of the class, which we haven't done. So colon, colon, get playlists drop down like that. There, and put your closing PHP on there as well. But then this, remember, takes two parameters. One of them is the connection variable, so con, and the other is the username of the person we want to get the playlist for. So we can just say user logged in like that. So we're passing those to there, and you should see, if we did it right, the same thing. It should still be this in there, which it is. So this select now is coming from the playlist class, and that's what we wanted to do. So the next thing we need to do is make this get playlist dropdown function retrieve the playlist from the database. Hey guys, welcome back. So we have this dropdown now, which will eventually show our playlists, and we're getting that from our get playlist dropdown function. What we still need to do though is make this go to the database and retrieve all the playlists for this user. So let's do that now. The first thing we're going to do is take this closing select tag. So take that closing one, okay, cut that, and then when we return dropdown, we're just going to return dropdown and append this closing select tag like that. And we're doing that so that we can add items to this drop-down string. So I'm going to put that semicolon up there on that line. And then in between here, in this gap, we're just going to do a simple query and then loop over it and add an option for each playlist. So the query is query equals MySQL underscore query, like that. First parameter is just con. Remember, it's not this con because we're getting it from here. We don't have access to this con because it's a static function. And the second parameter, which is the query itself, is going to be select ID and name from playlists where owner equals in single quotes and then put username, which we're getting from this parameter here. So maybe your single quotes around that, and then put your semicolon on the end. And then all you have to do is loop over the results. So while row equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array, and inside there, stick query in there, and then scroll down. And inside here, we just need to create another option string and append it to here. And we can do that by saying drop down equals drop down appended with, and then we're going to create another option tag, so option like that, and then put the closing one on two, option like that, and then we just want to get the ID and the name, so just above this line we'll go and do that. So we can say ID equals row ID like that, and then we can say name equals row name like that. And that allows us to put these in the string without having to actually break the string up. So we can say name like that. And for the value of the option, which is important for us to do, we can say, so just in that option tag, value equals single quotes, and inside the single quotes just put ID like that. And save that, and let's go and have a look at how that looks. Let's check if it worked. So we have an error, unexpected curly brace. I bet I've missed a semicolon, and I have right here. So I missed that, and then refresh the page again. And here we go. So I'm going to click on this, and we have an error. Object of class user could not be converted to string. Let's see what we got. So username we're passing into this. So get playlist dropdown, we're calling this from the album class. And the reason we're getting this error is because user logged in is an object. It's of the user class. And in our user class, we have this get username function that we need to call to get the username. So we've actually passed in an instance of this class, and really we want to pass the username alone. So that's easy. Just go back to here and do arrow get username like that. Okay, save that and give the page another refresh. And click on that. Let's see if our playlists are there, which they are. And there's our playlists. Let's just check the values are there. So inspect element on that select drop down. find it in there, and I'm going to see value 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's correct. The values all match up to what we have in the database, and because we don't have 1, because if you remember when we were testing out the delete functionality, we deleted the place with the ID 1. So these are all okay. So that's it. We have our list of playlists now. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our drop down with our playlists, we can actually style it, because you can see that this looks slightly different because it's no longer just an item, it's a select. So let's go ahead and style that now. So go and find your select in the inspector right there, and then give it some style. And the style we're going to give it, what I'll do is I'll scroll up and get a new menu just so we can actually see it better. So still on the select, let's say border none, so no border. We'll also say text indent and 10 pixels, see how it moves over, and I think 12 might be good. So the greater the number, the more to the right it goes. Alright, so I think 12 is about right. And then we can also say WebKit appearance, so dash WebKit dash appearance, and this can just be none, like that. So the background color is still not right, and I just realized it's because we didn't give the item class a background color. So as soon as we give the item class a background color, so background color, and this is going to be 282828, you see it goes back to normal. But the font size of the select is slightly smaller, so also in the item class we're going to specify a font size. So font size, and say 14 pixels, just so it all has the same font. And that means we might want to move the text indent over to the left a bit more, so we can actually say, I guess we don't actually need a text indent at all. Yeah, we can get rid of that. So actually, no text indent, I'm going to get rid of that. And I think that works. So we need to add these two classes to the item CSS, so the background color and the font size. So copy those two, go back to our CSS file, and then in item, right here, paste those. And then we also need to add these to the select CSS, which we haven't done yet. So let's say options menu, select, like that. And paste them in there. And I forgot to actually explain what this WebKit appearance does. Let me just go back to here and I'll disable it, and that will be a bit clearer for you. With no WebKit appearance you get this here, but we don't want these arrows here, and WebKit appearance just gets rid of the default style it has. And there's actually one more thing we need to add, because the WebKit isn't available in all browsers. It's available in Safari and Chrome, but we need to do one for Firefox as well. So we can just say Moz, so Mozilla, appearance, and then just none, exactly the same value. So both have none, just this one's Moz appearance, and that's for Firefox. So save that now, and then refresh the page, and then hopefully we still see the styles, which we do. So there, much better. So now we have the same style across all of them. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our options menu styled and we have it with the correct playlist and everything, it's time to make steps towards actually getting it to insert the song into a playlist. So go back to album.php, and you see this hidden input we have here. Well, we're going to start working with this now, so I'll explain what this is about in this video. But before I do that, scroll up to the track options part right here, track options. So next to the image where we have our options button, this one here. So underneath there, we're going to make another hidden input. So input and type equals single quotes hidden, like that. Class equals song ID, and then value equals, and in there we're going to split the string up. So I've broken the string, and I'm going to append album song arrow get ID. So we're calling the get ID function for this song, and then append it back with a string, so another dot, and then close that input off. And what this is doing is, if I go back and show you, I'll refresh this page. If I go and show you the input now, each input for each song you'll see contains, so in track options you'll see the input contains the ID of that song. So I'll go down to one of the next songs, you'll see in the track options the ID contains this ID. So the input, the hidden input, contains the ID of this song. The reason we're doing this is so that we can access this, because when we try and add a song to a playlist, we need to know which song we want to add. And the way we do that is by going to this input and taking the value of this, which is the song ID, and adding that to the playlist. So you'll see how that works now though. So all you need to know is this will contain the ID of the song. Now go to your script.js file, and at the top underneath here we're going to create another event. So we're going to say document.on, like that, and then change. And then we're also going to say is the target that we want to bind this event to. So select playlist. So the select items with the class playlist, which, as you know, is this. So this playlist returns a select element in our playlist.php. So it returns a select, and it's got the class playlist. So that's what we're talking about. So when that select is changed, then we're going to do the following code. So function, and then put your semicolon in there. So this will be fired every single time that drop down changes. We can say var playlist ID equals $ parentheses this dot val. And the reason this is a playlist ID is because this here, the keyword this, refers to, as I've said before, the element which this event was fired on, which in our case is the item that is changed to. So this contains the option of the item that was selected, and then we're taking the value here, which will contain the ID, which is the ID of the playlist. So every time this select is changed, this playlist ID will contain the playlist that was selected. Next, we want the song ID. So we can say var song ID equals $ parentheses this, which remember again is the option set. So the playlist that was selected, okay, dot prev, and then in there say dot song ID, and then lastly just put val, so it's getting the value. And what this song ID is, if I go back to album.php, it's this hidden input that we made inside the options menu. So this hidden input will eventually contain the ID of the song. So we have this one up here, which will contain the ID of each song. So every single song on the page will have a different input like this that will have its ID. But this one in the options menu will contain the song that was currently selected. So this input will have the value of the song we're trying to insert into the database. It won't yet, but it will when we give it the value. So it's worth noting that prev, right here, goes up the document object model to find this. It won't find this one, even though they have the same class, because prev takes the immediate ancestor, which in our case is right here. It won't go up to there. Alright, so that's good. So song ID will contain the ID of the song. And just to make it a little bit clearer, and just check that it works, we can just console.log playlist ID like that, and then I'll just append playlist ID, and I'll copy and paste this console.log, and then we'll change this to song ID, and then we can change this to song ID. We're just going to output the values to make sure they're okay. And then, but in order to see them work, I did say that this doesn't yet have a value. I said it won't currently contain the song ID, but it will do when we make it, which we're about to do. And we're going to do that in about 2 lines in the show options menu function, which is, scroll down, right here, show options menu. So the very first line in there, we're just going to say var song ID equals, and create a jQuery object and put the button itself in there, and then dot prev all, and inside the parentheses just put song ID like that, and then just get the value of it. And what that's doing is, remember, the button is the button we select here. So it's this button, which if I show you the HTML inside album.php is right here. So taking this button, and then it's going to find the ancestor of with the class song ID. And the reason we use prev all instead of prev, like you see here, is because I just wanted to explain what the difference is. Prev will only take the immediate ancestor, whereas prev all will go up multiple if it needs to. So, for example, if we had another element in between this, maybe like a paragraph tag or something with some text, we would need to use prev all, because prev would stop at the immediate ancestor, which is this, so it wouldn't find anything. So prev all will just continue and go up multiple levels. All right, that's just difference. Doesn't really matter in this case because this is the immediate ancestor, but just wanted to show you what we can use. Both of them would work in this case. So script.js, prev all, and like I said, this now contains the song ID because we're taking the value of this input here, value, which we know is the song ID. And the last thing to do is just to say menu, which is our options menu, remember, dot find, and then inside there put dot song ID and then dot val, and inside the parentheses we're going to give it a value, and that value is just going to be song ID. So what this does is it takes the options menu that appears here, this one, and then goes and finds the song ID item, which, as we know, is this input here. So it takes the options menu and finds the song ID item, which is this input, and it sets its value to be the song ID. So to summarize this, every time the options menu is shown, it's going to take the song ID and then put that into the options menu, so that when we change a playlist up here, we can go and get that song ID. All right, so let's refresh the page and check that it outputs this. I know that was a lot to follow, but we're nearly there. So let's just go and check that playlist ID and song ID are the correct values. All right, refresh the page and check the console, and let's open this and we'll select the playlist, classics, and you see playlist ID 4 and song ID 7. If I do a different playlist, in fact I'll do a different song in a different playlist, so I'll do playlist 2, you'll see playlist ID 2 and song ID 15. Alright, so we know it works. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we have the correct playlist ID when we change this, and also the correct song ID. And that last video was a lot to take in. I had to explain all of this, and it's pretty complicated, I know. So if there's anything you're unsure about still, just let me know and I'll be happy to explain it in more detail for you. But to move on, all we need to do now is just make an AJAX call to a page which will just insert the song into the playlist songs table. So let's go ahead and create that file now. So create a new file and save this in includes handlers AJAX, and let's call this add to playlist.php. Add to playlist.php. And as usual, open your PHP block and close it off, and in there include, and then dot dot slash as we do with all of our AJAX files. We go back 2 folders and then config.php. This is our database configuration variable in there. And then if you want to go and copy and paste the code from one of these, so delete playlist for example, you can do. I'm going to copy this if statement here, then go back to add to playlist and just paste it underneath there because I'm lazy like that. And we're going to be checking for if is set playlist ID. Funny enough, we can keep that. And then we're also going to be checking for is set $_post square bracket single quotes, and this is going to be song ID because we are going to pass the playlist ID and the song ID through to here. And if they're not set, or any of them aren't set, we can say playlist ID or song ID was not passed into add to playlist.php. Like I said last time, this is kind of to help you out if there are any errors. So playlist ID is playlist ID, just like that. We can keep it. So copy that and paste it below, and we'll do the same thing for song ID. So song ID equals post song ID, like that. And then we don't need these queries. We can get rid of both of those. So get rid of those. And I'm going to create a new query. This will be order ID query, because this is going to get us our order ID. You'll see how that works now. Equals MySQL underscore query. Inside there, put the connection variable, which is con. And then as a second parameter in double quotes, just put select. And then we're going to say max with parentheses. And inside there, put playlist order, and I'll explain this to you once I've typed it out. So from playlist songs where playlist ID equals single quotes, remember your single quotes, and then playlist ID, and then remember that closing single quote too. I know I say it every single time, but you'd be surprised how many people, myself included, forget to put the closing single quote on. So anyway, what's this doing? This, as the name suggests, is the order ID query. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to know what the maximum order ID is. And by that, I mean which of our songs has the highest order ID. Because when we output the songs in the playlist, we order them by playlist order. Whichever has the lowest playlist order will come first, whichever has the highest will come last. Or furthest down the page, I should say. So when we insert a new song, the user would expect the new song to be added to the end of the list. So we need to know whatever had the highest playlist order and then add 1 to that. So we can just say playlist order, and in fact we can even just say +1 like that. So max playlist order +1, and that will return the highest playlist order value in playlist songs, where playlist ID is the ID of the playlist we want, and then it'll add 1 to it. And let me just show you what that will do. So inside PHP in the playlist songs table, I have 3 songs in here, all belong to the same playlist, and the playlist orders go 1, 2, 3. So the next song we insert should have the playlist order of 4, right? So it comes last. And if I go to SQL tab right here, I can execute something. So I'll say select max playlist order +1, like we just did, from playlist songs. We don't need a where clause, because like I said, all the songs in the table have the same playlist. So this is just to demonstrate to you. So I've executed that, and you'll see it's now got the number 4, which it should have. Now, there's only one problem with this. This column has the name max playlist order +1, right? Because we haven't selected a column, so it can't take the name. So this is the name it's given it, which would mean we need to use this name here when we go to retrieve the value from the array in our code. So what we can do is actually specify, I'll click edit right there, and this window appears, and we can say as, so after the +1, as, and then you can name the column. So I'm going to say as just playlist order, which means the column now has the name playlist order. So if I execute this, you'll see what I mean. You'll see the column now has playlist order, and now to reference that, I can use playlist order. So it's a little bit nicer to use than referencing it with max playlist order +1, alright? So I want to go back to my code and specify this as playlist order, so I'm copying that. I'm going to go back to here, and after the +1, I'm just going to put as playlist order, and this allows you to name the columns when they're output, alright? So, in order to get that value now, we can just say row equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array, as usual, and then the query goes in there, so order ID query, and then to get that value, all we have to do is say order equals row, square brackets, single quotes, and the name of the column, which we've just named playlist order. So take that and put your semicolon on the end. And finally, we want to do the actual query itself, which is going to insert it into the playlist song. So one more line, just query equals MySQL underscore query, like that. Pass the connection variable in, and the query is going to be insert into playlist songs values, and inside the parentheses, remember you're closing parentheses too, everyone seems to forget that one, again myself included. So values, empty single quotes for the ID because we set it to auto increment, and single quotes, and inside there the first one is going to be song ID because this matches our playlist songs column, so song ID, next one playlist ID, and then playlist order. So the playlist ID is going to be playlist ID, which we got up here. And then the final one, I'll make sure you remember single quotes around that. So single quotes around that, comma, and the final value to insert is going to be the order, which we know is order because we just retrieved it from here. And save that after you put your semicolon on the end of that. And then all we need to do is actually call that in our function now. So in this code right here, get rid of those two which log the playlist ID and the song ID. And then we're just going to do post Ajax call. So post, the first parameter is the file, which we know is includes / handlers / Ajax and then / add to playlist.php, like that. The second parameter is the data to pass in, which we know we need a playlist ID and a song ID. So playlist ID colon, and the value is going to be this variable playlist ID, which is up here, and then we need comma, and then finally song ID, and colon, the value is going to be the song ID variable, which we can say here, song ID. So there's the data, and then after that, on the new line, we just want to do done. So there's no semicolon on that because it's part of the same function. And then inside there, function, which is a code we want to execute, and put your semicolon on the end. And inside the done, all we're going to do is say hide options menu, which will close the options menu because we've just inserted the data. And then finally, we're going to set this playlist ID back to an empty value so that when we go and open it next time, it's back to add to playlist. Because if we don't do that, if I select classics there, I'll go back to here and it's still on it the next time I go and open it from somewhere else. So we want it to go back to the default add to playlist. All right. So we do that by saying $ parentheses this, which remember I said is the select menu with the drop down for the playlists. So this dot val, and then just put empty quotes in there, which is the value for this add to playlist one. You see we said value is an empty string. And that's it. That was a lot, I know it was, but you did well. And we should probably do something with the output in case the parameters aren't passed in and we get this. So the way we do that is just using this. So just copy this code from any of our functions below that we use, so create playlist for example, and just paste it in there as the first part of the done section. All right, and that will just show us the error if there is any. So save that and let's go and test it out. Like I said, that was a lot, I know, but we did well. So hopefully when I click on this and add to playlist, this is gonna go into the playlist. So memories this was, so I'll click add to playlist, and we didn't get this hidden, so we know this didn't quite work. Maybe the JavaScript file was cached. Let me just double check that it didn't get inserted. So I'll go to playlist songs, refresh that, and it did get inserted. And we can see it did take the correct value as well. It took the highest playlist order, which was 3, and added 1 to it, so that's fine. Took the correct playlist ID and the correct song ID, so that's alright. But for some reason the menu didn't get hidden and this didn't get set back to the default. Let's go and see what's happened there. So I realized we didn't pass error in from this function, so error like that. I'm wondering if that was the problem. So I'm going to save that and we'll try again. So I'll do a different song this time and I'll add it to the same playlist, and then it disappears. And let's just make sure that the menu value has been set to default, which it has not. So I just paused the recording and did a little bit of investigating as to why that wasn't changing, and it turns out it's because our use of this, and the reason that it's having a problem is because this inside of here in this context now refers to the callback. So outside of this done part, this refers to the select element, but inside of there, this now refers to the callback itself. So all we need to do is just keep a reference to this that we can access. So what we can do is the very first line, we can say var select equals $this. So we're creating a jQuery object with this, and that means we can copy select and just paste it in here instead. So instead of using this with value, we can just say select.val, and the same thing here. We can replace the use of this here with select, and that also means we can say instead of using this, we can just say select.val there as well. And that should be good now. So let me just go back to here, refresh the page. And when we add a song, it will go to the database, and then this will revert back to a different playlist. So I'm going to choose party, and then it should go back to add to playlist next time I open the menu. So it's added, and also it's gone back to add to playlist as well. Okay, and just to make sure, one more time, so you can see I added some more songs to investigate why that was happening. So we currently have 10 rows in the database, and if we go and add something else now, so I'll add this to running songs, you'll see that this now, when I refresh this query, has 11. So it is still inserted into the database. All right. So that's it. We can now insert songs into playlists. We can create playlists, and we can also delete playlists. So in here, we can delete playlists, and all the songs will go to. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this options menu working, it's time to move the code to the other places where we have the songs as well. Because at the moment, if we go to anywhere else with the songs, for example, one of our playlists, this option menu doesn't work. Alright, so we just need to copy the code across from that. So the best way would be for us to reorganize this, and you make it so that all this text here comes from one location that we can call everywhere. And that way we wouldn't have to duplicate the code like this across pages. But to keep things simple for now, we're just going to copy and paste the code across, and then hopefully in a later video I'll come back and do a refactoring section, which will show you how to make all this a little bit easier to work with in these sort of situations. But for now, let's just find all the occurrences of this tracklist row, right, and see how many files there are. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do a search across all files. So I'm going to click Find in the menu, in the tab up there. So I'm going to press Command-Shift-F, or Control-Shift-F maybe, if you're on a Windows computer, or go to the tab at the top and click Find, and then Find in Files right there. Okay, I'll open this up. I'm going to press Search, and I'm going to see 4 occurrences of this, which means there's 4 places we need to copy this to. Well, there's actually 3, because one of them we already have it. Alright, so we already have it in album.php, that's fine. So we can go to album.php. So we're going to take this options menu part right there, so copy that. But before I do that, I'm going to get rid of these items here. These were so that I could demonstrate to you what it would look like if you had other items in the list, like other options. But we don't have anything else yet, so I'm going to just remove those. Okay, so copy that, the whole options menu, go to the Find Results, and then go to Artist, and double click on this, and it'll take you straight to the file. And then right at the bottom, just as we did before, I'm going to copy and paste all this into there. Okay, that's fine. Now the next one down is the playlist.php, so double click on that, it will take me to the file, and again at the bottom, just paste it in there. And then one more on the search.php, scroll to the bottom and just paste it in there. Sorted. Now, go back to album.php, because there's something else we needed, and that was this on-click event to be on the image, and also this hidden input. So we can just copy this whole track options part if you want. So copy all of that, and then go. We don't have to go through the find options anymore because we have all of the 4 pages open, all of the 3 pages I should say, because we've already done the album page. So we just have to add it to these 3 tabs. So go to the options part, which in this case is right here, and paste that new part over the top of that. And this can stay the same, album song, get ID, and that can also stay the same. Great, there's one done. Now, same thing in playlist.php. So replace this options part here with this one, and this won't be album song, it'll be playlist song. So copy that and paste it over the top of album song. Alright, but then we need to recopy this track options into the final place, so I'm going to save that file too, and then scroll up and find the track options, which is here, and paste it there. And this one isn't playlist song, this is actually album song again, so copy that and paste it over the top of playlist song. And just by doing that, anywhere we go to now, so for example if I go to search.php and search for a song, so I'll just type C, and we get these songs. If I click on this, I get the option to add it to a playlist again. And it was. You can see that because it went back to add to playlist. So it works in all these other areas now. Hey guys, welcome back. So what we're going to do now is make the ability to remove a song from our playlist. So on our playlist page, when we go to the drop down menu, we're going to have a remove from playlist option. So go back to our script.js file and let's create a new function. So we can do it above this create playlist right here and say function remove from playlist like that. And this is going to take two parameters. It's going to take an element like that, and it's going to take a playlist ID. And this element is going to be the options button that was pressed. So I think in the show options menu we used the word button instead of element. So instead we can call that button if you want. So rename element to button, just so it's the same sort of thing. And then scroll down to the show options menu, and we're going to use this part right here. This song ID equals preval and gets the song ID. Then paste that in there. So this song ID now will contain the ID of the song, because remember, each one of these has a hidden field with the song ID in them, and that's what we're getting here. And then all that's left to do is a simple Ajax call, and you can scroll down and copy any of these. This one will do. So copy that from delete playlist.php, for example, and scroll up to our function, which was here. Remove from playlist, paste it in there, and I'm going to shift tab, so shift and tab to move those over to the left, just make it a little bit neater. And the file is going to be not delete playlist, but remove from playlist.php, and then we're going to have playlist ID, and that's fine like that. Except make sure this parameter is playlist ID, not playlist. Okay, so that's okay. And then the last bit of data is going to be song ID, which we can just use song ID, this variable here. So we're passing the playlist ID and the song ID across now, and we can keep this as it is, and then we can simply open playlist.php when we're done, but then pass the ID of the playlist in like that. ID equals, and then playlist ID, and that will basically refresh the middle section to show the updated playlist. Alright, so that playlist ID comes from there. So all that's left to do is hook this function up to the button and then create that remove from playlist file. Hey guys, welcome back. So continuing with this remove playlist function that we're going to have in our menu, let's go back to script.js and take the name of this function, so remove from playlist, and then go to your playlist.php file and scroll right to the bottom where this options menu is and add another option. So I'm going to create some space so you can see it a bit easier. Add another option underneath this part, underneath the PHP tags. So we're going to say div, and it's going to have the class equals item, and inside that we're going to say remove from playlist. And then all we need to do is say on click equals and pass in remove from playlist function with the parentheses, and in the parentheses we just need to put this, which is this element here, and then the second parameter is the playlist ID, so single quotes, and inside the single quotes the PHP block, say echo playlist ID like that, semicolon, and close the PHP block off, and that's it. Now we should be able to call that. Now the last thing to do is just create the remove from playlist file. So if you see in script.js, this file here. So I'm going to copy that name, create a new file, and I'm saving this in includes handlers, Ajax, and in here. So paste that name in there, .php. So remove from playlist.php, press save, and open your PHP block, and close it off. And in there, just put include, and this is going to be includes/included files.php, like we always do, included files.php, and then underneath there we can just copy any of our other Ajax files. So I'll take this delete from playlist one, I can copy that and then go back to remove from playlist.php and just paste it in there, and we can keep this one, playlist ID, and I'm going to copy that and then do and, because we're passing two parameters into this, and one of them is song ID, so song ID, and make sure those two names match up with what you've called it here, playlist ID and song ID, all right? And if they weren't passed, we can say playlist ID or song ID was not passed into remove from playlist.php, all right? Just again, just to help us out if we go wrong with this. And then copy this first line. This one can stay the same because we are using the playlist ID, remember? And change this to song ID, and this one could be song ID as well. We don't need these two lines, these two queries, so get rid of those. So we're going to create a new one. This is going to be just query equals MySQLi underscore query, like that. First parameter is the connection variable to the database, and the second parameter is the query, which is just going to be delete from playlist songs, and make sure you spell from correctly, not form. So delete from playlist songs where playlist ID equals, in single quotes, put your playlist ID variable, but then also you want to say and song ID equals single quotes again, and then song ID, like that. And that should be good. So save that, and hopefully when I refresh this page and click remove from playlist, this clear day one will be gone. Remove from playlist. Okay, so we got a big error. And that's my mistake. We didn't need included files here. We want config file. So we don't need this. Get rid of that. This should be the config file. // to go back 2 folders, because we're in the Ajax folder, remember? And then just config.php. And save that and refresh the page. That was a pretty careless mistake. That was my bad. So open the options menu, remove from playlist, and hopefully this clear day song will be gone. Let's see. Okay, so it didn't refresh, which might mean it didn't. Let me just refresh here. It didn't refresh because the URL was wrong. I didn't put a question mark there. So go back to script.js, and this part needs a question mark after the PHP question mark ID. All right, so save that. Let's go back and see if the song actually did delete though. And it did, so there's only 4 songs left. Let's just try that again. So funny song needs to go, remove from playlist. And did it refresh? Did it delete? Let's find out. It didn't refresh on its own. It did it again. Maybe it's cached. Let me just clear the cache. So I'm gonna empty cache, hard reload, and then I'm gonna fix the URL. So let's go PHP question mark, like that. Okay, so it did delete. I'm gonna run out of songs here if I keep doing this. So remove from playlist, and it worked. Okay, so the JavaScript file was just cached. So again, I remove this little idea one now, and you see that goes. There we go. Hey guys, welcome back. So we're going to go ahead and create the settings page now, and the settings page is a real simple page. It's just going to look like this. It's going to be just the name of the person, followed by the user details button, which will take you to the page where you can change your details, and then a logout button. So that's all it is, a real simple page. So go and create a new file. So new file, and save this in the root of your website and call it settings.php. We can open the PHP tags up, and then the first thing we need to do is includes / included files.php, included files.php, because those are all our classes. And then underneath there, all we need to do is create a div, and this is going to have the class entity info. Class equals entity info, which we've already styled, so we've already done this. And then inside there, create another div, and this is going to have the class center section, which I believe we've also styled as well. So off the top of my head, I think we did that. So that should be fine too. And then div, and this is going to have the class equals user info, which I don't think we've done that. Although I could be wrong. I can't remember. It's been a while. I've done a lot of recording, and now my brain is going crazy. So let's create an h1 tag in there. And this is going to be the user's name. So if you remember in included files.php, if I can open that up, so we have this user object here. So we can use that to get the user's name. So the only issue is we don't have a function that does that yet. So open up the user class and just create a new function. Public function get first and last name, like that. Real simple function, and all it's going to do is make a simple query. Say query equals MySQL underscore query, and put con in there, and then we can say select all from users where username equals, in your single quotes, just put this arrow username, like that, which is the username at the top of the class. Okay, and I want to show you a cool little trick. So go back to our PHP MyAdmin and open the users table and click on SQL. Well, actually, you don't have to do this. You can just watch me do it if you want. I'm going to show you a little trick. We can select first name, comma, last name from users where username equals, and then just any username. So my one, for example. And that will return the first name and the last name column. Great. That would mean we just need to get this and then get that and concatenate them with a string in between. But we can do that in the query itself. So we can actually get rid of the comma and put this inside of a concat function call, like that, and wrap the last name with the closing parentheses. And then in between that, put a comma, and let me just execute this, and it will concatenate the two of them. So you'll see Reese Kenny, like that, two together. But I can also edit that further and stick another string in between. So I can say empty string in single quotes, has to be single quotes because it's a MySQL query, and press go, and you'll see we have the first name and last name concatenated for us. We would have to do it in our code. It's right there. And if you remember from the last video, we specified a column name as well using as, so we can do this, which will join the first name and last name, and then we can say as name, which allows us to specify the column name that we're going to use to reference it, and that means we can use name to reference it in our code. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to copy this. You guys can type it out. Instead of selecting all, I'm going to select concat first name space last name, so it's concatenate all of these together, and then as name. And name is what we're going to use to reference it. So to get the first name and last name, we can say row equals MySQL underscore fetch underscore array, just like that, and pass the query in there. And as usual, we can just return row and then the column you want to do, which is name, because that's what we called it here. And this will now return the first and last name. So let's call that function. So I'm copying the name of the function, go back to settings.php, and inside there, I'm going to open my PHP tags up. I'm going to echo user logged in, which is our user object, arrow, and then the name of the function we just created, and then close the PHP tags off. Save the page, and let's go and refresh it. And we'll go to the settings page, I should say. I suppose that's, the link we have for that is profile.php, so we don't want to call it that. Let me just go to settings.php just until we change it in the navigation bar. And we have some errors here. Undefined variable con, and that's a pretty rookie mistake on my part. It shouldn't be con, it should be this con, like that. And this will work now. And you see Reese Kenny right there. That's what we want. And then the last thing we're going to do is just create the two buttons, and this is going to be really simple because we've styled all of this before. So go back to settings.php, and all we need to do is just give that class equals button items, and then create a button item, and this is going to have the class equals button, and the text can just be user details. Copy and paste that line below, and then this can just be our log out button, so log out, like that. Save that, refresh the page, and you'll see the buttons there. So to center that, we just need one bit of code, and I know what it is. This is for the user info part. So go back to your CSS, and all we're going to do is just dot user info like that, and then h1 because it's targeting the h1 tag, and simply put text, align, and then center, and that is it. We're done with that, except for the functionality obviously, but we'll get to that. And that didn't work. Is the cache cleared? Let me check. Inspect element, refresh or hard reload, and that was a problem. The CSS file was cached, and that's it. So the settings page is done, or the layout anyway. We still need to do the functionality. Hey guys, welcome back. So now we have these buttons on our settings page, but at the moment they don't do anything. So let's add some functionality to these now. And these are going to be really simple buttons. They won't be doing anything overly complicated. This logout button is just going to make a real simple Ajax call, and this user details one is just going to send them to the user details page. So let's do this one first, because this is a simple one, the user details button. So go back to settings.php, and on the user details button, just put on click, and then put in there open page, which of course is our function we wrote to change pages. And inside there, we're just going to put update details.php. And of course, we haven't wrote this page yet. But what we'll do is we'll create that page now. We'll just set it up. We won't actually do anything on the page yet. We'll just save it so that when we click on the link, we'll actually be taken to somewhere. So in the root of your site, just save it as update details.php. Give that a save. And then we can just write hello like that. And then when we click on the button, hopefully, we'll be taken to this page. So I'll refresh this page. Now click on the user details button, and here we are. We're on the user details page. So I'll go back to settings. So we know that works. That's good. That's done now. We'll come back and do the actual functionality of that page later on. But for now, that's okay. And the second one is the logout button, which again I said is real simple. We're just going to do something very similar in the sense that we're just going to add an on click. So on the logout button, add on click. But instead of open page, it's going to call a log out function, which again we haven't wrote yet. So we need to do that now. But that's it, that's done now, and we're actually done with this whole settings page really. So save that, and then let's go and write that logout function now. So go to script.js, and then anywhere in here, it doesn't really matter where, let's just create a new function. Function log out like that, and it won't take any parameters. Like I said, it's a real simple one. All it's going to do is an Ajax call. So $.post, like we do with all our Ajax calls, and then the page we're going to send it to, which again we haven't created yet either. So includes /handlers /Ajax /logout.php. That's what the name of the page is going to be. So that's the page we're sending this call to, and then we're not passing any data to it. All we're going to do is do something when the Ajax call returns. So put a function in there, and it's real simple. Just say location.reload like that, and that is it. All we have to do now is create this file that we're sending the Ajax call to, and this is a really simple file. It's just going to have 2 lines of code. So create a new file and save it, and we said we would save it in the includes handlers Ajax, and this would just be logout.php. And then all it's going to do is have a PHP block and then close it off, and the first line is just going to be session start like that, session start, and the second line is just going to be session destroy, just like that. And that is it, that's the whole file. So all this does is call a session destroy, because you might not remember, I said it way back when we did the sign up process and the actual login functionality of the site. Session destroy is how we log out. We essentially stop the session, because sessions are how we're keeping track of whether they're logged in or not. And you might be wondering, why do we need this session start? Why can't it just be session destroy on its own? And the reason is, if we don't add this session start, there's nothing for it to destroy, because it doesn't know anything about sessions. If you remember going back even further to when we created our config file, I said that session start is needed to let our site know that we're using sessions. Without the session start, it doesn't know anything about sessions, which means it can't destroy the session. So we have to say session start, so it knows it's using sessions, and then it goes and destroys it. So that's why we need session start first and then session destroy, and that's it, that's the logout. And when this returns from the Ajax call, it's going to just reload, and then the redirect that we have in our header.php that checks whether they're logged in or not, it's going to see you're not logged in anymore because we've just destroyed the session, and then it's going to redirect them to the settings page. So let's go and give it a try. So I'll refresh this page, and I'm going to click log out, and it should take me to the index page, the register page, I mean. So I'll click that, and let me just check the console. Nothing happened. It could be that the file is cached. So logout is not defined. Yeah, that probably means the file's cached. So I'm going to empty cache and hard reload. Okay, I'm gonna click it again now. So I'll make this a bit smaller. So again, it should take me to the register page. So I clicked it, and here I am. So yeah, the file was cached. So I just click log out, and then if I try and go to any page, let's even say back to the settings page, it won't let me because I'm no longer logged in. So that's it. Our logout button is working, and so is our user details button, although the user details button doesn't actually do anything right now aside from take us to an empty page. Hey guys, welcome back. So now the two buttons on our settings page have their functionality. The update details button takes us to the update details page, which although at the moment is empty, and the logout button actually logs us out. The problem is at the moment this link here doesn't actually link us to the settings page. We just put a link in there while we were putting this page together just so there was something there. At the moment it takes us to the profile.php page, which isn't a page. So we're going to make this link to the settings page, and then from that page they can click on the user details button if they want to update their details. So let's go and change this link here to point to the settings page. And this is in your navbar container.php, which is in the includes folder. And all we need to do is scroll down to here where we have, right at the bottom, we have the name. We have open page profile.php. Just change that to settings.php. So now that will take us to the settings page when we clicked it. And the only thing left to do other than that is to change this at the moment, because is change this from a hard-coded name to actually pull the user's name. And we've already wrote the function for that in user.php, the class. We have this get first and last name function, and it's entirely up to you guys whether you want to use the get username or get first and last name, because you can have the first name and last name in here, or you can put the username, whichever you want to do. So all we're going to do is simply call those functions from here. So in there we're going to say PHP, so open up PHP blocks, and I'll close it off right now, and then we're going to have user logged in, and user logged in comes from our included files.php. It's this variable here which contains a user object. Alright, we set this in this file. So user logged in, arrow, get first and last name, like that. Get first and last name. And make sure you echo that as well. I did forget to do that. So echo user logged in, get first and last name, or get username if you want to do that. So I'll save that and let's go check it out. This should still say Reese Kenny. You shouldn't see a difference there. And we because I went on to profile.php, go to index.php, and here we go. Call to member function, get first and last name are non-object. So user logged in is saying it's not an object. And I think I know the problem. The issue is going to be in the included files file, we create this user logged in object, but that isn't before we've included the header. Because remember, if the request does not come from an Ajax file, so if it doesn't do this part, we go ahead and use the header. And in the header, there is no user logged in object. So this is really simple to fix. We can just redeclare this in the header file. So copy that user logged in equals new user. So go to the header file, which is right here. And then all we're going to do is change this slightly, because at the moment we have this user logged in as a variable set as the username. We're going to change it to be user logged in is the object. So get this session part right here. I'm cutting that. And I'm going to replace it there. So instead of user logged in now set as username, we have this. User logged in is the user object. And because we've done that, this will no longer contain the username, so we actually have to get the username. So get username, just like that. Okay, so now I'm going to refresh the page. Class user not found, and I know why, because we didn't, since we created the user object, we didn't actually add it to here. So we need to add the user class, and we can actually add all the classes that we forgot to add. So we can take all of these So copy all those from included files, just so we don't forget any others. And then go back to the header page, and then just replace those 3 with that. Now we shouldn't have a problem with that. So save that, refresh the page, and we have our username there. Now we're having a problem here though, and again I think I know why that is. If you want to see what that error message says, you can actually inspect element, because it's kind of hidden at the moment. So you can, if you want to, just go and grab that, and you can see the error message here. And I think we should declare this as its own variable. So instead of calling this, let's just take that, and we can create a new variable called username, and that can be like that, and then we'll just pass the username into here. So save that now. That now will work. And the error message is gone, and Reese Kenny is there still, and let's just check that the user logged in variable contains our username, which it does. So we know that this part here worked fine. And just to click on the link and make sure that works, you can see it takes you to the settings page. Hey guys, welcome back. So going back to the settings page, you'll see that if we click on this button here for user details, it takes us to the update details page. The problem is we haven't actually done anything on this page yet, so it just says hello at the moment. So let's add some functionality to this now. And what we're going to do on this page, if I just show you what it's going to look like, you'll see it's going to look something like this. We'll have an email section where you can update the email address, and then a password section where you can update your password. So if I want to change this to Reese123, I can click save, and you'll see update successful. So I'll just change that back. So let's start by setting this up. Okay, so we'll set up the email section and the password section. So go back to update details.php, and this is pretty simple, nothing too difficult about this. Open the PHP block and do what we usually do, where we include the included files file. So include parentheses, double quotes, inside there put include/included files.php, just like we do in every other page. And then that's all the PHP we need at the moment. Underneath that, create a div, and this div is going to have the class of user details, so user details class div, and then create another div, and this is going to have the class of container, so container, and then also a border bottom class. If you remember, border bottom was the class we used when we want to get this line underneath. Okay, so there's the first section, and let's copy that and paste it below, and this will be the password section, but we don't want a border bottom on the bottom one because there's nothing underneath it, so we only have the border bottom class on the top one. Okay, so inside there we're going to create an H2, so inside the top section it's going to have email like that, and underneath there we'll do same sort of thing. This one's going to be password. So let me just save that and refresh the page and make sure we're seeing everything as we want it to be. So email and password, great, and there's our border bottom as well. All that's left to do is add our input, and then a span for the message, which you won't see working yet, and then a button. So just 3 things now. So input, this is going to be type equals text, because it's a text input field. Class is going to be email. Name is also going to be email. And then the placeholder is going to be email address, like that, and that's what you see inside the text box if there's no value in there. So just refresh the page, I'll show you what I mean, and you'll see this email address placeholder in there. And the very last thing to do is just put a value, and this is going to be what we want to populate it with, and we want to populate the text box with their email. So all we need to do is inside there put PHP block, and then echo user logged in, which is our user object that we created in our header file, and just call the get email function, which you haven't wrote yet. So let's go and do that now and close our PHP block off as well while you remember. So in the user class, just copy and paste this function here, and then this will be get email. And all we want to do is make a simple query that just gets us the email. So we can actually go to this get first and last name function and copy these 2 lines that we use to go to the database and get the details. So paste that in the get email function and change it from select this part here, change all that to select email from users, where username equals this username, that's fine, rows fine, and then we can just return row square brackets, and this can just be email. This will return us the email value. And now if I refresh this page, you'll hopefully see an email address in there, which we do right there. The text is white because we haven't styled this yet, but that's fine. We know it works. So that's okay. Go back to update details and let's do the span now for the error message, which we won't actually populate yet. But just create a span, and this is just going to have the class equals message like that, and that's fine. Leave that for now. And the last thing, button there, and this is just going to have the class equals button like that, which gives us our default style. And then the on click, and then we can just leave that blank for now because this is going to call our update email function, which we haven't wrote yet. So that's fine, leave it like that, and then just put save inside the button. And then if we refresh the page, you'll see the save button too, which you do. And the very last thing to do is just to do the bottom part, and this is really simple. We're just going to copy and paste what we've done here. So copy and paste all of that except from the h2 tags. So copy the input, the span, and the button, paste it underneath in the bottom container, and then this input is going to be type text, it's going to be type password. Class is going to be old password like that. Name is also going to be old password, and the placeholder is just going to be current password, and we can get rid of the value because we don't want to populate that at all. So current password as a placeholder, and then old password is the name and the class, and then type equals password. Then copy that input there and paste it below 2 more times. Now we have 3 input fields of type password. So keep the type as password. Class is going to be new password 1. New password 1. Copy that and put it into name as well. This can just be, instead of current password, the placeholder can be new password. And then on the final input below, change old password to new password 2, and then the name to new password 2 as well. And the placeholder can just be confirm password like that. And then refresh the page and we'll see we have the bottom part as well now. Obviously this isn't styled yet, so that will be the next thing for us to do. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we got this update details page set up, but we need to style this now. So let's go ahead and open the inspector. So right click, inspect. And then let's start with the user details part. So user details class right here. And this is going to have just one line of code. All we're going to give it is a little bit of padding. So padding 20px. Just give it some padding all around. Now we'll see the green part. We have padding all around there. So real simple. Go back to style.css. And then right at the bottom, put user details and just padding 20px. Save that. And if you want to just refresh the page, make sure it's still there, which it is. Next thing we'll do is the h2 parts. All we're going to do is make those in the center, and we can actually do this from here. We can say user details container, which is that div that these are all in, and then h2. If you remember, container is these divs here. So all we're going to put in there is text, align, and then center, just like that. And then we'll now refresh the page and we should see the h2 tags in the center, which we do. Great. And now what we're going to do is make these inputs all appear on separate lines and the button as well. So we can actually go back to the editor again and do it from here, because I know what we're going to do. We can say user details, just like above, container, just like that, and then input, square brackets, type equals text. So this is targeting all of the inputs of type text inside of the container user details divs. So we're going to copy that though. We don't just want to do that one. Do comma, and then underneath that change this to type password. And then finally, we can paste it again underneath. Remember your comma though, you have to have your commas between them. This won't be input type text, it will just be dot button like that, because this is that button that we used here. So all the code we ran in here will apply to the inputs and the buttons. And all we want to do is say display block, so they all appear on separate lines. And then finally we'll give it some margin of 16 pixels top and bottom, and then auto. I've got the number written down here, so I know it's a good number, that's why. But obviously, as usual, feel free to play around with that number. Let's refresh the page and we should see all of the inputs and the buttons appear on separate lines now, which we do. And they're centered too, because we get the margin auto on the left and right. Okay, great, we're making good progress. Now let's style the actual inputs themselves. So, right here, we'll do this input if you want. We're going to say height of 50 pixels. Height 50 pixels. Width can be 100%. We want to span across the whole page, the available width. Background color can be, and I have this value here, 1F, 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 which is a slightly lighter grey than the background. You'll see it better when we get rid of the border. So let's say border just none, like that, and now you can see the background. It's quite subtle. Font size, let's say 18 pixels. Make the text a little bit larger. Font weight, we can make this 300 pixels. Padding, we want 0 on top and bottom, and then 20 on the left and right, so it moves it in a bit. And that's it. That's all the style we want. So copy that style there, go back to our style.css, and then we want to do something very similar to above. So user details, container, then input, square brackets, type equals text. Paste that in there, so we have that code in there now, and then copy that input type text, and we want to do the same for password. So put your comma at the end and change type text to type password, like that. Now when we refresh the page, we should see all of the text boxes looking good, which we do. There we go. Not bad at all. The very last thing to do is the message that will be displayed when they get something wrong. Well, it won't necessarily be if they get something wrong, it will just be an update for them. So if the password update was successful or something like that. So let's give this message some content first. So I'm going to click on edit as HTML. I've right clicked on the span there. I'm clicking edit as HTML. I'm just going to put something in there like email updated, like that, or something. Because at the moment we obviously don't have text in there. So I've just put some text in there so that when we style this now we can see what we're doing. And then I'm going to give this a color. I'm going to make the color of this that Spotify green that we're using. So this is 2EBD59. That's the green we're using throughout our site. And then the only other thing we're going to do is font weight. You can just say 300, and that's it. Just those two lines of code. So copy those two and then go back to our CSS file, and this is the last part of CSS we're going to do for this. Just say user details, container, and then message, which is the class of those spans. And that's it now. Save that, refresh the page, and we shouldn't see any difference because the message will disappear. But if you want to test it out, you can just stick some text in there and just make sure that it's actually styled correctly, which it is. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have our form set up and they're styled nicely, we're going to add the functionality. And both of these, the email and the password forms, are just going to make an AJAX call. Let's start with the email one. So we'll start with the update email functionality. Go back to script.js, and we're going to create a function. Anywhere in here, it doesn't really matter. Function, and this is going to be update email. Alright, update email, and this is going to take one parameter, which will just be email class, and I'll explain that to you in just a second. For now, just put var email value equals $ parentheses, and then append a dot right there, and then add email class, which is the parameter, remember, and then just put .val, and I will explain what that email class is. We're going to call this update email function, obviously from our user details page, and it's going to come from here. The email class is going to be the class that we use for our input. So we need to get this input value, and in order to do that, we're going to pass the class through to our function, and we're going to use the class to create a jQuery selector, which allows us to get the value. So that's it. We're just passing the class so that we can get the value. And then all that's left to do is just make our AJAX call. So $.post, it's going to be a post AJAX call. In the parentheses, this will be the file that we're sending the call to. So includes /handlers /AJAX, and we're going to call this file update email.php. And we're going to send some data to this form. All we're going to send is the email, which will be email value, this variable right here, which will contain the email they entered into the text box, comma, and then just the username of the user. So username, and this will just be user logged in. Make sure that's correct. So user logged in, which is of course, as you'll see in the header file, this variable right here, user logged in equals, and it's set to the username. Okay, and the very last thing to do is add our success handler. So we can say done, and then function, and then put your curly braces on, and inside the parentheses we're going to have response, and then in there we're just going to update the span, which is right here with the class message. Okay, and the way we're going to get that span is by just saying $, and then appending a dot for the class, and then email class, like that. Email class dot next all, and inside there put dot message, which like I said is a span, and just say dot text, and it will just be response. So what we're doing here is saying wherever the email input is, because remember this is the email input, go and get the next item with the class message, which is our span, and set the text to response. And I've just realized this shouldn't be next all, it should be next until, because next all goes through the DOM and finds all of the items with this, and we actually have that same message span for the password, so it would update that too. If we use next until, it will do the same thing, but instead of getting all of them, it will stop when it finds its first one, which is what we want. Okay, so that's fine. So that's our update email function. Now we just need to hook it up to our button. So copy the name of the function, go back to update details.php, and on the button inside the on click that we left blank there, paste update email, and then in there we just pass the name of the class, which we know is email, as we see right here. So email, just like that, and save that, and that's it. Last thing to do is just write that file that we send the AJAX call to. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we created the JavaScript function for our update email call, we actually need to create the file that we're making the AJAX call to. So inside the update email JavaScript function, we have this update email call. We need to actually create this file now. So make a new file and save it in the includes handlers AJAX, and save it as update email.php. And create your PHP tags. And as with all of our AJAX files, we're going to say include, and parentheses, say dot dot slash to go up 2 folders, and then say config.php. And as always, this is our database configuration file. And to start off, we just want to make sure that the username variable has been passed to this function. So if not is set, so exclamation point is set, which means if it has not been set, inside the parentheses, just say $_post, square brackets, and put username, just like that. So if username has not been set, we're just going to echo error, could not set username, and then we will exit just to prevent the rest of the page loading. So I'll just show you what that does. If I go to script.js, and then so instead of passing user logged in as the username, if I change this to usernames with an S, you'll see an error message appear. And click save. We should see an error, but we don't. Let me just inspect element. And I think it's probably having trouble finding the message span. So let me just make sure we have it. So I'll just create the jQuery object here. So email, which was the name of our input field right here. And we're using next until. So I'll copy that and just put in there next until message, and I can just say .length to see if it exists, and we're seeing it as 0, and I actually realize why. we shouldn't be using next until. We should be using next all. I know I said in a previous video we didn't need that. We needed next until, but I made a mistake. Next all doesn't get all of the elements. It only gets the siblings, which is fine for us. So we do want next all, because this will return all of the siblings, and by sibling I mean elements on the same level. So without going into each other divs, that has that message. So this is actually fine for us. So go back and change next until to next all, and now when I refresh the page, you should see an error message. So I'll click on that, and you see error, could not set username. So that's it. Change next until to next all, and I'll change this username back now. Now that we know what that does, and update email. Go back to this file. So we've done that. So we've checked if the username is set, and now we'll check if the email is set. So if is set $_post square bracket single quotes and just email like that. That means we're going to go ahead with the update of email because it is set. We can just say else. So if it's not set, we can just echo you must provide a username, just like that, and that's it. So now if we try and submit this form without a username, so I'll get rid of that and click save, we don't see anything. Let me just inspect element, and what I'm doing is I'm going to sources right here, and this script.js is our JavaScript file. I'm going to set a breakpoint right there. I'm going to click save, and you see it gets to here, so it's stopped in the breakpoint, it's paused in the debugger, and I'm going to skip over that, so I'm going to go to the next line. So it's gone to the Ajax call. I'm hover over the email value, and I can see that it has no value. And I believe we need to actually check to see if it's empty. So it's passing double quotes at the moment, but I don't think that's picking up from the is set. So what I'm going to do, I'm close this debugger down. I'm going to go back to here, and I'm going to put echo email set, just like that. And then when I click save, we might see that. So email set, so it's passed an empty value in, and that counts. So what we're going to do is modify this if statement slightly, and instead of just doing is set, we're going to do if is set and, so double ampersand, and email is not equal to an empty string. So now we should see, if I get rid of that and press save, you must provide a username. So we just check to see if the email is empty, and of course we need to change this you must provide a username to you must provide an email, like that, because this is for the email. So that's good. Now we can just say username equal $_post square brackets username, just like that, and then copy and paste that line below, change this to email, and this can be email as well, because we know at this point inside this if statement both the username and the email must be set. Inside here we can just check if the email is a valid format, so not filter underscore var, and in the parentheses first parameter is email, so this is the email we're checking, and then the second parameter is filter underscore validate underscore email. And you might remember us using this when we did the sign up process, and this just checks to see if the email is a valid format. And if it's not, we can just echo email is invalid, and then exit. We don't want to do anything else after that if it's invalid. Next thing to do is to check if the email has already been used by another user before. So $email check equals MySQL underscore query. First parameter is the connection variable to the database, and the second parameter is the query itself, and it will just be select email from users where email equals, and then pass the email in there inside single quotes, remember, and then finally and username is not equal to, and then pass the username in there. We want this second part in here because we're checking to see if the email's already been used by another user, but we don't want to check if it's been used by the user who owns the email address. So if I just refresh this, you'll see my emails in there. if I click that, we don't want to output a message saying email is already in use because I'm the one that's using it, so we just ignore it, okay? So underneath there, just say if, and then MySQL underscore num underscore rows, and then pass in the email check query. And then inside there, we want to say if num rows is greater than 0. So if there's more than 0 rows, 1 or any other number, there should only be 1. There should obviously only be 1, but we'll just say greater than 0 just to be safe. We can say echo email is already in use, and then simply exit. You don't want to do anything else. Last thing to do is just to update the email because it obviously worked. So we just write one query. So update query equals MySQL underscore query, in parentheses, and just pass con, the connection variable, and the query is just update users set email equal to $email, our variable, where username equals, and then pass in the username. And again, make sure you remember your single quotes. And the very last thing is just to output a success message. So echo update successful, just like that, and save that, and we are done. Let's just test it out now. So I'm changing my email to reese1@gmail.com. I'll click save, and we see an error. So parse error unexpected if, which probably means you forgot a semicolon. So I probably forgot a semicolon there, which I did. So let's refresh the page again. So I'll change it to reese1. So update successful. Let's just go and check it updated in the database. So I'll go to my users table, and I should see reese1 as the email address. Great. And if I click save again, because it's my own username, it won't give me an error that the email already exists. It still has update successful, although it didn't actually do anything. But if I try and use an email address of a user already, so I'll take this dk@yahoo.com and paste that in there, and then click save, we'll see email is already in use, and it should not have updated it, which it didn't. And just to test one more thing, if I do an email that's not valid, so I'll get rid of the .com and click save, we should see email is invalid, and again it did not update. Hey guys, welcome back. So now that we have this update email function working, we want to do the same for update password. So let's go ahead and create our update password JavaScript function, and we can just copy the update email function and change the name to, you guessed it, update password. So update password there, and this isn't going to take an email class parameter, it's going to take an old password class. So old password class. It's also going to take a new password class 1, so new password class 1, and then finally new password class 2. So it takes 3 parameters: old password class, new password class 1, and new password class 2. And instead of email value, this can just be old password. So instead of email class, this can just be old password class. Paste that in there, and copy this line and paste it below. Instead of old password, this can be new password 1, like that, and copy and paste this new password class 1 into there. So it's taken the value from the new password class element, and copy that line below again one more time and change this to new password 2, and then new password class 2, and that should do it. Make sure you have your 1s and 2s correct and you haven't got any duplicates, so that's fine. Now just to update this Ajax call, and instead of sending the call to update email, again, you guessed it, we're going to send it to update password.php, and instead of passing in email with email value, we're going to pass in old password and colon, and the value is going to be old password, which is right here, of course. And you can see this is already getting pretty long, this line, so we can actually, before this curly brace, press enter and move it onto the line below if you want to, and that's fine. And what you can also do is move each of these data values onto its own line too. That's fine as well. And I'll just create another line space just to make it even easier for us to see. So at the moment we have our old password values passed into this Ajax call. We're going to do another value, which will be new password 1 colon, and the value of this is going to be new password 1, which comes from above. And the last one We'll copy and paste that part right there, paste it below, and instead of new password 1, do new password 2. So we're sending old password, new password 1, new password 2, and of course the username through to this update password file, which we haven't created yet. Last thing to do, instead of updating the error message by getting the email class element, we can use old password class. So just pass that in there. So old password class, next door message, and this will update the span that's next to the password fields. And that's it, that's our JavaScript function. Last thing to do is just hook it up to our onClick. So copy and paste the name of the update password function into our button onClick right there, update password. In the parentheses, you're just going to pass in the class names. So the first one in single quotes, old password, comma, and then new password 1 inside single quotes again, and then another comma, and then new password 2, just like that. Okay, so we've called the update password function and passed in our 3 classes. Hey guys, welcome back. So last time we wrote this JavaScript function for the update password, but we don't actually have the file created that we're sending the AJAX call to. So in the update password function, we're making this AJAX call to the update password file, but we don't actually have this file created yet. So let's go and create that file. So new file, and save it as in the includes folder, handlers, AJAX, and just call it update password.php. Update password.php. Save that. And inside there, just put PHP tags in there. And in fact, what we can do is copy the update email file. So go to the update email.php, copy all the contents, and paste it into update password.php. And we're doing that because there's a lot of stuff in here that we want to keep, such as this include right here, this check to see if username exists part. And as for this part down here, we can actually get rid of all of that. So get rid of all that stuff and keep just this part here. So what we're going to do now is check to see if all the passwords have been passed to this update password page. So we're going to say if not is set, and in the parentheses, $_post, square brackets, single quotes, and then old password, like that. And then copy this part in the if statement, and we're going to say or if new password 1, remember it's got 1 afterwards, so if not is set, new password 1, and then do the same again. I'm going to copy all of that and paste it for new password 2. So if old password, new password 1, or new password 2 have not been set, you can just echo not all passwords have been set, and this will be for us to see, because it would mean our parameter values aren't correct. So inside the script.js, it would mean that these values right here are not correct. So copy and paste that below, and then we're going to change it slightly. Instead of checking to see if they're set, we're going to check to see if they're empty. So instead of if set, we can say if old password is an empty string, or, and do the same here. So or new password 1 equals an empty string, or new password 2 equals an empty string. So if any of them equals an empty string, we can just say please fill in all fields, just like that. Please fill in all fields, because obviously if one of them is empty, they haven't put a value in there. Okay, if we get to this point, we know that they've entered all the passwords and they all have values, so we can go ahead and get the values of there. So username can equal $_, $_post, square brackets, and then username. So there's the username. Copy and paste that below. This can be old password can equal old password. Copy and paste that again. This can be new password 1. New password 1 equals new password 1. Oop, 1 in there. Copy and paste that below. And this can be new password 2. And then new password 2. So now we have all our values into the PHP variables. And now what we're going to do is MD5 the old password. And the reason we're doing that is because we're going to use the encrypted version when we check to see if it matches their current password, because remember the passwords are stored in the users table encrypted like this. So we have to encrypt it before we do the check. So old MD5 equals MD5, and then just put the old password in there. So there's our encrypted version of the old password. Now let's just do a query to check if the password matches. So password check equals MySQL underscore query. Inside there, put our connection variable, and then select all from users where username equals, and pass in our username variable, and password equals, and then pass in our old MD5 variable that we just created above, and maybe a semicolon as well. So we're selecting all from users where username is the current user, and then password is the MD5 version of the password. And then we can simply say if MySQL underscore num underscore rows, and in parentheses just put that query above, so password check. So if MySQL num rows password check is not equal to 1, so if we didn't find one result, we can say echo password is incorrect, and then exit. So if it doesn't do this part, we'll go to the code below, and if it gets to the code below, it obviously means the password they entered for the old password is their old password, which is fine. And now we can check if the new passwords match. So if new password 1 not equal to new password 2, we can just echo your new passwords do not match. Alright, and then exit again. Okay, so if they're not the same, create some space below. And then we just want to check if it's a valid email, so if it only contains numbers or letters. So we can say if preg underscore match, and this is the same preg match we used when we did the sign up process, and inside single quotes, this is the regex to match. So just copy this out if you want. Let me type it out first, then copy it. Square brackets, arrow, uppercase A dash Z, lowercase a dash lowercase z, 0 dash 9. Square brackets and then one more dash. So this is checking if the password they've entered does not, that's what that means, that's what the caret symbol means, if it does not match uppercase A to Z, lowercase a to z, and 0 to 9. So it contains anything other than letters or numbers. But the second parameter for this is new password 1. We only need to check new password 1 and not new password 2, because we know if we get to this point the passwords are identical. We can just echo your password must only contain letters and or numbers, and exit again. So one more check before we update this now. So if strlen, so we're checking the length of the password, new password 1 and then is greater than 30, or strlen and then in there put new password 1 is less than 5. So if the password is greater than 30 characters or less than 5 characters, we're going to echo your username must be between 5 and 30 characters. So your username must be between 5 and 30 characters, and then just exit, just like that. And if we get to this point, we know it was all fine, and we can just MD5 the new password. So new MD5 equals MD5 new password 1. Nearly there. Now finally, just update the value in the table. So query equals MySQL underscore query. This will be con, and then update users set password equal to new MD5, and put single quotes after that as well. Then where user name equals and pass in our username variable. And as always, remember your single quotes around the variables. And then just echo a success message. So update successful, like that. Okay, that was a lot. I know that was not the most fun of things to write, but we've done it now. Save that. Now let's go and test it out. So I'll refresh this update details page, and let's test the first condition, which is if not all passwords have been set. So if I don't set any, we have a parse error right there. Unexpected comma. What line? On line 37. Line 37. And I can see why. It's because I have preg match right there, but this parentheses in the wrong place. So this parentheses here needs to be here. So a new password needs to be here. So it needs 2 at the end. And new password needs to go inside this preg match because it's matching this pattern here with the second parameter. So save that. Refresh the page. And then I'll won't enter any passwords. I'll click save. Please fill in all fields. If I enter something in there, and not in there, you'll see the message doesn't change. But if I enter something in there now, we get passwords incorrect because this password here wasn't right. So I'll get the password correct. Let me see what the next check is. So I'll get the password correct, and then I'll enter 2 new passwords which do not match. So I'll get the password correct. So password, which is my current password, and these passwords obviously do not match. Click save. Your new passwords do not match. Okay, next one down is check that it only contains numbers and letters. So I'll go and make the passwords match. I'll just say password with an exclamation point at the end. Same here. Password with an exclamation point. Click save. Passwords must only contain letters and or numbers. Great. That checks fine. Underneath is checking that it's between 5 and 30 characters. So I'll make them identical. I'll do AA, and then in here AA. Save. Your username must be between 5 and 30 characters, and then I'll just check it does this for over 30 characters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's more characters than it needs to. Let me just match this up this way. And I can see they're in line, so let's click save. And the message didn't change, so we know that's fine. Now let's enter a valid password and check that it updates. So I'll change my password from password to password1, and I'll do the same below. Password1, and click save, and update successful. Now to test that works, I'll try and log in with that password. So click log out, and I'll try and log in with my old password, which was password, and we should see an error message. So username or password is incorrect. I'll try my new password now, password1, and it should log us in, which it does. Good job, guys. I know that was a long one. That was a long file to write, but we did it, and it's a good job done. Hey guys, welcome back. So congratulations on completing the course. You made it this far, which is great. This is a long course, and you've done really well to make it this far. And you should by now be really comfortable with your CSS, your HTML, a bit more comfortable with JavaScript and your MySQL calls, and also Ajax calls. We did a lot of Ajax calls in this course. This whole thing was basically built around using Ajax. And you have a beautiful website to show that will look great on any portfolio that you want to show to employers or your parents, friends, or whatever. And it's capable of some really cool things. You can upload music, you can click on albums, you can play music, you have playlists you can create, and you can remove and add songs to playlists. You can go to artists, so I can click on this artist, I can see all their songs and albums. You can update details, you can search for music, artists and albums, and yeah, it's a really, really cool thing you've got set up. So once again, congratulations on making it this far. You've done really well, and this does not have to be where it ends. There are lots of other cool features on Spotify that we haven't done in this, so there is a lot of room for us to improve this. And let me know what features you'd like to see, and I can work on getting a video out there that will show you guys how to do it. So you can let me know by just sending me a message or leaving a comment or something. Or I do have a Facebook page, which I'll leave a link to in the description. You can find just by going to facebook.com/ReeseKenny50. That's ReeseKenny50. And that Facebook page is where I do all my updates about my next courses and the progress on things I'm working on. And I also share some cool tips and just talk about anything to do with programming, really. So if you want to stay up to date, go and give that page a like. And like I said, let me know what features you'd like to see, and I can work on getting those videos out there for you. Not only that though, let me know what other courses you'd like to see too. Maybe there's a website or something, or an app you'd like me to do a course on. So I'd love to hear all your suggestions. So if you have any ideas, just let me know. So one last time guys, congratulations, you've done really, really well. And let's see what else we can do.